Intermax is coming up shortly. Of course, you are watching this on either Karting Live TV or the Kart Championship. Both YouTube channels are broadcasting this. We are going to have a deluge, David, of Turkish viewers shortly for the mighty Bambino.
We certainly will.
Yes.
Zayn Safoglu comes with an entourage of viewers.
Quite rightly so. I've even started learning Turkish, which reminds me, I've forgotten it now, though, so never mind. Let's do some Intermax starting lineups, ladies and gentlemen. Pole position is our championship leader, Larry Price, and the most recent winner in the championship, Logan Rolfe, who won, of course, at Glanagorse last time out, is alongside him on row number 1 with Eddie Duncan and Jensen Sale on row 2.
Charlie Quine, Hugo McCluskey in front of Ronnie Smart and Noah Clare on row 4.
Then it's Cameron Tipping and Jackson Hilton, Ollie Thompson and Buddy Hugo is your top 12.
Adam Batt and Noah Jebson with Hakeem Batt and Rudrick Gogolnath on row 8.
Leyland McNeish, Jamie Walsh. Then we've got James Fabricius and Jack Mellon, Odysseus Hole, Lucas Esser, Annika Hurd, Jada Patel-Scott, Marja Jurgelevixiute, I'll get that one right, George Quinlan, Oliver Barton, Casper McAllister, and after a frightening rollover yesterday, Luke Millwood starts shotgun on the field, but Luke is okay.
You caught me out earlier. I believe that to be Jurgelevichuda.
Jurgelevichuda. Well, I shall bow to your superior pronunciation knowledge, David.
And I will thank Google for that yesterday. Here we go then with Intermax. Into the tram lines we go. And it's going to be a second bite of the cherry for Intermax. Starter not happy with that. A few drivers outside of the tram lines and accelerating a little bit too early maybe. So we're going to have another lap for us to get Inters into the correct procedure.
Many wiggling of fingers, which is karting parlance for false start. Yeah. A quick recap of the season so far. Larry Price for the Bradley Shepherd Racing team won the opening 2 rounds at Wardenlaw Sherrington, but had an absolute stinker at Glanagorse. Logan Rolfe came through to be a very impressive winner there. Price leads Rolfe in the standings. Jensen Sale is 3rd in the points. That's 2 runner-up finishes in the last 2 rounds for Jensen. And the other point standings, Noah Jebson is P4 in points. But in this class, we've got Hakeem Batt, Odysseus Hole, George Quinlan, Marja
Jurgelevichuda,
I will get that right. Thank you, David. Casper McAllister, Adam Batt, Ollie Thompson, and Leyland McNish are all making their seasonal debuts. So the grid has expanded somewhat, like my waistline. It's growing.
It's going to be interesting from start to finish. Keep an eye out from Luke Millward going off the final row after that rollover yesterday. It was a very serene rollover, but still he was still upside down. There he is in the 138 in the Team UK suit. So keep an eye out for Millward charging through the field. The front row, though, Price and Logan Rolfe. The only 2 final winners of the championship so far go off that front row.
And there will undoubtedly be some tramline penalties for faults. And that one there were drivers all over the shop. And under the bridge we go onto the banking, which has now been rechristened the Bowl. The banking, the bowl, it's the bit that goes across each other. Now, through the bridge, down towards hairpin number 1 out of turn 4, down towards hairpin number 1, Larry Price leading the way. And again, so many of these drivers who, if you don't race in the Motorsport UK British Championship, or if you don't, you're not a member of Trent Valley Kart Club, like you said, David, there are no domestic visiting touring championships that come to PF International. So for so many of these drivers, certainly for like Larry Price, who are new to the circuit, obviously Logan Rolfe has driven here quite a bit before, but yeah, they're really enjoying not only the hospitality, the welcome they're receiving here at PFI, they're not enjoying the prices in the restaurant so much. It's very good food, though, in the tour. And, of course, they're enjoying the bar. And, of course, they're enjoying the large, big screens out in the paddock, which have been showing the Le Mans 24 Hours, where Nick Damon and Joe Bradley are. But they are enjoying the circuit as we've got a battle for the lead. Logan Rolfe has already taken one little nibble out of Larry Price. He's having another go. There we go. New leader, Logan Rolfe and Eddie Duncan in the number 157 kart. Now, Eddie only joined the championship last round at Glenagorse. He come third on that occasion. Now, I was incorrect when I thought that graphic was a Techno Kart graphic. It looks very much like the Techno Kart, but it's not. It's the team whose name now escapes me.
It looks LMM. It looks a lot like LMM.
No, I can't.
Similar, but I don't think it is.
They're going to shout at me now. It's you talk, I'll think.
That's fine. Logan Rolfe then leads from Eddie Duncan. Larry Price dropping from first to third, which is a staple, really, of PF. You generally, if you're going to get overtaken at hairpin 1 or 2, you're going to hand over more than one place. Difficult opening lap as well for Jensen Sale. He dropped from the second row down to 13th. He's managed to fight back to P11.
So Lucas Halliday's involved in that. I shall come back to me anyway. It'll halfway through another race. Suddenly I'll start there, but they're going to shout at me because I've forgotten. But it's my age is getting to me now. As we've got a closing group at the front because Jackson Hilton, Ronnie Smart, Buddy Hugo, and Noah Jebson have all joined the pack. The Javelin Track Day sponsored number 121 kart of Noah Jebson, making a move up the inside, going into the Mike Wilson complex. Didn't quite work out for him. But it's Rolfe leading from Duncan, Price in third.
Jackson Hilton, who took a heat victory yesterday in the first race of the day, up into fourth place. Ronnie Smart, a Honda Cadet graduate, up into Intermax P5. Buddy Hugo, Noah Jebson, Cameron Tipping, who had a very difficult day yesterday with issues in both of his heats, up inside the top 10 in P8. Charlie Quine from the Isle of Man, P9. Hugo McCluskey in the 164 P10. Jensen Sale not able to recover any further than that P11. In front of James Fabricius, who was at the back of the grid yesterday morning and for both heats, disqualified from qualifying, up to an impressive P12 for Fabricius. Millward already up to P14 behind Oliver Barton. As Larry Price tries a nose down the inside of Eddie Duncan for second place and almost hands his third place over to Jackson Hilton in the process, and this is going to allow not only Hilton but Ronnie Smart up onto the back of the train as well. Logan Rolfe, though, will lead them up and over the timing line as we head towards half race distance, and Logan Rolfe arriving off the back of that win at GYG. Only 5 points behind Larry Price going into this race weekend. Price off pole position. Didn't win a race yesterday, but was in the top 3 throughout the day as others came into troubles. And he's going to try and move slightly down the inside there of Eddie Duncan. Duncan gets squirrely on exit, and now we're going to have a train of around about 10 as Price goes down the inside into hairpin 1 and takes second place from Duncan. Duncan's going to try and fight back, but he's going to be on the wrong side of the track up towards hairpin 2. Price should be through and down the inside unless Duncan can get a switch back. No, he can't, and that allows Logan Rolfe to open up a 10-kart gap at the front. That the train of 5 behind, which has now been joined. Well, it was 5, but if you look back now, we're all the way back, I think, to about P9 of Charlie Quine. And
I've got to say that Price there made a late sort of move, and Duncan had to back out of it. That has allowed Rolfe to escape a little bit. You interviewed Larry yesterday. He's one of the drivers that you're going to hear from during the Lunchtime's Paddock show. Larry, he's very, very busy inside a car. He's quite quiet when you put a microphone in front of him, though, isn't he?
Yes, we had to tease a few words out of him. But, it wasn't a bad interview at all once he got into the swing of things, although that's Buddy Hugo down the inside of Jackson Hilton, who's fallen back down the order. Ronnie Smart now up into fourth place, and Hilton's going to have to defend. Buddy Hugo's going to try and go round the outside at hairpin 1, and
that was always going to happen. And that was the 1-2-1 kart there of Noah Jebsen, just not really leaving the 117 of Buddy Hugo any room. But that's a classic PFI move, David. That happens all the time. You know, you get to the inside at hairpin number 1, and you just have to ease the driver on your outside out, giving that driver 2 options. 1 is the brake pedal, 2 is the barrier. And, luckily, Buddy Hugo didn't choose either option, but he did lose several places.
He did very well to keep it out of the barrier as well.
Yes.
Drifting it across the grass as him and Jackson Hilton went side by side in the run-up towards hairpin number 1, and it's dropped Buddy Hugo outside of the top 10 down to P14.
But look at that. 1 minute ago, just before we were looking at that incident further back, Logan Rolfe had a big lead. Now, he's not in the lead at all because Larry Price took the lead briefly. And that is Ronnie Smart. So Logan Rolfe briefly took the lead. Well, Logan briefly had the lead. Logan Rolfe made the move to the inside at hairpin number 1. Ronnie Smart tried to follow him through, and Larry Price was still on the outside. And that, we're not going to sort of put words in anyone's mouth here, but for those with the bigger entry comes more action, and with more action comes more. How should we put this sensitively? More talking points, and the more talking points we have, the busier the stewards tend to be. So, I think we got through that one okay without saying anything litigious.
No, you're still very much on the fence, Henry.
Yes.
Now the panel for Ronnie Smart.
That will be probably the right rear wheel of Larry Price's kart, and has dislodged the bottom bracket of the NASA panel, and that will be Ronnie Smart out of the race this. But look at Luke Millward now siding his way through the field. Millward started what was the 29th and last in this field, and he is up to P7, going for Cameron Tipping, passing Cameron Tipping. That TB kart is absolutely dialed in. Hard to believe that wagon was on its roof yesterday.
P3 now for Millward.
Wow! He gained plenty of positions in that lap, I suppose. Yeah, with the incidents further up. Yeah,
with Ronnie Smart and Luke Millward. He's had the perfect race as the leaders go side by side. In that, there's been a lot of incidents in front of him where he's not had to do a huge amount of work. Let's not take anything away from Luke Millward. We know how good he is, but things have opened up for him to allow his ascension from 29th up into 3rd, and there's a lap and a half. There's a win in here this because Logan Rolfe
taking the words out of my mouth, because but you've got to think yourself. Imagine the adrenaline that's coursing through Luke Millward's veins. He can see them battling. He knows he's coming to the last lap board. You know, you wouldn't bet against him just on momentum alone.
And when these two see the nose of the 138, the last thing they want to see is it's Millward. And it's going to be, as they head up and over the timing line, Logan Rolfe defending from Charlie Quine. Luke Millward, that's Cameron Tipping up into 4th place as well from Jensen Sale. That's your top 5. It can be any one of these 5 as they go into the bowl for the final time.
Millward has got to be careful now, because he doesn't want to. Well, he's lost a position, so he's actually gone backward. His momentum has stalled out already. He couldn't make that move straight away. Now the extra speed he's carrying, he's not carrying it anymore. Rolfe hanging on with the lead. Queen in second position. Queen, he's not been in this position before. His best result so far in a final this year has been 8th position. Rolfe just making sure that Queen wasn't thinking of making a move. Millward is still there in 3rd. We've got less than half a lap to go, and I don't think we've seen the last of the action yet, David.
There goes Millward down the inside. Tipping's going to try and take advantage as well. Can't get the nose in. Logan Rolfe, though, will come out of the final 2 corners Millward's going to try and draw alongside, but the overtake's going to put him too far back. He uses the slipstream side by side over the timing line. It's Logan Roll from Luke Millward and Charlie Quine. Then Cameron Tipping, Jensen Sale, a recovering Larry Price, back up to 6th place in front of Eddie Duncan, Noah Jebson, Oliver Barton, and Buddy Hugo completing the top 10.
I mean, that is from 29th to 2nd for Millward, and he was 0.04, 0.04 of a second behind the winner as they crossed the line.
Which, compared to yesterday Heat 2, is massive, because they had a dead heat and they had to go to a photo finish.
Yes, I've seen
for that one. It was a dead heat.
Seen the photo cell evidence. So, I mean, so for Luke Millward, that is superb. Rolf, Millward, Queen A, Tipping, Sale, your top 5. Price recovering to 6th, Eddie Duncan 7th, Jebson in 8th, Oliver Barton and Buddy Hugo. Then it was Ollie Thompson, Hugo McCluskey, Jackson Hilton, George Quinlan, James Fabricius, Adam Batt, Hakeem Batt, Noah Clare, Casper McAllister, Rudrigol Kanath, Lucas Esser, Jaden Patel Scott, Annika Hurd, Jamie Walsh, Leyland McNeish, Odysseus Hole, Jack Mellon, Marja. Oh, here we go. I'm going to have to write this down. Give us a write this down. So it is. How do we say Jurgler?
I have it as Jurger Lever Tudor.
Jurger Lever Tudor. There we go. If we're getting it wrong, Mr. or Mrs. Jurger Lever Tudor, please come to the commentary box, tell us off, and tell us how to say it properly. And then rounding out the field, sadly, Ronnie Smart failing to finish.
Just noticed a very, very tough break there after a superb drive up to P4 for Cameron Tipping. He's got a +5 for a flag infringement. And that was very early on in the race as well for Cam Tipping. So difficult break for him, particularly because with that grid so tightly packed, that will drop him to around about P18.
And speaking of tightly packed grids, this is something we've only ever had once before here at the Kart Championship. They've had to split the junior rotax entries. There are 49 of them, 48 now, that I believe Zane Quecker has sadly withdrawn after yesterday's racing. There are 12 newcomers to the class this year. Jensen Chalk, former Rotax Grand Finals Micromax champion, Charlie Wolfit, a regular British Championship front runner, Toby Farthing, Oliver Smith, Charlie Ball, Jake Flewitt, Oakley Garthwaite, Luke Sawyers, Jack Collinson, who has races both in the UK and in Latvia, Kartik Kometa and Fletcher Jameson. They are the drivers who are making their debut this season in Junior Rotax. Not all of them are going to be in this race. This is Group B versus Group C. Yep. So it's going to be pole position, Riley Bishop with Fletcher Jameson, one of the newcomers on the outside of row number 1. Lewis Sumner in kart number 238. Lewis won the last round at Glanagorse. He starts alongside Charlie Very on row 2.
2 rolling laps is what we've been told for our juniors and senior row taxes
from the courtesy of Mr. Ashton.
Certainly will be from the 3rd row. Braith Murdoch alongside a very impressive Kevin Ivanoff, Jack Robinson and Oliver Smith on row 4.
Daniel Hartley goes from the inside of row number 5 alongside Lewis Holt with Nathaniel Gray and Toby Farthing on row 6.
George Cole for Project 1 goes off row 7 with Marcel Poppicle of KMS. Then it's James Tate and Zach Kane on row 8.
Laurie McVie and Luke Sawyers are on row 9, rounding out your top 20, Oakley Garthwaite and Jack Collinson.
Shea Hilton and Tyler Richardson are on row 11. Riley Mason-Lewis and Ralphie Branskin, who had a difficult day yesterday. He goes off row 12.
Elliot Surtees and Max Greatrex are up next, followed by Marissa Teague. Sadly, Zane Quecker, I don't believe, is going to be out there. No. Amy Peacock, Charlie Eyeball, Kartik Kometa and Jack Harrison. And of course, David, you can't think about winning until you can actually get in to the main event itself. Gotta say, Fletcher Jameson, driving for Jack's Motorsports, a very, very impressive championship debut. We've had, Riley Bishop won the opening 2 finals of the year, and he still leads the championship. Lewis Sumner, last round winner, he's second in the standings with, let's have a look, Braith Murdoch and then George Cole were the top 4 in the standings. Yeah. Here we go. This could get very, very... There's lots of KMS race suits, lots of drivers from Cato Motorsport. Can they work together? Working together, Junior Rotax?
Good luck with that.
It's a bit of a misnomer, that one is. Here we go, into the tram lines.
Sumner then pushing his teammate Riley Bishop through. Fletcher Jameson, a second and a third yesterday. He's going to slot into third place in front of Braith Murdoch as they head up to the bowl for the first time. Can they all get through nice and cleanly? They do, which is a surprise for Junior Rotax, but they've all done very, very well.
Well, of course, every one of these drivers knows that, again, some of the front runners are obviously going to be virtually guaranteed a place in the main event. But of course, one mistake and your grid position goes from potentially a very good grid position to scraping around outside the top 30. And it's going to be very difficult for anyone to win a race. Although, as Luke Millward's just proven, not impossible from the back of the field.
Not at all. A few drivers that are probably a little bit further down the field than where they'd have hoped after tough days yesterday. Jack Collinson, Oakley Garthwaite, Amy Peacock, a few that would have expected to win a lot higher up, that need to salvage something out of this superheat to try and get into the final. Later on today, there will be a B final for a final shootout, which for me is always the best race of the day because it has the most at stake at that time. Riley Bishop and Lewis Sumner working together. And as they say that, down the inside goes Lewis Sumner on Riley Bishop into the bowl. Junior Rotax, they don't work together in the same way that some of the other classes do. Bishop and Sumner still battling out for the lead. They're taking Fletcher Jameson, Braith Murdoch and Charlie Vary along for the ride.
And and there's a little bit of pushing and shoving going on into hairpin number 1. That was Braith Murdoch. So Braith Murdoch and Riley Bishop, 2 more drivers we spoke to yesterday. I didn't end up going and get my Mr. Bishop, who was doing on barbecuing duties at the Kart awning yesterday. I didn't quite end up going to get my burger with peanut butter on it.
I was going to question you on that.
I know. I got waylaid chatting to other people and didn't get my peanut butter burger, which apparently is a very, very good thing, and everyone requests it. And it certainly doesn't slow the Kart team down, because Sumner is leading, although there goes Fletcher Jameson to the inside, wheel to wheel. Jameson in the number 296 takes the lead of the race.
Will he defend? No, he won't, and he's going to hand it straight back to Lewis Sumner just after he'd done the helmet tap, let's go forward, which is the universal signal of please overtake me.
Yeah, and now Braith Murdoch having a little look around the outside. Then it's Bishop and Charlie Vary. That's your top 5 at the moment. Robinson runs 6th. Poppercool, who missed the last round of the championship, but of course the junior drivers, a lot of them are of that age where they're doing some of the GCSEs come in to play and exams and what have you. So Marcel Poppercool, with the way that the point system works, you count your best 5 out of 6 rounds. So Poppercool, even though he's missed a round of the championship, he's still 6th in the points. So not out of it yet.
Not at all, on exactly the same number of points as Smith in front of him, and Smith in 9th place at the moment, which means Poppercool's going to try and take some points advantage as Charlie Vary takes advantage of Riley Bishop.
Kevin Ivanov is... Well, that was... I've never seen a driver be that demonstrative in his... hand gestures coming off the bridge there. He was like putting his hand out, no, thou shalt not pass. As I think that was to Oliver Smith. And Ivanov in that, where's he gone? He's in the Cosmic chassis. He's got that sort of really deep sort of midnight blue Red Bull livery crash helmet on the pink and purple Cosmic kart. Ivanov, who had that great result. He's gone straight from Honda Cadet. You can see Ivanov there in that Cosmic. He's gone straight from Honda Cadet into Junior Rotax, which is a fearsome leap. But last round at Glenagorse, winds up on the podium.
He was right at the front yesterday, running inside the top 5. In fact, leading one of the heats was Kevin Ivanov yesterday before falling back down to around about P4. He's currently in 8th place at the moment. It looks like he's managed to get past Oliver Smith. He's in that second train of 4.
And I've got to say, is that another Jack's Motorsport kart? It is that sort of like light green, white and blue machine picking up a position there. Jack's Motorsport are entering the championship. Hopefully they'll stay, and because their drivers are very, very quick indeed.
Well, that is a debuting for Jack's Motorsport, Daniel Hartley, who's made the move
from
Ultimate R over to Jack's Motorsport. So that's why he's not got a Jack suit just yet. He's not earned it just yet. He's got to, you've got to have a podium before you can earn a suit, really.
Jack Marshall hasn't put his hand in his pocket yet. I think that's the problem. Daniel Hartley is last year's junior primo champion.
I saw their new suit design. There's even more white on it, which is going to be. It's not the best idea they've ever had.
That's a dry cleaner's dream. Here we go. Up at the front, Charlie Very now makes the move. The ST Racing driver into third. Braith Murdoch says, not today, son. Not on my watch.
What a move.
Goes round the outside. Slim Shady round the outside for Braith Murdoch at hairpin number 2. Glad we got that first Slim Shady of the day out of the way. Always good.
Normally at hairpin 1, though, isn't it? Murdoch doing it at hairpin 2, mixing it up and back up into third place.
Yes, indeed. And we've still got, look at that, 3, 6, 7, 8 drivers all in a line. Back to Ivanov in 8th position. Now, Riley Bishop, our pole sitter, led the first lap, then got passed by his teammate Sumner, that black and white and red X-Kart livery, and since then he's sort of had to just maintain station towards the back of this lead group. As Murdoch commits there going into hairpin number 1. There's one of the Kiddix UK
Contact,
karts.
there was Oliver Smith, I think, up the back of Marcel Poppercull, and it slowed them both down, and that's at the very least allowed Riley Bishop to gain 1 place.
Yeah, and of course the Kiddix UK team, that's run by Curtis Gregory, and they've got Dan Ginchard here driver coaching. So the Kiddix UK team, which of course now Kiddix, that is effectively Kart Republic factory team, but they sort of franchise it out. So there's Kiddix teams in every country, but Kiddix UK run by Curtis Gregory, new leader, and that's Fletcher Jameson. Great move from Fletcher going into the Bruno Ferrari S's.
Wide goes Kevin Ivanov, and he opens the door for Charlie Very to come back down the inside of him in the middle of the bowl. Whether he went wide at his own volition, I'm not quite sure, but he was definitely offline. He's going to drop down. You think he's held on to P6 somehow. Very's still behind him. Then contacts from in the back of Very by what appears to be Oliver Smith as he's levered slightly wide at hairpin number 1. And as the time now goes below that 2-minute mark, it's starting to heat up.
It is indeed. And
where's Jameson gone? He's disappeared at the front. That's where he's gone.
Yeah, Jameson and Sumner are escaping this crowd.
It's because Bishop's up to 3rd, Henry, from 5th, and I thought that was Lewis Sumner at the front of the field. No, it's not.
It's not, and I tell you who is joining the back of this group in that pink crash helmet. That is Ralphie Branscombe, who started 24th, another of the Kiddix drivers. Ralphie and his family, well, there's a new move for the race lead. Sumner takes the lead, and we'll talk about Ralphie Branscombe and his van woes, because, their race van cried enough recently. And it's been a huge scramble just to get Ralphie and his equipment here in a rented van, which has taken a chunk out of the budget this year. But Ralphie is repaying the hard work from his dad Joe and his mum Peaches with a storming drive in this one.
He is now up into this battle to get himself up into the top 10. The leading duo have got enough of a gap that those two can squabble through what will be the final 2 laps, because they're going to get round before the time elapses down to 0. So they maybe showed their hand a little bit too early. This field was packed a lot more tightly a few laps ago. They all went at it for one lap, and as you can see, it's broken us away into a leading duo, then a trio of Murdoch, Popical, Bishop leading them in the background. Then there's that big gap back to Kevin Ivanov, who was broken away, though, from Robinson and Garthwaite, who comes through from row 10 up inside the top 10. He's in P8 in front of Hartley and Branscombe.
Yeah, so Ralphie Branscombe is the top 10, but Oakley Garthwaite, the second championship debutant in the top 10 in this race. Here is the battle for the race lead. Sumner in the number 238 cart. Jameson in the 296. Out of the Fullerton S's into Bobby Game corner. Bobby Game was one of the inaugural Kartmasters champions back in 1996. There's the Mike Wilson complex. Mick's corner. Mick Barrett Racing still going strong. The start-finish line. They cross it for the last time before they'll see the checkered flag. Through the Bruno Ferrari S's, named after the late great Bruno Ferrari, the only driver in karting history to win 3 British titles on the same day. Down towards hairpin number 1. Sumner defends. Jameson following in his wheel tracks. Now, Sumner jinks across. Oh, and Jameson sells him the dummy and runs up over the back of Sumner's. That's not Sumner's exhaust off. And Riley Bishop and Braith Murdoch comes through to take first and second.
Riley Bishop, who was down in 7th place at one point in this race, having started on pole position and did not look anywhere near like winning this race, is going to come out of the final 2 corners, round the final one, and Riley Bishop will take the victory from Braith Murdoch. Then it's going to be Lewis Sumner in 3rd place, Braith Murdoch, Kevin Ivanov, Fletcher Jameson, who went for the lead at hairpin number 2, who jinked right, jinked left, went up the back of Lewis Sumner, will finish in P6 in front of Robinson, Garthwaite, Hartley and Branscombe, with Luke Sawyers, Oliver Smith and Jack Collinson in P13 in front of Lewis Holt and Charlie Vary, who was inside that top 5. He drops down to P15.
Let's have a look back at that through the Karting Live TV replay. You can see there he sold in the dummy, but Sumner he jinked to the outside to take the racing line, but then mindful of the new defensive driving rules, he didn't drink all the way. He stayed in the middle of the track, and that just caught Fletcher out. It was a great, the idea was fantastic, but just the execution was just a fraction off. But again, you're going for a win. That's what you got to do.
One of those moves that it was fantastic until it wasn't.
It wasn't.
It was superb, and if he'd have pulled that off, it would have been one of the moves of the day in first 3 races of the day. Unfortunately for the both of those 2 drivers, who I'd said 2 laps before had given themselves enough of a luxury to battle for the victory. It turns out the luxury wasn't quite luxurious enough, and they've taken each other out of the victory there. Riley Bishop comes through to take the win in the first of the junior Rotax Superheats.
And the next race up will be the first Superheat for Junior Rotax Primo. That is the class for drivers aged 12 to 14 years old who have not competed or have not finished in the top 10 in any of the national or the British championships. That will be up very, very shortly.
Exactly the same machinery as our junior Rotaxers that have just been out on circuit for our junior primos. As Henry states, it's just a few of our slightly younger drivers who don't quite have the experience of our junior Rotax grid. The junior Rotax grid has 50 on it. It's a capacity grid for junior Rotax this weekend. Junior Primo pretty much a sellout as well. We've got 29 on the grid for the junior Primo Superheat. Thank you for those of you that have got in touch via the live chat, whether that be at the Kart Championship on YouTube or via Karting Live TV. Joshua Owen and Michael Burke in touch via Karting Live TV in the live chat. Thank you very much for joining myself and Henry Burdett on commentary here for round number 4 of the Kart Championship, with Sumner Speed as well joining us in the live chat. Unfortunately, for you, and I believe it's because you may well be a fan of Lewis Sumner, is that he's just had a very, very difficult opening race of his day here at PFI. Grid then for Super Heat 1 for Junior Primo. We'll see Stanley Clark with 2 heat victories yesterday going off pole position. Elijah Hazelwood, the championship leader, is behind him. He comes into this with the largest championship lead of the series, 35 points back to Lewis Gilbert. We'll see where he is as we run through the grid. Row number 2, Lily Shaw and Isaac Jameson, with Ronnie Legg and Alfie Forrester on row 3 in front of Harry Ward and Charlie Thompson. Then it's going to be Zach Jennings and Elijah Hartley completing your top 10 in front of Cooper Campbell-Lees and Jasper Oakes. Lewis Gilbert, aforementioned, second in the championship, but down the order goes off P13 with Miles Cleworth. Then it's Ethan Bath and Zach McKay with Blair Smith and Thomas Ambler in front of Oscar Shirvik and Aston Brown. Then it's going to be Noah Clark and Piers Whitehead, Luke Wells and George Ralston in front of Samuel Yeadon and Josh Whittaker, Maxim Karuk and Louis Brown. And then it's Thomas Butcher in the 54 completing your 29 Junior Primo runners here at Paul Fletcher International. Drivers just completing the second of 2 rolling up laps. As they make their way round, it will be Stanley Clark in the colours of Hunter Motorsport to lead us through. Lily Shaw, second on track at the moment, but will line up behind Stanley Clark. So it's going to be Clark for Hunter Motorsport on the inside, Elijah Hazelwood for X-Kart on the outside of the front row. Clark with the perfect day yesterday, pole position and 2 heat victories for Clark.
I've got to say, Stanley Clark, quick little story, he doesn't race that often, but he travelled all the way from his home in England to Sarno, Italy, last October to watch his friends with his mum in the Rotax Grand Finals, which is a fantastic bit of support for Stanley. He's a really nice lad, you know, and they've done that, and that's a lot of these drivers, he travelled all the way to Italy just to watch his mates race go-karts for their country, which is great.
Getting bumped along as he's trying to slow the pace down for this Junior Primo Super Heat. Into the tram lines we go. Are we going to be happy at the first time of asking? Yes, we are. And we're away and racing from the outside of the front row. Elijah Hazelwood chops across the bows of the 51 of Stanley Clark, and Hazelwood will lead us into the bowl for the first time. Clark, with the perfect day yesterday, is going to have to work hard now to find a way back past Hazelwood, up and over the bridge and down towards hairpin 1 for the first time.
Now, this class and the Mighty Bambinos, this is the class where most of these drivers are racing here for the first time. Yesterday, obviously, they had their first taste of how this circuit races, not how it practices or how it qualifies, but how it runs in race conditions. So even though we could see a slightly different style of racing than we're used to seeing in Junior Rotax, just because the level of experience of some of these drivers isn't as much. Or on saying that, we could see an even bigger bun fight, because the drivers think, well, to heck with it, let's just go for it. Like I can overtake on every single corner. This is great. But it's Hazelwood, Clark and Jameson leading the way at the moment. Stanley Clark up the inside. And the Hunter Motorsport team, Reese Hunter, is here. Now, in this race, we do have Lewis Gilbert. Our Lewis Gilbert, not the Lewis Gilbert. Lewis Gilbert, as in a multiple British Championship race winner, owner of Craft Motorsport. Oh, and there's another exhaust getting spat.
Ronnie Legg, I think, was the driver whose exhaust has gone for one.
That was, again, and it's the slowing down there. That is Ronnie Legg about to depart this race. Lewis Gilbert of Potenza Racing Engines is also here in the paddock. It's interesting, more and more of the top teams in the country, I'm not saying anything against the teams that race here anyway, but more and more of the teams that compete solely in the British Championship are now coming and laying a ground here as well. Which shows that the championship is gaining momentum all the time, gaining stature, and it does mean that the likes of Kart, that the likes of Bradley Shepherd Racing and ST Racing and some of the other teams that are here in this paddock but don't race in the British Championship, they're having to up their game as well, and as you can see, they're doing just that.
Certainly are. The top three breaking away behind them. We've had Charlie Thompson get past Lily Shaw at hairpin 1 on the previous lap, and Shaw will drop down a few extra places, I think, because Thompson was very robust in the overtake, and you can see how much of a gap that's opened up, and this is really a staple of Junior Primo. You'll see maybe a breakaway of a smaller bunch than what we saw in Junior Rotax, and the field does tend to fragment a little bit more than the traditional Rotax races just because of the experience levels. As wide goes a driver at the final corner.
Alfie Forrester, I believe that might have been.
I think he was the driver involved in the Ronnie Legg incident as well, so he's just in a bit of a reset mode for a few laps just to get himself... Oh, there's more contact as they head up towards the entrance to the bridge. Two drivers off and onto the grass. They're hooked up with each other. They gave each other a fist bump.
As in, sorry, my bad. It's the 17 and the 20. Miles Cleworth and Jasper Oakes. Jasper Oakes already not showing up on our timing screens because, well, I mean, and I think that might be a transponder issue, but he's certainly not going to be showing up on our transponder screens, on our timing screens anymore, sadly. And you saw the black plate on the number 17, Miles Cleworth. He's still in one of his first 5 or 6 Motorsport UK licensed races.
There's going to be a bit of a change in dynamic at the front, I believe, here, Henry, because in second place, Elijah Hazelwood's been adjudged to have jumped the start. He's got a 5-second penalty, so now he needs to push Stanley Clark away and open up sufficient gaps so that, at the very worst, he just drops behind Isaac Jameson, because there's already a gap back to Lily Shaw and Charlie Thompson in 4th and 5th place, but he's got to try and push away now. He needs another second or so that to minimise the effect of that penalty. 5 seconds for Elijah Hazelwood is going to potentially drop him down the order, but the further he can push away with your race leader Stanley Clark, it will minimise the effect of that penalty on the 21, the current championship leader.
Yes, so at the moment Elijah Hazelwood would slot in just behind Lily Shaw and in front of Charlie Thompson, Alfie Forrester and Oscar Chezovic. But you can see Hazelwood he's just got to get his head down. Still yellow flags, yellow lights waving, as you can see there from your camera angle. One of the karts that was involved in that earlier incident is still at the side of the circuit. The marshals are going to be making their way and removing that as quickly as possible. But up at the front, Stanley Clark. Stanley, let's have a little look. So in the opening race of the opening round of he finished 22nd, did Stanley, in last year's Junior Primo Championship. Again, didn't do a full season. So this is his seasonal debut. As we look at the number 78 kart there of Lily Shaw, just coming under a more sustained attack now by the 29 of Oscar Chezovic. As they cross the line, and behind that battle, there goes Lewis Gilbert, passing Charlie Thompson. Cooper Campbell-Lees also up into P4 now. Cooper Campbell-Lees was leading the championship, but then at the end of the opening 2 rounds, but had a shocking Glenagorse. He's now 4th.
I think that's a timing issue, because he was 24th on the previous lap, so it would have been a hell of a lap for Campbell-Lees.
It's either a timing issue or... Well, let's have a little look at the...
It's Lily Shaw definitely in 4th place. That's Noah Clark making his way through. He started well down the order and has made up well over 10 places so far as Noah Clark. Who's that in 3rd place? That's Jameson in 3rd place. Oh, no, that is Cooper Campbell-Lees. It is.
In 4th position.
So it would have been a transponder issue early in the race.
It's a transponder issue. or lack thereof.
Yes,
well,
he falls down the order and then he gets replaced back up.
Well, now there's two possible outcomes here. Number one is that Cooper Campbell-Lees has got his transponder on. It's just not charged properly. That's okay. If he hasn't got it on at all, then that's not okay. Because the time, again, Heath is up here, our chief timekeeper, and they will assess the car. As soon as the end of the race, the officials in scrutineering will look, and if that transponder has not been put on at all, then I believe that could be an exclusion from the race. But we shall see. Here we go. Hazelwood at the moment. Well, Hazelwood has done enough. He's only going to drop one position at the moment, and that is going to be behind his teammate Isaac Jameson, who is running a very lonely third. Of course, this is the most daunting track in the UK. It's the home of British Karting. It's the most fearsome track in the UK, and of course, if you're just starting out in karting, this is the track where it takes the longest for you to get up to speed and the confidence that you need to drive this track quickly, because as we've already there's no such thing as a small accident here generally.
No, and with the amount of corners and complexes that you have to hook corners up as well, if you lose a tenth on each one, all of a sudden you're a second off the front runners, and this is why it's so difficult. We see in the club meetings here at Trent Valley that your newer drivers, they'll take almost a year sometimes. Qualifying straight for an A final at Trent Valley Kart Club in Junior Rotax is an achievement in the first season for a driver. So that's sort of how fearsome and how difficult this track is to hook it up and to get that sort of rhythm, because every corner, particularly this right-hander that Clark's coming up to, the most important corner on the track for me, because that you're carrying all your speed down this back straight towards the hairpin number one, particularly with a tailwind as well here today, with the wind blowing from the bridge down towards hairpin one, is very, very important.
And of course, in British karting, there is no stretch of track where you are at full throttle for a longer period of time anywhere in the country than you are as you exit the final corner and go out onto the banking. That is the longest stretch of track where you are at full throttle, and in the middle of that section you've got to go through a chicane under a bridge. So it is not for the faint-hearted as the last lap board goes out. Clark, Hazelwood. Now this is interesting because Isaac Jameson is 4.2. He's
3.8 behind.
3.8. Oh, good maths there, David. Good maths. If he can pick up another 1.2 seconds over Jameson on this last lap, he won't lose any places at all. That's a big ask, however.
No, fastest lap of the race, though, on the previous one by Elijah Hazelwood, the 58.44 for Hazelwood, as he tries to open that gap up to Isaac Jameson in third place. Yellow flag at hairpin one, but it's not going to affect the leaders because they are up and into the Mike Wilson complex for the final time. Stanley Clark, with the gap of around about 7 tenths, is going to take what will be another comfortable victory for the 51 in Junior Primo.
Here we go. Clark across the line, checkered flag in the air. Hazelwood second on the road. Jameson will take third. There's Cooper Campbell-Lees in fourth. And the gap with then Forrester, Zach Mackay, Zach Jennings. And how many places does Elijah Hazelwood end up losing, David?
1.
That is what you would call result salvaged. Now, so behind that group, so Jennings 7th, Gilbert 8th, Luke Wells is 9th, Lily Shaw 10th, but considering that her best final result of the year so far is 24th, that is a great uptick in performance. Charlie Thompson, Noah Clark, Oscar Chesovich, Sam Yeadon, Pierce Whitehead, Harry Ward, Thomas Butcher, who started last. He comes across the line in front of Thomas Ambler, then Blair Smith, Aston Brown, Josh Whitaker, George Ralston, Louis Brown, Maxim Karuk were the other finisher. Sadly, we did lose a couple on the thing. Oh, right, here we go. There's a driver here. This is going to be how... okay. Right. So we're now going to be told how to say Jürgen Levertuders. How do we say your surname?
Jürgen Levertuter.
Jürgen Levertuter. David Sullivan was nearly right, and I was badly wrong. There we go. And how to say our first name?
Maria.
Maria Jürgen Levertuter.
Yes.
Have I right that? Excellent. And are you enjoying your first time here at the Kart Championship, Maria Jürgen Levertuter?
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Would you like to say hello to all of Turkey, who are now going to be tuning in for the mighty Bambinos? Would you like to say hello?
Hello.
There we go. Right. Thank you very much, Maria Levertuter. I have been corrected. There we are. Thank you very much indeed. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You're welcome.
There we go. What a polite young lady. The rest of the drivers need to take notes. That is a polite young racing driver. Maria Jürgen Levertuter. Perfect. Love that. Normally it's a parent coming, no, that's not how you say my son or daughter's name. It's this. But no, very polite young lady came up. Okay. That was Junior Rotax Primo Superheat 1. Micromax are up next. Then it's the mighty Bambinos. But I think Micromax is going to be an excellent race. We have got 5 new drivers to the championship this year, including last year's mighty Bambino champion, back for the first time, Ralph Martin. Ralph became the first driver in Motorsport UK history to win an official MSUK title in any form of vehicle using electric power last year.
He did, and he won it the year before as well, before it was the Motorsport UK Mighty Bambino Championship. Yes. So a double Mighty champion for Ralph Martin.
But only the second one was an official Motorsport UK champion, yeah, which is a bit of history.
Yes, but I'm sure he tells people he's a double champion as well, because...
Well, he is a double champion. He is a double champion.
But yeah, he's moved now into Micromax and has taken to it rather well.
Oh, yes. Right. We have 21 Micromax drivers, and they're going to be led by Harris Barber. Harris Barber and Charlie Page are on row number 1. Charlie Page won the opening round at Warden-Law, hasn't raced in this championship since, so he's going to look to stay perfect in terms of his results this year. Dimitar Uzanov and Noah Wicklow are on row number 2.
Then it's going to be Dian Singh Pahal and Teddy Murphy in front of Jensen Darlow and Ethan Lloyd.
Lewis Kakaldi, the championship leader, and who has won the finals at Shennington and Glenagorse this year. He starts in the inside of row number 5 alongside Ralph Martin with Dax Farah and Henry Algar on row number 6.
Arthur Bowers starts 13th. Zach Andrew in P14 in front of Harry Stinson and Freddie Blackshaw.
And the remaining runners, Ethan McClelland, Carter Jackson, Junior Wright, Teddy Roberts and Lanny Eden. They are your 21 starters, and I've got to say it's really good to see the Micromax numbers rising. And are we going to go first time? Yes, we do. And look at that. Well, Dimitar Uzanov isn't going to get a Christmas present like that for a long time. We've got carts off in the barriers. Several of them.
One of them could be Kokodi.
And one of them could be our championship leader, because Dimitar Uzanov and the Battenberg flags have come out. Oh, and there's a spinning cart just to the right-hand side of your screen as everyone slows down coming off the bridge. But at the start of that race, Harris Barber moved across, and the red flags are coming out. Red flags are out. Harris Barber moved across to stop Charlie Page. It is Lewis Kakaldi there now. Just saw him briefly. He sat in his cart. He's in a little bit of discomfort, but he is moving around in his cart. The marshals, several marshals here at Trent Valley Kart Club, who are, and I don't care. The marshals at Trent Valley Kart Club are the best in the United Kingdom. and I see the marshals at every track, and this is not a slight against anybody else, any other circuit, but they are the best in the UK here at PF International. Already the medical vehicle is with Lewis. Lewis is moving around in the kart. He's got marshals there. I think he's got his dad there who's not touching him because, again, we leave it to the medically trained officials, but he's there with Lewis for, support, and it's okay. And probably just to quickly check the kart over. No, not
No.
but yeah, so Lewis is moving around. He's in a bit of discomfort. Charlie Page is minus a side pod, but Dimitar Uzanov was the leader. Now they will come to a standstill. All the drivers obeying the red flags, doing exactly what they're instructed to in the briefing. They bring the karts to a standstill on the start-finish line. You can just see them on the left-hand side of your screen there. You can see just underneath the bridge, that is where the medical team, we will let you know when Lewis Cacaldi exits his vehicle. He's moving around, chatting to the officials, obviously in a little bit of discomfort. We will come back to you when we know what is going to happen. Well, there will be a full restart, I am certain. Now obviously Charlie Page is minus a side pod. There are several, there are how many karts? 3 karts.
3. One of them is Teddy Murphy. I'm not sure on who the other is. Both Murphy's already out of the kart and he's okay.
Yep.
But three karts off. Lewis Cacaldi just being tended to. But one thing I like there, and it's something that I know Dan, our race director, is a fan of, we went Battenberg first. We went to quarter flags to slow the pack down before the red flag, which gives us a much more controlled stop and keeps the drivers that are still out on track safe, because particularly on that opening lap when the field is packed together and the red flag comes out and everybody's interpretation of how they react to that, which we know it should be slow down to a walking pace, come round to a marshal that tells you to stop. For our younger drivers is very different. I like the way there how we go to Battenberg first to give it a more controlled and safe stop. But gutting, of course, for Uzanov, who took real advantage of Harris Barber being very occupied with Charlie Page on that.
And forgetting about the driver behind him, yes. Well, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls who are watching this on any of the 2 YouTube channels, Karting Live TV or the Kart Championship, just leave your browser on for a moment. And if you haven't done so already, go and give your dad, if you're still lucky enough to have your dad, go and give him a quick phone call and say, Happy Father's Day, Dad, and then come and sit back down to watch the resumption of action here at Paul Fletcher International. Because I think I'm going to phone my son and say, and wait for him to say happy birthday, because he has phoned, he is awake, which is surprising for a teenager on a Sunday morning. We'll be back very shortly.
Can you get in and rejoin?
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PF International, the fourth round of the Kart Championship. And we are going to be restarting very soon. Now, Lewis Cacaldi, who is in the back of the ambulance that you just see on your screen now, is okay. He did take part of an errant go-kart to his upper body region, which has caused him a bit of a discomfort, but fundamentally he is okay. We are going to have a full restart. You will see at the back there in that blue and white and black livery car. That's the number 71 machine of Teddy Murphy, who will be taking the restart, even though Teddy had stopped. But he wasn't involved in the accident per se, David. He was just he stopped because he wasn't involved in the accident. He will be allowed to take the restart. There is Charlie Page's kart being put onto a trolley. Now, Page had he had lost a side pod. We're going to re-grid the drivers. Now, whether Page will be allowed to make repairs, whether he has got the said side pod, there goes Page's kart off to the right-hand side.
The pod was on the tray at the bottom of the trolley, but they're not going to be able. They have to. To me, they have to take it off the track through the dummy grid
into
to do the work
area, yes,
and then bring it back. So
so there is now standing next to Dimitar Uzanov. That's Jason Dredge, very very successful superkart driver. There's Kuyat Pahal, just behind, just next to Jason in the grey and orange RCE Richardson Chassis Engineering T-shirt. Dian Bahal, who is just sitting up there with the yellow crash helmet, now just sort of sits back down. Dian, he says to me, Henry, every time that you commentate on me, I don't win. When you're not commentating on me, I do win. He said, so can you please find another job? I was like, sorry, Dean, you've just got to try and break that number 20. There it is, number 29. You've got to try and break the jinx and the curse.
The commentator's curse is very real.
It is real. It is real in lots of ways. But of course, the most recent round of the Rotax Motorsport UK British Championship at Dunk as well, I was struck down on race morning with a terrible case of tonsillitis, which meant that I couldn't commentate. And Dian went on to win his first race in the British Championship. There's Charlie Page walking out of the pit lane. We're going to re-grid everybody. So, for Harris Barber, that is a real break. But let's have a little look at the side. The outside of row number 1 is empty, which is where Charlie Page would have been. Now, there's the number 26 kart. That is Jensen Darlow, who is moving into... they're now on the wrong side of the grid. I thought that was... There's Noah Wicklow in the number 53 kart. This is going to be good. This is like now we have to... Luckily, the karts aren't that heavy with the drivers. But they will... And you can see... So, that tells me Dimitar Uzanov on the outside of the front row... Charlie Page will not take the restart. Everybody else will now move up a position, which means they'll be on the other side of the grid to what they originally were, which will cause no end of issue for the for the mechanics and the parents. RCE, they are their drivers are helped along by the Kart Coach. So if you look at the Kart Coach website, they have an in-house sort of driver coach, in all forms of on-track and off-track stuff. Some of these drivers, they might be perfect for the X-Kart scholarship as well. So the X-Kart team, Matty Street, they run a scholarship every year. It's going to take place at Wilton Mill in September this year.
16th, I believe.
I think, yeah.
I'll see you there.
Yeah, myself and David Sullivan are part of the judging panel where a young driver gets a season in the Kart Championship with the X-Kart team. If you go to the X-Kart website, now it's always tricky when you type www.x into a browser because all sorts. But if you X-Kart,
type it really quickly.
Really quickly. And you will be able to find all the information about the 2025 X-Kart Scholarship in that on that website. Of course, we're going to have the mighty Bambinos here. Why, you are asking yourself, am I listening to Henry Bodett and David Sullivan whittering on? Where are Nick Damon and Joe Bradley? Well, the answer is they're at the Le Mans 24 Hours working for Radio Le Mans. Now, of course, the Le Mans 24 Hours is the second most important motorsport event of the weekend after this one. Felix Tandy, who we'll see in Mighty Bambino, which will be the race after this. His dad, Nick, is racing at Le Mans. Yesterday, the big screen in the paddock had the Le Mans 24 Hours on it, the TV coverage, because ain't nobody paying £14 to watch it this year. Sorry. Seems got a little bit. That seems to be a trigger for me. And, of course, Felix, more importantly, Felix's mum is sort of trying to flick their eyes between what's happening here and what's happening in France. And Felix's sister is completely nonplussed by any of it because she's got her friends here and she's just playing with them.
Yep, I spoke to them yesterday. That interview will be during the lunch break. But, yeah, Felix, who had a really good day yesterday, did Felix Tandy. Won both of his heats and qualified on pole positions. We play more musical karts here in Micromax.
Yes,
we'll
excellent.
get this going at some point. But yes, Felix's dad, Nick, in the number 4 Penske Porsche in the hypercar class. Not at all jealous.
Well, not at all jealous, but but Nick might, with no spoilers for those of you that, why wouldn't you just watch this and then tonight get home and watch all 24 hours of coverage live, or listen on Radio Le Mans for 24 hours straight? No spoilers, but if there's going to be a Tandy victory this weekend somewhere in the world, Felix has got a very good chance. Charlie Page is back on the grid, but he is at the back of the grid. So, Charlie Page has been allowed, because he was running, he wasn't stopped, he was running at the time of the red flag, but minus a bit of bodywork. They took the kart back into the designated repair area under the watchful eye of the scrutineers, and with permission from Mr. Ashton, who is known as Mr. Ashton in these circles, we know him outside as Dan, but for this purpose, he's Mr. Ashton. And we will have nearly a full grid of restart, obviously without Mr. Cacaldi. Hopefully we'll see Lewis Cacaldi later on. Now, of course, if I was Noah Wicklow in third place on the grid, I'd be thinking, well, I know what Harris Barber wants to do at the start. He wants to move to one side and sort of to block off the run from Dimitar Uzanov, who just gives Jason Dredge there a couple of high fives. And I will then try and capitalise on this and take the lead like Uzanov did at the first start. Is he going to have a chat with the number 26 of Jensen Darlow, who starts directly behind him, saying, right, Jensen, you get right on my rear bumper and we'll push through and we'll be leading by the time we get onto the banking. How's that for a plan?
Well, if it works again,
it
will be brilliant. So Noah Wicklow off now. That's inside of that second row.
And of course, the curse of the commentator strikes again. Noah Wicklow can't get his. He's going. Oh my goodness!
He can retake his position as long as he gets into position by the designated point of the circuit here at PF,
which is on the way into the Mike Wilson complex.
So Noah Wicklow, a former Motorsport UK Como Bambino champion will have to just try and make his way through, and that in itself will mean he won't be able to get the same amount of heat in his tyres because he won't be able to work the wheel. He's got to get through this field as Noah Wicklow.
And he can't cut the track either.
No.
And he's still at the back. And of course, all the drivers are at, fairly decent racing speed as they before they slow down. We're looking at Wicklow coming up the short chute, and he's only in front of Charlie Page.
It's been a very, very fast rolling lap by Harris Barber, and that has meant that Noah Wicklow won't be able to take the position that he'd have hoped.
And of course, Harris Barber would be none the wiser. And I've got to say, Wicklow's going to be starting at the back. Oh,
he's
sorry, Noah.
Praying for a false start here, isn't he?
Yes, he will. But let's.
No.
Let's see. Is he there in time? Well, he's somewhere. And we'll see what happens. But for the time being, the lights are out. We're off and racing. This time, Harris Barber does not sweep away from the inside line to try and block Uzanov off. And that opens the door for Dian Pahal. And it opens the door again. And Dian Pahal takes the race lead coming off the bridge. And the number 29, RCE, the driver that's got the Sikh symbol of strength, the sword of Kandar on the back of his crash helmet. Well, he's going to be sharpening the blade of that very, very soon because he's going to have to defend and keep the rest of this snarling Micromax pack behind him.
Pahal, who should have been fifth, promoted to fourth because of Charlie Page being removed from the front row, promotes himself to the front of this Micromax grid on the opening lap, fourth to first for Pahal in front of Harris Barber as they try and break away from the 62, the leader of the first race before the red flag, Dimitar Uzanov.
Yep, Uzanov crossing the line in the number 62 kart in third position with Ralph Martin in the number 32 kart just behind him, pushing him along. Then we've got Dax Farah, Ethan Lloyd, then Noah Wicklow, and now we've got a new leader, Harris Barber. Takes over top spot once again.
Ralph Martin in that very, very stealthy black helmet has moved up from 8th place at the start up into P4. And can he make another stealthy move up inside the top three?
Into the second hairpin now. 7.5 minutes to go. A lot of these drivers will be a little bit more experienced in some of the other classes here at PF International. Certainly the likes of Pahal and Barber, Uzanov, Martin. The Rotax O plate was held here at the start of the season, and many of these drivers were in that event. So Dian Pahal now sitting behind Harris Barber down the main straight across the start-finish line. We move on to lap number 3.
Ralph Martin fell away off the back of Uzanov because he railed the curb between Bobby Game and the Mike Wilson complex. A bit of Tony Hawk style as he just went straight over the top of that curb. Did well to hold on to it, but once you're on that curb and you're railing it, you have to pretty much stay on it until the curb finishes. That's why he's dropped off the back of Dimitar Uzanov, but in the same time, Uzanov has closed back up onto the back of Dian Singh Pahal in second place.
Yeah, now on the timing and scoring pylon on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see there are TX121. That is not a driver, that is just an anomaly. So it is Uzanov in third position, Martin is fourth, Farah fifth, Wicklow sixth, Darlow seventh, Lloyd eighth, Henry Algar is in ninth place. Now, it's Papa Algar that is mechanicking for Henry. The younger brother, George Mama Algar, mechanics for George in Mighty Bambino. There's another family that we spoke to yesterday. You'll see that interview during our lunch break. But Dian Pahal now sets his sights back on Harris Barber. Maybe not to retake the lead straight away. He looks like he's content to push Barber along and push him away. Well, as I say that, he has a little nibble on the bridge. That's never going to work. And that costs Pahal. And it brings Uzanov, Martin, Farah and Wicklow back into play.
really closes up the field, the top 6. Back to Noah Wicklow. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to Jensen Darlow. Ethan Lloyd, who needs as many points as possible. He's second in the championship, 16 points behind Lewis Kirkcaldy. But Kirkcaldy out of this race with the red flag at the first instalment of Micromax Superheat 1 means that Ethan Lloyd has... Down the inside goes Pahal, and that's going to allow Uzanov through as well. Down the inside of Harris Barber. Barber from first to third in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, Uzanov capitalising strongly on the fact that Pahal was just able to ease Barber off the racing line, and Uzanov wasting no time attacking Pahal, but that's going to cost him second position. Barber, does he? Oh no, Uzanov on the outside, side by side for P2. Who's it going to be? Uzanov just hangs on. Good racing there.
If it wasn't for Harris Barber helping Pahal back into the lead, Uzanov would have had that one done into the first corner. And Harris Barber, with a helping hand, keeps Dhyan Singh Pahal in the lead of this race.
And the top 7, all the way back to the number 26 kart of Jensen Darlow, are all in a row. Running in 8th position is Ethan Lloyd. Charlie Page is up from the back of the grid to 9th. You'll see the very distinctive, it's sort of a white with lime green tinges and light bright orange tinges on the kart, the number 33 machine. New side pod and all is closing in on the back of this lead group. Although, as I say that, oh no, he's still got quite a ways to go to catch this lead group, but he's already passed more than half the field.
Yeah, clear track in front of him as well, as he's got 2 tenths. And talking about clear track, it was going to be Dimitar Uzanov, but drawing alongside him into the left-hander, Harris Barber trying to retake the lead as well, but they're both through on Pahal.
Yeah. And now Ralph Martin, but again, Uzanov opened the door, and then Barber tried to make it 3 wide going onto the bridge, backed out of it at the last second. Pahal drops from first to third as we look at the whole field coming up the short chute towards the Terry Fullerton S's. 2, 4, 6, 7 of them in a row. All the way back to Darlow in 7th, and a little bit of argy-bargy going on into the Mike Wilson complex there. Mike Wilson, arguably Barnsley's greatest ever sports person, although former Nottingham Forest goalkeeper Mark Crossley might have something to say about it. But
so would Mark Baines. I've seen him play Sunday League.
Well, he's from Mexborough, not Barnsley.
Oh, close enough.
Yeah. I mean, Mexborough's number 1 sporting export is Mark Baines. Barnsley, either Mark Crossley or 5-time World Karting champion Mike Wilson. Mark Crossley does the best Brian Clough impression ever. And Dia Pahal, 2 for the price of 1. Pahal to the race lead. And we've got less than 2 minutes to go. The gloves, ladies and gentlemen, in Micromax are off.
Pahal leads from the 21 of Harris Barber. Uzanov in 3rd place. Ralph Martin's fallen a few places, tried to sweep round the outside, the door left open as they all came together at hairpin number 2. This is what the driver's behind. This is what Ethan Lloyd needs to close that second up. It's what Charlie Page needs to close the 2 seconds up to try and get onto this train, as out of the slipstream goes Harris Barber to retake the lead. And nobody wants to lead this race at the moment. Everybody does, but nobody wants to hang on to it.
Early contender for the Joe Bradley Race of the Week could be on the cards here. Normally, you look no further than Mighty Bambinos, but this is bubbling up nicely with 2, 4, 6, 7, make that 8 drivers, all fighting for the win, and dry but cloudy skies here in Lincolnshire at the home of British Karting, PF International. It's Barber from Pahal, from Uzanov, from Wicklow, from Dax Farah in 5th, Ralph Martin in 6th, and then Darlow and Lloyd.
20 seconds on the clock, so it's going to be 2 laps. They'll get just under the time in gantry. And Harris Barber, who made the move at the same position in the track on the previous lap, moves half a kart width inside to try and fend off Pahal, and then goes defensive to the inside. Pahal trying to sweep round the outside, opens the door for Uzanov and for Wicklow, who's racing with a 5-second penalty from the start of this race. A flag infringement, which was not being in position in time for the rolling start in this one. And Pahal is going to come back down the inside of him at hairpin 1.
And of course, Noah Wicklow will be aware of that because the penalties are dished out on a large screen just above the start line, just below the start line gantry. So Wicklow will be aware that he has a penalty.
Now the trip across the grass there is down the inside for position went Pahal, and that's allowed a few drivers through. Dax Farrer, Ralph Martin, and I think Jensen Darlow as well. Last lap is being shown on the overhead gantry for your race leader, Harris Barber.
Yes, indeed. They have 1,384 metres left to go in this, the opening Micromax superheat of the day. Barber defends. Uzanov trying to go high, wide and handsome. That's going to open the door for Pahal. Pahal takes one position. No, he doesn't, because Uzanov fighting side by side for second. Now Pahal runs onto the grass blocks. That costs him third position. Here comes Dax Farrer and Harris Barber. For the first time all race now has some breathing room.
3-4 kart lengths for Barber. It's the most he's had, and it's at the time when he needs it most. Closing up under brakes, though, Dimitar Uzanov in front of Dion Pahal. Up to the Fullerton S's for the final time. Harris Barber looks like he's got this one in the bag. Will he defend fresh air? No, he doesn't. He knows he's got the gap as they head into the Mike Wilson complex.
And Uzanov, his mind will be now focused on keeping second place from Pahal rather than taking first from Barber. So, second time of asking, but the first time across the line, Harris Barber takes the win. And as you look at those two, just behind the top 8 across the line, the two drivers who started this race at the back of the field, the 33 of Page and I believe the 71 of Murphy, worked together to finish 10th and 11th. So it was Barber from Uzanov, Pahal, Farrer and Martin, your top 5. Wicklow was 6th on the road.
We'll drop him to 11th.
11th place. So it'll be Darlow 6th, Ethan Lloyd 7th, Page 8th, Murphy 9th, Harry Stinson I think it'll be...
It'll be 10th, sorry, for Wicklow in
Wicklow
front
10th,
of Stinson.
Then Henry Alger, Arthur Bowers, Freddie Blackshaw, Carter Jackson, Junior Wright, Teddy Roberts, Lanny Eden and Ethan McClelland. And, of course, sadly, Zach Andrew and Lewis Cacoldi didn't take the start. Now, Zach is fine. It was the kart that couldn't be fixed. Hopefully, Zach will be out for the next race. Hopefully, we'll see championship leader Lewis Cacoldi out for the next one as well, if he gets medical clearance. But the main thing is he's fundamentally okay.
It's been a overcast morning, but for the first time, Henry...
I could see the sunshine after the rain. I could see bluebirds fly. See, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. David Sullivan hasn't learned how to mute my microphone when he has a little sing-song.
But I have learned not to join in when I don't have a good voice as well as yours.
Doesn't stop me. I couldn't hold a tune in a bucket. But there we go. Next up, it's the mighty Bambinos. Good morning, Turkey. Good morning, Istanbul. Good morning. What else we got to do? Good morning, Ankara. Good morning to all the Zayn Sofwaglu fans. Nil to Edith Thiemann. Here we go, the sound of silence. And I am very, very pleased to say that we have got another very strong Mighty Bambino entries. 21 drivers. Cooper Galloway is making his debut, and of course Felix Tandy, third of the championship. His dad Nick is racing at Le Mans, but it's Heath Smith number 3, who is your championship leader. He won last time out at Glanagorse. He leads the championship over Arthur Rhodes, who won the opening 2 rounds of the season. Let's take you through your full starting lineup. It is Felix Tandy and Heath Smith on row 1, followed by Logan Edwards and Teddy Smith on row 2.
Arthur Rhodes, who won the first 2 rounds of the championship, goes off P5. Harry Voss alongside him with Jack Harper and Elliot Hitch on row 4.
Bobby Slater, the younger sibling of Freddie Slater, the Slater karting dynasty, starts on the inside of row number 5 alongside Oakley Howlett with the number 54 kart, Zane Sofawoglu, 13th on the grid alongside EJ Dera.
Luca Peed and Oliver Yap are in front of Nico Mahun and Calais Tennant.
The rest of the field rounding out Jensen James Williams, Frank Pearson, Arthur Thompson, Cooper Galloway and George Algar.
This mighty grid has 2 of the 3 drivers in the kart championship that have stood on the podium in the top 3 steps in the championship at every round so far this season, with Heath Smith and Arthur Rhodes. The third one will be out very soon in senior rotax. That's Lucas Blanford.
So a standing start. The Vera Tools black and green liveried machine of Felix Tandy on the inside. Championship leader Heath Smith on the outside. Smith makes a good start, tries to cut across, but it's Felix Tandy who takes the lead. Now, let's get a little bit of Saturday's issues out of the way. There were a number of exclusions on Saturday for NASA panels being in the incorrect position. Now, the rules clearly state the top of the NASA panel, which is the big plate on the front of the kart, you can see the race numbers on, the top of that NASA panel must be below the top of the steering wheel. But, of course, in a class where slipstreaming and aerodynamics is so important, a number of the teams and a number of the parents and families have just tried to ease the top of the NASA panel up so that the drivers can crouch down and just get a little bit of extra aerodynamic assistance. And after telling them several times yesterday in the last heat, the scrutineers went, right,
we've had enough.
We've told you, you're not listening. And so half a dozen drivers, I don't know who they were, I shall not mention who they were excluded from that heat. But it does mean that everybody, and you can see now, you can see the tops of the steering wheels above the tops of the NASA panels now. So everyone is compliant.
There's been a trend in the last couple of months in Bambino for them to start running the cadet NASA panel rather than the traditional smaller Bambino one.
Well, because...
And as such, to give them a bit more aero efficiency.
Yes.
And as such, you can use that to your advantage. They've obviously just tried to push the envelope a little bit too far.
Yes, indeed. So into hairpin number 1. Now, I mean, I know that obviously all the drivers here have got a huge fan base and following in the UK, but for the people who are watching from Turkey, the Zane Sofawoglu fans, who may be new to PF International, this corner is the Terry Fullerton S's. Terry Fullerton was named by Ayrton Senna as his greatest ever rival. This corner here is the Bobby Game corner. Now we're at the Mike Wilson complex. He's a 5-time world karting champion. This corner here is known as Mix. That is after Mick Barrett of Mick Barrett Racing, who ran Lewis Hamilton when he was a youngster. The main straight here is called the main straight, and this first S's here, that's the Bruno Ferrari S's, named after a 3-time British kart champion Bruno Ferrari. He won those 3 titles on the same day back at Little Rissington in 1967. Nobody in karting history has won 3 British titles on the same day before. So that is a quick little guide for our Turkish friends watching of this PF International circuit. This second hairpin the drivers are coming up to now, we know that as Max Verstappen hairpin because when Max was younger and he raced here, this is where he lost the European junior karting title by crashing into Harrison Scott. There we go. History lesson over.
You've ran through all the corner names, and I'm just going to add, it's a travesty that we haven't named one yet, and it's not for me to do, after Ben Barnicoat, given his obviously with his connection originally to the circuit.
With his 7 Kartmasters titles being 9 Kartmasters titles, sorry.
And the fact that the family had the lease for a considerable period of time, I thought at some point they have to name something after Ben. As Felix,
they've named the lawnmower after Ben, because when Ben was not racing, and Ben still is racing in IMSA sports cars, he would come here and mow the grass. So maybe the lawnmower is called Benny McMoface or something like that. But back to the racing now. Tandy leading Logan Edwards by a whisker. Third position, points leader Heath Smith, Arthur Rhodes, Teddy Smith, Jack Harper, Harvey Wass, Elliot Hitch, Bobby Slater and Zane Sofawoglu are the rest of the top 10. There goes Sofawoglu up into P9 at the expense of Bobby Slater. Bobby Slater, of course, the younger brother. You've got Freddie Slater, and then you've got a middle Slater, because I'm getting older, and then you've got Bobby Slater, just starting out in karting. But Felix Tandy, he's watching his dad, Nick Tandy, race at the Le Mans 24 Hours out of one corner of his eye. He's driving his own kart in this here this weekend. Felix's mum is very stressed. Husband in France, child in the UK. At
least she doesn't have to worry about the daughter. She's off in the paddock doing her own thing.
Felix's sister is just here having fun with her friends and doesn't care about the racing either way.
No, when interviewed, I said, do you watch much of the racing? Nope, not at all. Felix Tandy and Logan Edwards, though, on a bit of a breakaway here. Could well be a change for third place on the brakes up into the right-hander, and Teddy Smith goes down the inside of Heath Smith, and that could well allow Arthur Rhodes through as well, and does, as Rhodes gets the cutback and drives through before they head up towards hairpin number 2. So Heath Smith drops from third down into P5. He's now in front of Jack Harper.
Now, Arthur Rhodes, his kart looks a little bit different. It did have the Timmy graphics on it. Maybe Arthur's, is growing. Obviously, these drivers grow. There's a weight limit. The graphics kits weigh about 500 grams. And if you're struggling to make the weight limit, then you could. The graphics kit is the first thing to go to lose a bit of weight.
Well, it's why Mercedes is silver.
Because the paint weighs less, or lack thereof. It was, back in the day. Now, here we go. On to the bridge. Go the two leaders around the banking. And this is the longest lap that any of these drivers will do all year. We're doing laps in 1 minute, 20 seconds for the fast runners. Here is the battle for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. It is the turquoise blue number 54 kart of Sofawoglu in 10th. The number 56 kart of Harry Wass there in 9th. Then you have the number 47 kart of Luca Pede in 8th. And the 76 kart, that green machine of Elliot Hitch, well, he was in 7th. He's now down to 8th as Pede passes him. And just behind Sofawoglu in 11th is the number 48 kart of Arthur Thompson, and the number 26, it looked like, of the number 26 of E.J. Dera.
Luca Pede, on the previous lap, set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:19.95, which at the time was half a second quicker than anybody else on track as he made his moves up into 7th place. Now he's at the head of that train, and that train is catching the 3 or 4 drivers in front. So we're going to be about 15 deep for 3rd place in a moment as they come off the bridge.
And of course, it's great when these young Bambino drivers, aged 6 and 7 years old, when they first walk into this facility, which is huge, and they look at the track. When you're that little and the track seems to go on forever, as far as your little eyes can see, there is nothing but circuit. It's a huge facility. It's the fastest circuit in the UK. It is the most fearsome in the UK. And, it's very, very daunting for these youngsters because you have to be flat out on the power from, I'll tell you where, as we watch this, you are flat on the gas from this point here, coming out of the final corner, all the way out to the banking. Down the main straight, which goes on for a long time, through the first S's, which is one line, under the bridge, and of course you're plunged into darkness under the bridge, out the bridge, onto this banked section, they call it the bowl, and you're still flat out until you dab the brakes ever so slightly going on to the banking. But here we go, it's the final lap of the race, and we have got a battle for the race lead.
Tandy and Edwards, as Tandy came to the inside, didn't really need to defend, and that's going to close up the 2 leaders, and it certainly has. Logan Edwards now right up onto the back. He's going to aim for a little bit of a switch back, and he's got drawing alongside Felix Tandy. Tandy with a 100% record so far this weekend is going to try and chop across the front of the 21 of Logan Edwards, and succeeds in doing so. He's got 3 more corners as they head up towards Bobby Game. For the final time, the train behind, I wouldn't like to guess who's coming out in 3rd place in that one. We'll figure it out in a few moments as Edward tries a slightly different line to try and maximise his run out of the final corner. Can he draw alongside up towards the timing line?
Out of the final turn, Tandy will defend. He looks over his shoulder. Tandy's going to take the win with 3 wide for 4th position, and it's the number 47 Kart of Luca Pede that takes 4th position from Arthur Rhodes, Harper Hitch, Teddy Smith, and then Zane Sofooglu, with Arthur Thompson rounding out the top 10.
What a drive from Luca Pede. 13th to 9th and the fastest lap of the race as he charged through the order. Arthur Thompson as well makes up 9 places from 19th to move up into the top 10. So it's Tandy and Edwards with that breakaway. They had a gap of 2 seconds back to the rest of the field, who was split. If we go from Heath Smith all the way down to 14th place, Nico Mahun was split by 2.3 seconds from 3rd place down to 14th. So a huge bulk of our mighty grid as they make their way off the circuit. We're going to have the second of our junior Rotax Super Heats up next here at PF. So rather than following the traditional cycle of everybody gets a race, because our junior Rotax grid is so big and we're having 3 races for 2 super heats, so we have an A versus B, B versus C, and then a C versus A format, so each of our drivers in 2 of the 3 races, means that you will have seen some of these drivers already today, and there'll be some of the drivers, half of this grid, that you won't have seen already today, because this is the first of their super heats. They'll be heading out. They'll get 2 rolling up laps. It will be Charlie Wolfett on pole. He is the outright pole sitter, not just for this race, but for the junior class. He won both of his heats yesterday, so he is out in this one. He's the leader in Group A. So he goes off pole position. He's got Fletcher Jameson alongside him, Jensen Chalk and Charlie Vary on the second row in front of JJ Plowman and Kevin Ivanoff. Then it's Jake Flewitt and Oliver Smith with Eric Smith, and the top 10 completed by Lewis Holt. Alfie Lambert 11th with Toby Farthing in 12th place. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson starts 13th, but will she is the question, because we're waiting to see whether she emerges. She was not well this morning, but she's going to give it a go. She is out on track in the 281 in 13th place alongside the 234 of Marcel Poppercull. Ellis Dealey starts in 15th. Zach Kane alongside Matt Scott and Luke Sawyers, with Connor Large and Jack Collinson completing the top 20. The birthday boy, Thomas Harper, 13 today, starts in 21st place alongside Tyler Richardson, with Sebastian Clark and Ralphie Brandt skimming in front of Oliver Fabricius and Max Gray-Trex. Bella McConville, it should have been Zane Kuwaker, but we don't think it will be. He wasn't out in heat number 1. Hayagriva Gogonath and Charlie Eibel, Harry Hadley and Jack Harrison in front of Adam Jadaustis to complete this Junior Rotax Superheat 2. So Fletcher Jameson, who was inside the top 2 until contact in heat number 1. Then he picked up a penalty for that contact in heat number 1 that dropped him outside of the top 10 in that Superheat 1. So he makes his way around in Superheat 2. He's on a bit of a damage limitation. He needs to keep himself out of trouble this weekend, or at least in this race, to give himself a half-decent chance of a good starting position for the final. Points from the Superheats added to the heat points to create your grid for the final. 9 minutes on the clock for Junior Rotax Superheat 2, and we are away and racing. Wolfit will lead us into the Bruno Ferrari chicane. Fletcher Jameson trying to hold on to second place, but sweeping all the way round the outside. It's the MLC car of Jensen Chalk. It's an MLC 1-2 with Charlie Wolfit and Jensen Chalk leading Fletcher Jameson of Jack's Motorsport. Wide goes one of the Kiddix machines up onto the banking on the outside as they head down towards hairpin number 1 for the first time. All of our drivers through cleanly for Junior Rotax. Out onto the grass goes the 255 of Matt Scott. The train of karts making their way through. As we mentioned, it's an MLC 1-2. Charlie Wolfit and Jensen Chalk 1-2. Chalk sweeping round the outside of Fletcher Jameson as they headed up into the bowl. Jameson in front of then the 237 of Charlie Vary. You'll notice then we had 1 rolling up lap rather than 2. That's because we've limited the number of rolling up laps because of the incident in one of the prior races. So we're going to try and get back on schedule as Fletcher Jameson dives down the inside of Jensen Chalk into the left-hander of the bowl.
Charlie Wolfit, newcomer to the championship this year, owner of the largest gold chain in the paddock. It weighs more than his go-kart. But it apparently was $17.99 from Argos. I'm joking, Charlie. We can't hear me because he's driving his go-kart. Jensen Chalk there in third. Yellow flags waving at the entrance to the Terry Fullerton S's.
They're in now.
They're in now. So it is Wolfit, Jameson and Chalk. So the MLC Motorsport team, Lee Murray's outfit, and Lee has escaped. Because he's gone to London today to watch London Grammar.
London?
He's gone to the Big Smoke to watch London Grammar in concert. So he was here yesterday and only told Henry Gregory and Josh, the other guy, that they were running the show today. Judging by the fact how well that Charlie and Jensen have got things hooked up, there's the move from Jensen Chalk. As Charlie Vary trying to make it 1-2, but it's a 1-2 for MLC Motorsport at the moment. Greg's will be thinking, Lee, you just stay at home, you just fiddle in your workshop and your dyno, and you crack on. We'll run the show here because there's another MLC kart. That, I think, is the number 253 of Jake Flewitt, who is well placed in 6th position as well.
Here's Kevin Ivanov drawn up onto the back of this 4-cart train now that have battled over 2nd place and allowed Charlie Wolfett to escape to the tune of 1.3 seconds at the front. Chalk, Jameson, Vary, Ivanov have got to gap them back to Fluid. A very impressive run so far this weekend for the 2-1-1 of Isle of Man's JJ Plowman in P7, Marcel Popical, Eric Smith and Lewis Holt. Keep an eye out for me for Jack Collinson. He's made good inroads in the early part of this race. 2 overtakes in 1 lap, have promoted the Latvian flag driver up into P13 from a starting place of P20.
Yeah, not a good day yesterday for Collinson, but a very good start to today's action for the Anglo-Latvian driver. So Riga and Hartlepool in the same sentence, which is not something you hear very often, but Collinson is doing a good job. But not as good a job as Charlie Wolfett, who is just waltzing away from the rest of the field. There is a stranded, abandoned go-kart on the inside of the bowl, minus its nose cone, and the driver trudging away. Now, there's a lake on the inside of there, as we've got a change for P2. Jameson back to the inside of Jensen. Chalk back to the inside of Jameson. Now, of course, Jensen Chalk.
Ivanov on the grass.
Ivanov on the grass and makes a pass. The pass in the grass, not quite. Jensen Chalk, who is overcoming a shoulder injury, broke his shoulder, broke his collarbone. It was that area. Came here just to test yesterday, and well, we may as well just race as well. If he's okay, then he knows this track. Then at least, so he's working his way back to full fitness as well. Is Jensen Chalk? There is Jake Fluid up the inside, and Jake Fluid picks up a position. And one of the 2 ST Motorsport, ST racing karts there, the sort of luminous yellow and blue liveried machines, Charlie Vary being one of them. Now there's another yellow flag waving at the entrance to the bridge. Somebody is cruising around the bowl section at the back of the field, but that should be all cleared up by the time the leaders get there.
It was Vary that went high and wide as he came up and off the bridge, but then retook that position on the switchback by going round the outside at hairpin number 1. So Charlie Vary, who fell down the order in the first of the superheats, having run inside the top 5 to be classified outside the top 10, again has gone well in the early phase of this race, but as the race develops has started to fall back through the order for the ST Racing driver. Currently finds himself in P7 under pressure from Eric Smith.
And of course the junior rotax field, 48 of them, they've been split into 3 groups, Group A, Group B, Group C. This is Group A and Group C. So for the Group A drivers, we saw them earlier on. The Group B drivers, we saw them earlier on. This is their second and final superheat. For the Group A drivers, Wolfett, Chalk, Plowman, Fluid, Smith, Lambert, Stansmore, Wilson, and etc. It's their first superheat. There will be another superheat a bit later on, which is Group A versus Group B. So everyone's still doing 2 superheats, but they just split in between 3 races.
Gap for the lead comes down slightly, and the lap before, Chalk and Jameson duked it out a few laps ago. They actually took a tenth or 2 out of Wolfett, then squabbled and basically lost nearly half a second. But when they work together, the slipstream drags them onto the back of Charlie Wolfett. The problem they've got, we're down to under the 2-minute mark, which basically means all hell's going to break loose.
Well, Charlie Wolfett is now in. I've done the hard work. I just need to save my tyre, to cruise around, go as slow as possible, whilst maintaining my advantage. The Alain Prost and Jackie Stewart method of going motor racing. Win at the slowest speed possible to save your equipment. As you can see, Chalk and Jameson, there's no saving of equipment there. They're pushing on as hard as they can. Fluid, Ivanov, Marcel Poppercall for the Kato Motorsport team. And there's a change for second, is there? Not quite.
Again, they took 2 tenths out on the previous lap, and then that's gone in the blink of an eye
Yes.
as Jameson tried to move down the inside of Chalk into the bowl.
Yes, and of course, Kato Motorsport. You didn't exactly endear yourself to the Kato Motorsport team yesterday.
No,
did you?
I endeared myself to everybody in the team except the most important person in the team.
Mrs. Kato, Dolores,
which wasn't Simon.
About her tea-making ability, which I'm told is second to none.
But yeah, she yet to prove it, but yes.
Well, but
She did say, you just want me to make you a brew, and I'm like, well, go on then.
and then she told you she wouldn't, in her own inimitable Derry girl fashion.
She did. A few words that we probably can't repeat
No.
right now.
Gloss over that.
Till after the watershed.
Yes. Yeah. But again, the Kato Motorsport team, one of the stalwarts of the championship, great atmosphere in there. And Marcel Poppercall in 6th position, looking strong. The third kart in the group of 4 that are coming off the bridge there. And Poppercall now defending from the number 219 kart of Eric Smith, while simultaneously having a look at that was Ivanov.
It was
Ivanov spearing off the back, and of course it just looked as though Ivanov on the outside line, he caught his left-hand side tyres on the grass just as he wanted to brake, and of course tarmac equals good traction, grass equals bad traction, and he sort of bounces backwards off the barriers back into the race. Last lap board going out, and we have got a 5-kart battle for third because Jameson has passed Jensen Chalk, and Chalk has now got his teammate Fluid, then Poppercall and Smith breathing down his exhaust pipe.
Smith goes down the inside of Poppercall, the 2 KMS drivers swapping round as they head off the bridge. They've got Charlie Very just behind them and Jack Collinson up from 20th into 8th. I think that's as far as his ascension's going to go. There he is in the yellow and white suit of the FIA Academy.
Yes.
Kato again with a move. That one's Marcel Poppercall in the 243 going down the inside of his teammate Oliver Smith to reverse the overtake from earlier in the lap.
Now, there is Jensen Chalk being chased by Jake Fluid. This is probably, again, a stern test of Chalky's fitness. Again, just coming back from injury. And the checkered flag goes out. The win by a country mile for Charlie Wolfett. Gold Chain Charlie takes the win. Fletcher Jameson is second. Jensen Chalk is third. Jake Fluid is fourth. Looking at the reactions of some of the drivers crossing the line, a mixture of frustration, disappointment, a cursory shake of the head there by Thomas Harper, who crosses the line in 26th position. The finishing order: Wolfett, Jameson, Chalk, Fluid, Poppercall, your top 5. Smith, Very, Collinson, Plowman and Toby Farthing, the rest of the top 10, followed by Lewis Holt, Oliver Fabricius, Kevin Ivanov, 13th after that potentially scary incident that he somehow managed to avoid sustaining any lasting damage ahead of Luke Sawyers. Behind Luke Sawyers, we had Ralphie Branscombe 15th, Isabella Stansmore Wilson P16, followed by Jack Harrison, Max Greatrex, Sebastian Clark, Charlie Eyeball, Tyler Richardson, Zach Kane, Hyagria Golkanath, Bella McConville, Matt Scott, and Thomas Harper. Harry Hadley, Alfie Lambert, and Connor Large were the only other drivers. In fact, we lost Connor Large, we lost Oliver Smith, we lost Ellis Dealey, and we lost Adam Gioditis.
Thought we had a third person in the combox then, Henry, with the voice change halfway through that.
There wasn't a third person. It was a young frog that got caught in my throat. I do apologise for anyone who was trying to have Sunday morning brunch and was just put off by that sound. Normally, it's just my normal voice that puts them off. But, yes, so there we are.
I've just noticed Jack Harrison is carrying his nose cone round. It must have come off on the final lap for Jack Harrison. Now, he's not the only driver in that one. Connor Large retired because his nose came off, and Alfie Lambert took the checkered flag but had received a black flag before that,
Oh dear.
which is going to... He's going to be walking up in our direction
yes,
at some point
shortly,
to have a chat with somebody far more important than me and you.
On our screens at 11:06 and 10 seconds. No, that was Conor Large, Alfie Lambert. 11:09 and 1 second, Alfie Lambert. 11:09, 37 seconds, Alfie Lambert. And then finally, 11:10, and Conor Large also received a black flag because they had two mechanical flags each, and then the third time by, it was like, black flag, there you go. Do not pass go, do not collect £200. Go and see, and we're very lucky to have Rod Taylor here acting as a steward. Rod is one of karting's, I say longest serving, because, and I don't mean to sound cruel, to make any fun of his age, he has been... He has dedicated his life, as Rod Taylor, to karting. He's a passionate Scotsman, even though he's not originally from Scotland. He's made his home up in Scotland and has done all sorts of good for the sport, I believe, and he is here stewarding, and he's very fortunate to spend a lot of time with Rod, and you will learn an awful lot about karting and about the sport and about, what some of the people in the upper echelons of our sport on a national level believe, and it's, Rod is a really good guy, but he doth not take fools gladly.
No. One rolling up lap, Henry.
Oh,
so
right,
we're going to have to rattle
Henry, sorry.
Shut up, Henry. I'll rattle through
Good.
this as quickly as possible. Harvey and Blanford on the front row with Bullock, Carter and Earl on row 2. Dalton Ayres and Brown on row 3. Pullen and McGalvery on row number 4. And then it's going to be Pedersen, the American, with Miles Roby. That completes your top 10. We'll see if we can get any more rattled through quickly, but they are starting
Hudson Brown, Ambler, Donkin Bailey, Dixon Dukist, Phillips Darling, Mercier Hart, Kelbrick, Dunford, Fox, Saffron Leathers, Wood, Hogan, Donahue and Scatchard.
Oh, you're only missing ample free parking terms and conditions apply.
But you've got to tell me to shut up. You've got to, Henry, stop whittering, shut up. Everyone else who works with me knows this. So if I see a tangent, I do quite like a tangent.
Just quickly before we get going, report on Kokodi. He's okay. Gone to hospital for a checkup, so probably won't be racing, but he's okay.
Good. Louis Harvey leads the biggest senior rotax field we've ever had in the Kart Championship to the line. The 2020 Junior TKM British Karting Champion. Back in the seat, he normally managed one of the team managers for the X-Kart team, and Harvey has been let loose on the mean green TB kart machine, showing the rest a clean pair of heels in the early stages. Pearson Bullock Carter, again, a former top 10 senior rotax ranked driver in the British Championship, running in second position. Lucas Blanford, your championship leader, who has won the last 2 rounds, currently leads the standings, is third for the Kiddix UK team, and Levi Earl, a former junior Rotax top 10 ranked driver in the country, runs in 4th position. The quality is growing exponentially in this field, even within the first 4 rounds of this class's existence in this championship.
Lewis Harvey took a very defensive line into the
Louis,
bowl.
Right,
Louis,
okay.
Louis.
Louis' dad, Chris, is former pro bodybuilder. Louis' mum is also a bodybuilder.
I'm going to climb under the desk
and
hide.
Yep. You don't want to get that name wrong. Sorry.
Nope.
I'll apologise now, Charlene, on your behalf.
So Louis,
he's done it again.
Louis still leads.
Yes.
But Lucas Blanford is now up into second place. He got past Pearson Bullock Carter on the exit of hairpin number 1. And so Louis Harvey defended into the bowl, and that really backed them all together as I emerge from under the desk and in hiding.
Here comes Lucas Blanford, though. Lucas Blanford takes the race lead. But, Lucas, he was in a class of his own at Sheddington. and he was in a class of his own pretty much at Glenagorse. He's not having things all his own way here as Harvey gets shuffled back to P4 and Elliot Dalton is trying to make it P5 for Harvey.
Textbook gamesmanship from Pearson Bullock Carter. Harvey looked over his shoulder. Carter said, let's go forward. And as soon as Harvey looked forward, Carter pulled out of the slipstream and overtook him at hairpin 1.
Yes, indeed. You may have heard me talking on a podcast I was on early this week, last week, called the Drive Your Line podcast, talking about a 24-hour kart race that I did at the NEC in Birmingham a long time ago, where I was part of the quote-unquote celebrity team. Well, I was supposed to be on a team with ex-Formula One driver Mike, name escaped me completely, drove for Lotus in the 1970s. Fernando Alonso's helicopter pilot, myself and Salvo Caccia. Well, Mike Wilds.
Mike Wild.
Yes, and he disappeared. And Mike Wild's replacement was Pearson Bullock Carter's dad, who was an ex-Brisker F1 stock car driver. So myself, Salvo Caccia, who's probably raised more money for charity in karting than anyone else in history in the UK. Myself and Pearson Bullock Carter's dad did 24 hours of karting, and we still beat the Jaguar Formula One team.
for anybody that was a fan of the Chris Moore show and Comedy Dave's Tedious Link,
that was it.
So Mike Wilds' son raced in the 2006 Citroen 2CV 24-hour race, and I was his pitboard man.
Excellent, there we are. Oh, what a fantastic... And somehow always leads back to Pearson Bullock Carter running in second place, chasing down race leader Lucas Blanford. Levi Earle was third. Louis Harvey is back into P3 now, with the number 11 kart of Earle, and then Elliot Dalton is in fourth. John Brown, Morgan Hudson Brown, Dean Pedersen, who's got Mr. Karting, Ollie Richards here with him this weekend. Dean Pedersen becoming the first American driver to race in the kart championship. He's running in the number 26 Kiddix kart in P8. Mac McGilvray is ninth. Then Harry Pullen, Joe Fox, Jason Dukis, Reese Bailey, returning to karting after a bit of a layoff, is up in the top 10. George Hart, Miles Roby, Ben Donking, Noose Saffron Leathers, Kyle Dunford, Taylor Dixon, Dominic Darling, and the rest.
George Hart in 11th, started P20 and was 7/10 quicker than Gilvery in front of him on that previous lap. He's charging through in the 29 to try and get inside that top 10. As Blanford's opened up a little bit more of a gap, I thought, but then Bullock Carter was very quick out of the Fullerton S's, and Blanford, who was off like a stabbed rat at the start of this one, I think he's starting to get reeled in ever so slightly. It was 3.5 tenths on the previous lap, and it is under 3 tenths, and he's dragging Louis Harvey along with him as well. We're going to have a top 3 nose to tail before too long.
Yes, we were talking about the greatest sports people from various towns in the UK. We've probably decided on Barnsley, Mexborough. Louis Harvey from Malmesbury is in Wiltshire, is probably as a double British karting champion. I would say he's up there as one of Malmesbury's finest. He's closing in on Pearson Bullock Carter and Lucas Blanford. He's bringing Levi Earle with him, kind of. Levi closing in a little bit, but this, with 2.5 minutes to go, tangents aside, is now bubbling up quite nicely, David.
Earle's just in the right sort of place to take advantage of anything that happens to give himself enough reaction time, but doesn't want to drop any further away. Louis Harvey right up onto the back of Pearson Bullock Carter and tries a move down the inside into the bowl. I don't think he's going to be close enough into the left-hander up onto the bridge. No, he's not. And to be fair, it hasn't cost Bullock Carter too much time up off the back of Lewis Blanford in that Kiddix number 67 in front of him.
Harvey again, returning to the wheel of a kart, spends more time sort of mechanicking drivers and helping to run the X-Kart team or help to manage part of the X-Kart team on race days. His dad, Chris, is mechanicking for Elijah Hazelwood. I think what has happened is that Chris was getting far too many mentions on the live coverage for being an excellent mechanic. So Louis has had to come back in the seat and show and just remind Dad who's the number one star in the family. And there is Pearson Bullock Carter having a nibble at Lucas Blandford. Blandford holds him off. Levi Earl is, it's too easy. Levi Earl is going to catch the lead group and he go, hello, my name's Earl.
Well, hello, I'm going to take the lead, says Louis Harvey. Third to first, and there is Levi Earl. He's going to hit a switchback here, I think, on Lucas Blandford. No, he doesn't. Blandford tries to defend him, and Earl's going to try and drive round the outside, up to the Fullerton Essers. And Levi Earl snatches third place away from the driver that was leading half a lap ago, Lucas Blandford, first to four.
A Slim Shady on the straight with two wheels on the grass. Yes, please, Levi Earl. More of that, sir. But your new leader with 30 seconds to go is Louis Harvey through the Bruno Ferrari S's and out onto the bowl. Bullock Carter second, and Lucas Blandford not content with being on the receiving end of a Slim Shady, fights straight back and retakes third position from Levi Earl. Morgan Hudson Brown, Elliot Dalton Ayres, fifth and sixth. Then it's Brown, Pedersen, Bailey, Hart, Saffron, and the rest. And we've still got 20 all of the drivers. No, sorry, James Wood has retired. So we've got 27 drivers still running.
Pearson Bullock Carter half a second back from Louis Harvey. Bullock Carter, who opened the door by going down the inside of Lucas Blandford for Louis Harvey to do them both on the exit of hairpin number one as they head up and over the timing line for what will be the final time before they see the checkered flag. Last lap board is out. Harvey from Bullock Carter. Blandford under pressure and defending from Levi Earl, who I think rode slightly up the back of the 67 there in the bowl, but he's close enough that Blandford is going to have to defend him on the run down towards hairpin one.
And here goes Levi Earl again, trying to go around the outside, and Blandford goes, not on your Nelly, son. Earl gets a little bit of airtime there, and that allows Morgan Hudson Brown to dive through. Pearson Bullock Carter might not be done with this one just yet. And is that the brand new TB Kart graphics kit? The mean green TB Kart machine is, Pearson had a little think about it. For a fraction of a second, you could almost see the wheels turning under the crash helmet of Pearson Bullock Carter. And he went, shall I? No, only Superheat 1. And that is another win for Louis Harvey from Pearson Bullock Carter by the grand old distance of, the grand old margin of 0.2 of a second. As now going across the line there, things that catch my eye, that purple and was that the number 52 kart of Joe Fox crossing the line, that multicoloured purple and sort of very garishly liveried machine coming down, or was it the number it's got a 3 at the end of it. I'll find out that was just possibly Braden Donahue's kart, looking very good indeed. It was the number 83, of course. It was a different kart, which doesn't appear on my entry list. Fantastic.
No, it's a 63. Braden Donahue. You were, I believe you to be right.
My eyes weren't deceiving me. Always love a good graphics kit. So that brings to an end the Senior Rotax Superheat. A quick moment to say a big thank you to our sponsors, Scan S, Samson, Ilyan, Rover, Thrustmaster, and the rest of the sponsors. David Sullivan is looking at the amount of Turkish flags that we have got on the live chat feature. Many of them. Nick Tandy is Nick. I know you're watching Felix from Le Mans. Just you let Felix do his thing. You do your thing, Nick. They both got a lot on their plate this weekend.
I do hope they go to an onboard in his car and he's got his
Henry,
phone up on the dash with our footage on mid race.
Luke Dixon saying that G is silent in Sofwoglu. Is it Sofwolu?
Well, until we get the door kicked in, Henry, we'll carry on regardless.
We'll carry on regardless. There we go. Okay. Next up, it's the start of the second round of of super heats, and it is the turn of Honda Cadets. So 34 of them. Luke McGall and Archie Loveridge will go from row number 1. Arthur Murfitt and Sawyer Henderson on row number 2.
Archie Cannon and Mason Becker, row 3. Elliot Bork and Dino Rowlands on row number 4.
Shailen Shakantan, Oliver Ratton on row number 5. Jack Wykes and Ollie Knox on row 6.
Then it's going to be Bradley Sutton and Theo Hamilton in front of Daniel Barton and Finlay Thursfield.
Arthur Roberts and J.M. Prakash, Ronnie Jones and Jerry Dufficy.
Then it's going to be Sam Dixon and Luke Jardine, Reggie Dufficy and Maddie Horsepool.
Ben Bowers and Riley Blakemore, Seth Wright and Ethan Pearson, with Harry Search, Jensen Fathers, Joshua Adoiti, Marcel Markiewicz, Maximilian Michalski, and Arthur Barth. Now, a quick word about number 76, Sam Dixon. Sam's... this shameless plug time. I've had a couple today.
Get your competitions in, Henry.
I am part of a company called Kart Competitions, where we give away prize draws. Kartcomps.co.uk, and there's 4 prizes every 2 weeks. The next one is on Wednesday, and one of the prize draws, instead of we give away like free go-karts, engines, tyres, you name it. One of them was £1,000 in cash, and Sam Dixon's dad was the winner of them. Thus, Sam racing here today. So there we go. Kartcomps.co.uk. Shameless plug alert over.
And we're away and racing in
Perfect
our
timing.
Honda Cadet second superheat. McGall off pole position, holds on as they head through the Bruno Ferrari chicane from the 73 of Archie Loveridge. Looks like Arthur Murfitt's held on to position as well from the inside of the second row. He slots into third place. Yes, he does. But it's going to be the 52, I think, of Mason Becker up from 6th place. May well be in P4, and indeed he is, coming under pressure from the pink-helmeted Sawyer Henderson, but in turn he loses a place to the green-helmeted Archie Cannon.
Into hairpin number 2 we go, and it is McGall leading from Loveridge. Archie Loveridge, of course, coming into this event very, very strongly after that fantastic win at Glanagorse. It was an hugely exciting last couple of corners. The entire Honda Cadet field spent the whole race just sitting and waiting, and then it all exploded in a huge cataclysmic battle on the last couple of corners, and Loveridge emerging on top. Arthur Murfitt,
Henderson and Cannon coming together.
Yep. They all managed to sort of sort themselves out. You can see Sawyer Henderson pointing forward, saying, "No, come on, push." And he's shouting out to Mason Becker. Becker, I'm not sure after that, he was one of the 2 karts that spun coming out of the final corner. Whether Becker will be programmed to listen to that in this particular race. Well, Henderson. Now, Arthur Murfitt, he was in this position in Superheat number 1 and gradually sort of faded back a little bit as the race progressed. Has Arthur learnt from this? Because, he's been a solid top 6 contender this season, had 1 podium. That was in the opening round at Warden Law. But Murfitt, He's got the speed to run with the front runners, but hasn't translated it into an outright victory yet. Oh, and there's Henderson getting muscled a little bit wide by Elliot Bork and Mason Becker going on the bridge, but somehow Sawyer Henderson. Oh, dearie
driver
me!
Up. That's Archie Cannon in the S plate, the current championship leader,
and
scrambling away.
And
he's
that
okay.
The throttle is stuck open on that kart. And, of course, there's petrol.
Battenberg.
And Archie Cannon off at the side. You can see the smoke billowing from the exhaust because the throttle is stuck open. And there's a very, very brave marshal who has dived into that smoke with a kart. And, of course, you never know. Well done, that marshal.
Oh, it's Drew Hornsey. He's the on-track clerk. Is Drew?
Because... you can see the rear wheels still running, but of course, he doesn't know when suddenly one of those rear wheels will bite and send that kart shooting off at full speed in any given direction. But with a driver next to the kart, so Drew Hornsey, if you ever wonder why we talk about the marshals being the most important people in all of motorsport, there is one reason why the marshals, Drew Hornsey, the on-track race director, that's why they are the most important people. They put a driver's safety before their own. It's why they're very, very highly trained, and it's why marshalling and race directing is a really, really good part-time job to have a go at. And if you are in the UK and you want to know more about becoming an on-track official or a safety marshal, there's the Motorsport UK website, msuk.org. Or if you simply want to go along and look at, for example, here, Trent Valley Kart Club, tvkc.co.uk, you speak to somebody at the club and ask them, and they will help you out. You get to watch all the racing, and of course, you are the driver's first port of call for, when their safety is on the line. The red flags have come out. Archie Cannon is laying after crawling away from the kart, suddenly sits down and thinks, that hurt a little bit.
Adrenaline took him away from the kart. We saw him scrabbling up the bank and away.
Once again, though, the officials, the marshals, and the medics are here with Archie. And he's sort of laying on the grass, so he's scrambled away from the kart, so that's a good sign. Now, then the adrenaline has subsided, and of course, these drivers are 8, 9, 10, 11 years old in Honda Cadet. Then he's decided, that's a little bit hurt or a little bit shocked, so I'm just going to have a little lay down. The race has stopped. So for the second time today, in what is very dramatic fashion, the racing has been stopped. We will take a break.
Yep.
Because there is, what lap were we on? We were on.
Well, we were three or 4 minutes in. So
we'll probably, when we get a restart, there will be a single file restart. That will be how it works out. But while we wait there, we're not going to speculate anymore. We will be back very shortly when racing can resume. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to say that Archie Cannon has walked into the back of the ambulance. His dad, former British KZ2 gearbox champion Ryan Cannon, is walking the cart back to the pit lane. I think Mother Cannon is in with Archie, so whether we see him racing again, I don't know today, but he's all right. Now, there will be a restart. It will not be a full restart. Trying to see how long, ignore the time which is still ticking on the ticker at the right-hand side of your screen.
I think it was 5 minutes and 4.
I think it was 5 minutes and 4 seconds ago. Yes, it was definitely 5 minutes ago. So they will do a single rolling lap in single file in the order that they were in when the race was stopped. And then they will come across the line, led by Luke McGall, and we'll be off and racing again.
Yeah, the important thing to note, though, the time will start when they cross the line for the Battenberg lap.
Will it?
I believe so, because they'll do a lap under Battenberg, is my understanding. So they'll do a lap under Battenberg, which will be effectively part of the race, rather than another rolling lap. So we'll see whether I'm right.
Well,
you don't seem convinced, Henry.
I'm not convinced.
No.
I've been known horrifically to be wrong many, many times before, but I think the race restarts when the green flag is thrown. So let's have a look in the comments. Who's right, David or Henry?
I've been wrong.
One of us is going to be right.
I'm very rarely right, particularly if you ask my wife.
Oh, no, hang on a second. Well, I mean, now the clock has started again, but the race is still a red flag. Oh, it could be interesting. Let's have a little look of, yeah, they're just being told now. Yeah, you've got one rolling lap. You're not racing straight away. Clear grid. Well, we'll know the answer, who is right, David or Henry, when the green flag goes out and Luke McGall crosses the start-finish line, not this time, but in a lap's time, and whether the clock goes back to 5 minutes and 4 seconds. Then we'll know. Hopefully. He says.
We'll see, but it will be a rolling lap, effectively a Battenberg lap for our drivers as they move away. What will be single file. Luke McGall will dictate the pace.
So we're back up to 5 minutes as the start of the rolling lap.
Yeah, and the time, let's see whether it refreshes again.
At the moment, David's right and Henry's wrong.
My personal nerves are growing as to whether I'm correct or not, which will be for the first time in 40 years that I am correct.
According to your wife.
According to my wife.
Yes. Right, let's wait and see. The order is going to be Luke McGall, Archie Loveridge, Arthur Murfitt and Sawyer Henderson, your top four. Mason Becker will be fifth. Elliot Bourke is sixth. Then Dino Rowlands, Shailen Tricanton, Oliver Ratton and Jack Wykes. The rest of the top 10. Theo Hamilton, Ollie Knox, Jayan Prakash, Bradley Sutton, Ronnie Jones, Finley Thursfield, Arthur Roberts, Jerry Duffy, Daniel Barton, Sam Dixon, Riley Blakemore, Ben Bowers, Luke Jardine, Reggie Duffy, Jensen Fathers, Ethan Pearson, Maddie Horsepool, Joshua Adoiti, then Seth Wright, Harry Search, Marcel Markiewicz, Maximilian Mikalski and Arthur Barth. At the moment, David is still right. At the moment, Henry is wrong. Let's see. Do we have 3.5 minutes to go, or do we have 5 minutes and 4 seconds to go? The answer is we've got 3.5 minutes to go. David, yeah. Well done, David.
Loveridge onto the grass, and from fourth place, it looks like it could well be Sawyer Henderson challenging for the lead as Archie Loveridge took to the grass as they came through the Bruno Ferrari chicane. He's dropped down into sixth place behind Mason Becker. Luke McGall will lead. No, it's Becker who's in the front positions. There's another Project One car just behind them. I believe that could well be...
Is that Dino Rowlands?
It could be Dino Rowlands.
Yeah, Dino Rowlands. Dino has slipped kept under the radar consistently this year. 7th last time out at Glenagorse. He's on the fringe of the top 10 of the championship, is the number 21 driver. He's having another sort of Dino Rowlands-esque event here, just behind the leading group. Hardly mention his name, and yet he's solidly picking up positions, and could be a factor for the top 5 of the championship before the year is out. Here we go, across the line, change for second, Henderson and Mason Becker, side by side. Who comes out in front as they head out of the bowl? Who's going to emerge? McGall still going to be leading. We wait, it's Henderson. No, Henderson's dropped back. Is that Elliot Bork?
It is Elliot Bork.
Okay, Bork is now second.
That's Becker in third with Dino Rowlands. Looks like he's managed to move himself up into fourth place now in front of Henderson. Then it's Murphy in the...
Yep.
Just behind them, is it?
Is that Murphy?
No, it's Theo Hamilton in the 30. It's very similar colour scheme, different helmet.
So Theo Hamilton, who at Shennington made a habit of just appearing out of nowhere on the last lap and ended up winning the race. He did it in the superheats and in the final itself. Did Theo Hamilton, making lots of good moves on the last lap when everything else was going crazy around him. Up at the front, though, McGall, Beckett. Now, where Roddy Jones is up into 9th place, Riley Blakemore is 16th. What has happened to Archie Loveridge?
Loveridge well down the order. Murphy as well down the order on that previous lap, dropping all the way down to 22nd. I think Loveridge, who had one difficult lap and then went missing, is being classified as 2 laps down in 33rd place. I haven't seen any yellow flags, so I don't know whether he's pulled off into the pit lane, but he's definitely not inside the top 10.
Well,
I'll see whether...
try and find the number 73 Kart out visually on the circuit, and he is not out there, which means I think Archie Loveridge has sadly had to retire from the race.
Again, in Honda in this one, we've obviously had Cannon, who's had troubles in this race. Riley Blakemore's had a weekend to forget, didn't set a time in qualifying yesterday, so had to start both his races and retired from one of them yesterday. Archie Loveridge has retired from this one. Elliot Bork, who is second in this race and right up on the back of Luke McGall, started the weekend 17 points off. He could be your championship leader by the end of the day.
Yeah, Bork and McGall, 3rd and 5th in the point standings coming into this weekend. They're the only two. There they are, McGall leading Bork. McGall coming in 5th in the point standings. Bork 3rd in the point standings. They are so far picking up the pieces as all around them collapses. And that is really, this is a real wild card of a track for the championship this season. It's so different to anywhere else we visit.
Yeah, none of these drivers really will have had a lot of track time at this circuit, with the exception of the odd test day. But as Trent Valley Kart Club, the club that races here every month, don't have a Honda grid, none of these drivers will have a huge amount of experience here. McGall has been the one that has adapted to this Paul Fletcher International Circuit the best. Currently unbeaten on track this weekend. Can, as they head up onto the final lap, Elliot Bork in the 14 do anything about the 15 in front of him as they head to the bowl for the final time?
Watch out for, Theo Hamilton. If Bork and McGall continue to squabble, Hamilton is poised. And the rear bumper on McGall's kart looks like it's taken a bit of a pasting in this one. It is not hanging off, but it is lower than McGall would like. But Bork signaling, saying, no, let's go, let's push on, let's just take this, because Theo Hamilton is closing in. Bork making the move up on the grass, coming to the Fullerton S's. McGall defending. Watch out for the number 30 Kart in 3rd.
Bork down the inside. McGall leaving the door open. Bork with some side pod. Hamilton through down the inside up into second place. And Luke McGall will be beaten for the first time this weekend here at PFI by Elliot Bork, who's going to take the victory as he moves across. He's happy with his work in that one. Theo Hamilton, ever the opportunist, takes second place from Luke McGall. Jack Wykes goes under the radar from 11th to 4th to finish the P13 in front of Shaylan Srikantan and Dilo Rowlands, Oliver Ratton, Arthur Roberts, Ronnie Jones and Daniel Barton completing the top 10 in front of Riley Blakemore, who makes up 15 places from 26th to 11th in Superheat 2.
Yep, Riley had his Weetabix this morning after obviously forgetting to have breakfast yesterday morning. We had Ollie Knox. Ollie Knox, who at the start of the season, I said Ollie Knox was ecstatic with his 10th position. Well, he reminded me yesterday that I said that about him. And I said, well, you know, I'll be looking for your reactions to see if you're ecstatic again. He won't be ecstatic with 32nd place. He's going to be even less ecstatic because he is sat at the side of the circuit. Oh, that's the number 28. Yeah, the number 28 Kart being dragged off there. Ooh. So Ollie Knox didn't see the finish of that one.
No, he's limping a bit as well, is Ollie, unfortunately, but he is walking under his own power across the track.
Yes.
Kart looks like it's taken a bit of a battering, unfortunately.
Seen better days. So we will now be rattling through these races as quickly as possible. Next up will be Superheat 2 for Intermax. And after a very lively opening Superheat, can Logan Rolfe make it 2 out of 2? Larry Price will be keen to prevent that happening, as will a whole host of others. And this is where we get to say hello once again to Maria Jurga Lavechuta.
We certainly do. It'll be Rolfe and Price then off the front row. And as we know, Henry, those are the two drivers that have stood on the top step of this championship so far this season. Larry Price from the opening 2 rounds, Logan Rolfe at GYG in a day that Larry Price would like to forget very, very quickly.
And of course, let's not forget the driver starting 29th and last, Luke Millward, who finished second in the opening Superheat.
He certainly did okay in that one. Let's see whether he can charge through the field once again in this one. Larry Price and Logan Rolfe then off the front row. Eddie Duncan and Jensen Sale off row number 2 with Charlie Quine and Hugo McCluskey row 3. Ronnie Smart and Noah Clare will start on row number 4 in front of Cam Tipping and Jackson Hilton. Ollie Thompson and Buddy Hugo with Adam Batt and Noah Jebson in front of Hakeem Batt and Rudra Gogolnath on row 8. Leyland McNish and Jack Mellon, James Fabricius and Jamie Walsh on row number 10. Odyssey's Hall and Lucas Esser go on row 11 with the Australian Annika Hurd alongside Jaden Patel-Scott on row 12. Maria Jurgaleva-Chuta goes off P25 with George Quinlan alongside Oliver Barton and Casper McAllister, with the aforementioned 138 of Luke Millward going off the back of the grid. P29, he went 29th to 2nd in the previous race. Can he go one better and go 29th to 1st in the second of our Superheats here? So field starting to come together as they head into the right-hander at Bobby Game. Head round. Larry Price with a look over his shoulder just to make sure the field is forming up behind him in the orange and black colours of Bradley Shepherd Racing. Logan Rolfe for the Synergy team alongside him as they make their way up towards the timing line for the start of Superheat 2 in Rotax.
It's Minimax. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. I know, I'm old school. It's Minimax.
Old school. Big chassis, Minimax, little chassis.
Intermax. Same driver, engine, and same action. Oh, and there's another bit of a car park.
So James Fabricius is the one on the outside in the 191. 3 carts welded together. I wonder if they can clear them because we've not between themselves so that we don't have to go down to a Battenberg a quarter flag in this one. I think we've still got a few corners to go before we make the decision. Larry Price then leads us round. It's been a good start by Eddie Duncan off the second row, and he's working away with Larry Price in front of Logan Rolfe and Jensen Sale.
It's Lewis Halliday, one of the members of the team. That's right. I told you I remember it. And Lewis Halliday's new driver, Eddie Duncan, has taken the lead of this race. I knew I'd remember it at some point.
we are clear. I think it was Odyssey's Hole was one of the drivers off, and I think it could well be Lucas Esser, is it? Yes, it was, along with James Fabricius. They were your three drivers involved in the lap one incident. Fabricius is out of the race.
Yep, on the inside of the banking there, behind the barriers, next to the lake. Don't throw yourself in it. It's okay, James. You'll be back out for the final later on. Here we go. Off the bridge, down towards hairpin number 1. Logan Rolfe having a little look to the inside of Larry Price, but decides against it. Jensen Sale there in P4. Sale, who has been very, very consistent. He was second in this championship last year, third in it at the moment. 2 second-place finishes, had an 11th to start the season, did Jensen, but has then been very, very consistent, but would like to swap that consistency for an outright victory.
Jensen Sale, who showed a huge amount of fortitude at GYG because he was at that track a few weeks prior and had a big rollover coming out of the spoon. So for him to come back to GYG in the Kart Championship and finish the day in second place, superb from Jensen Sale, particularly because I don't think he'd have been 100% because it was a very, very big incident a few weeks prior.
Yeah, coming out of the spoon curve where you are about to head downhill towards the carousel, that is not a place you want to invert yourself.
Over the top of Oscar Roach that day, and it was a very, very big one for Jensen Sale. We've had another change for the lead. Larry Price has taken it back from Eddie Duncan, and that's allowed Logan Rolfe back up into second place as well.
And you can see Logan's, very distinct driving style again. He's got it's a bit of the Mark Kimbers about him, but also he's very tall. So, of course, you've got less room to play within your seat. Now, if you have a little look at where the back of Logan's seat is compared to the other drivers, it's a lot lower down, which means they've got to tilt the seat back more to fit his legs in. Which is an awful problem with these young drivers. They tend to grow just when you don't want them to. But Logan is, considering last year he was a Micromax driver. So you have a driver whose sole motivation when winning a race is so that he can cover his dad Gary in water. That's the motivation. And it's obviously working for him because he's just taken the lead again. So he wants to, instead of having champagne, he gets a bottle of water and douses Gary with the water, and that's the only thing on his mind. He's very only thing. Win equals get the soaked dad. Brilliant. Then Gary goes, if that's what motivates you, son, I'm here for it. Here we go. Price sitting behind him now. Up into third is now Ronnie Smart. Ronnie needs a good race result after retiring from the first superheat. Then it's Duncan in fourth. Queen A is fifth, the driver, the Manxman. Then it's Sale, Hugo, Hilton, Jebson and Tipping. 1.6 seconds covers your top 10 with 4.5 minutes plus a lap to go.
They've got Hugo McCluskey off the back of that as well in the yellow Lando Norris inspired helmet. Just in front, that's Charlie Quine down the inside. He's going to run side by side with Buddy Hugo. Hugo's going to have track position up into the left-hander in front of them. Larry Price getting shuffled back by both Ronnie Smart and Eddie Duncan to fourth place.
Yes, there's another one. Is it Queen A or Quine? You're beating me 1-0 on the pronunciations score.
I'm confident it's 2-0. Only because he came through a club championship I covered, and I went and asked his dad, and he said it's like wine with a Q.
In that case, that's 2-0.
But the way you say it sounds loads more eloquent.
We'll call it Quine because that's what Dad says. So 2-0 David on that score. one thing I can say with certainty is that there are some dark clouds on your screen that are, well, as you look down to that end of the circuit, that's over the neighbouring track of Fulbeck, which has a race meeting today. So with 200 drivers here, another 100 plus at Fulbeck, there are 300 karters racing in 2 separate championships at 2 separate circuits within a quarter of a mile of each other here in Lincolnshire today. And Larry Price finds himself back in P4. Rolf leads, Duncan, Smart, Price, Sale, Hugo, Quine, Jebson, Hilton, Tipping, and then McCluskey. Millward's up to 12th, and he is half a second. Well, he was, at the start of this lap, half a second behind 11th. He's less than that now. Millward in that TB kart, and he's looking to the inside of, I think, Cameron Tipping for a place in the top 10. Yep, he's got it. So Millward now in 10th. Oh, and a spin! And that is the all-white liveried kart of that. Was that
I think it's Jackson Hilton in the 127 Kiddix machine out of 9th place.
Yes, it was a Kiddix liveried kart. So that happened just in front of Millward. So that will give Luke another position. Can lightning strike twice, David? I don't want to make a prediction against you because I'll lose.
Change for the lead. Eddie Duncan on Logan Rolfe. And this, again, is what Millward will want because they're going to back each other up. Millward finally gets it done on Cam Tipping. He got through once and they had to do it again as Tipping got back through. And then
Ronnie Smart makes a move against Jensen Sale. Sorry, David. Train of thought interrupted by me there.
No, absolutely. we can always interrupt for overtakes, and we may well get another one. There's contact between the two leaders, Duncan and Rolf. Rolf got squeezed onto the grass, but Rolf is through up into the Bruno Ferrari chicane.
I've got to say that, to be fair to Eddie Duncan, he was defending when there was a little bit of touching there, contact between Duncan and Rolf. Duncan didn't keep squeezing. He realised, whoops, and then gave Rolf a little bit of racing room. So you've got to say that, even though it looks spectacular, let's have a look again. See, Rolf looks for the move. Duncan knows he's there. He moves across. There's the touch. And then Duncan realises, okay, you're still going, and I'm not going to continue driving.
And he gave him a cart width as well. That's how will I say, firm and fair, which is the mantra of the most important person here this weekend.
Yes, and meanwhile, we look back, 48 seconds to go. Millward is, the group at the front has now increased. We've now got, how many of them? We have got 13 at the front, or is that 12?
No, I think we're down to George Quinlan in 13.
13. So we got 13 now, separated by 2 seconds. Next time by, they should and there's Millward making another move, coming off the bridge. Is that going to be Millward up another? He's up one more place. He's up 2 more places for Luke Millward.
P6 for Luke Millward.
Oh, is it? Can it happen again? He was 4 thousandths off the race win from 29th on the grid in Superheat 1. The clock has struck 0. He's 6th going on to the last lap. You might think to yourself, Henry, you don't know what you're talking about. That's impossible. 6th a second in 1 lap? Never. This is Minimax racing at PFI. It is possible. I've been commentating here since 2008. I've been here more times than I care to remember as the 171 goes for a spin. George Quinlan. I have seen it all happen. Can Millward make another late run? He's up the inside as Price for second. Price passes Duncan for P2. Millward is now 5th.
Rolf defends down the inside as Larry Price follows the line, then goes back out wide. Rolf doesn't need to be that defensive and certainly isn't. Heads back up towards hairpin number 2 again. Doesn't defend to the inside, which means it gives him a good run out of the corner into a straight line. The top 8 from Rolf all the way down to Buddy Hugo in P8, all split by less than a second. Well, half a second. Rolf up towards Bobby Game for the final time.
And their single file, which is what I didn't expect to see. It's very well behaved. It's not going to help Millwood's cause. He's going to finish 5th, but Logan Rolfe is going to lead them across the line in a drag race, and this time, well, the winning margin in race number 1 was 0.04 of a second. The winning margin in race number 2, 0.05 of a second. 2 races, the combined margin of victory, not even 1/10 of a second. And it's not even the final yet. The next time we see these drivers, it actually matters.
And breathe.
And breathe, yes. Tablets taken. We are. Yes. The camera that is stationed on the start-finish line that records dead heats. They're just making sure it's got enough film in it.
They're going to need it.
And we look. So, behind all the chaos, it was Rolfe, Price, Duncan, Sale, Millwood, your top 5.
Yep.
Smart, Quine, Hugo, Thompson, and Jebs in the rest of the top 10. Then Tipping, followed by Casper McAllister, Hugo McCluskey, Noah Clear, Hakeem Batt, Jackson Hilton, Oliver Barton, Adam Batt, Rudra Golkanath, George Quinlan, Jack Mellon, Jaden Patel-Scott, Leyland McNeish, Annika Hurd, Jamie Walsh, Maria Jurga Lavichuta, followed by Lucas Esser, Lucas Esser and James Fabricius sadly didn't finish. And of course, championship. No, that's a different class. So 29 drivers, and 26 saw the end. That it brings the second Intermax stroke Minimax Super Heat to a finish. It's Junior Primo up next.
Yeah, Fabricius's cart being recovered. Mum on duty for this one because Dad will be on duty dropping Oliver's.
Yes.
His older brother's Junior rotax on the grid for a little bit later on. So Mum Sarah on recovery for James's 191. Minimax stroke Intermax, depending on which one of us you're talking to.
Yes. Now, those clouds do look threatening. I didn't check the weather forecast this morning because that would be, my weather forecast is what I feel on the top of my bald patch on my head. That would be my weather forecast. But it is supposed to be.
Likewise, although I am a lot bald. You've got a reasonable thatching up there. Mine, I'm being re-roofed.
Oh, that's the first time in many years someone says I've got a reasonable head of hair. But yes, of the two of us, I have to say, I win that one.
You do win that one,
yeah.
2-1.
Who's got the most hair? I win. Right. There is a look at some of the contenders' parents, family members watching in the grandstand, and they are waiting for Junior Primo.
Pierce Whitehead's mum, front and centre. Well, back and centre, actually.
Well, I don't know about pardon. I mean, she's facing us. I wouldn't say.
Yes.
Yes.
So she'll be taking her position to watch her son go off P22 in this Junior Primo second Superheat.
Here we go then. Your starting lineup is as follows. Race 1 winner Stanley Clark and championship leader Elijah Hazelwood on row number 1. Lily Shaw and Isaac Jameson from the Zenico Racing project. His family run that. It's very good as well. It is Isaac Jameson who does that, or am I getting it wrong? No, it's not. No, it's Zach Jennings.
Zach Jennings.
There we are.
Isaac Jameson has his own YouTube following as well. He's big on the YouTube.
Big on the YouTube.
Big on the YouTube. Ronnie Legg goes P5 with Alfie Forrester for company. Harry Ward and Charlie Thompson on row number 4.
Then it's Zach Jennings from Zenico Racing, a great little project. We'll talk about that a little bit later on if we get time. Elijah Hartley, Cooper Campbell-Leaves and Jasper Oakes. I've left you no time there, David, to run the rest of the grid very quickly.
Then it's Lewis Gilbert and Miles Cleworth, Ethan Bath and Zach McKay with Blair Smith and Thomas Ambler, Oscar Chesovic and Aston Brown in front of Noah Clark and Piers Whitehead, Luke Wells and George Ralston, with Samuel Yeadon, Josh Whittaker, Maxim Carrock, Louis Brown and Thomas Butcher completing your junior primo grid.
Superbly professional, perfect timing. Karts are in the tram lines. Lights are out. Racing is on. And Clark gets swamped at the start. Elijah Hazelwood takes the lead going into turn number 1. The rest of the junior primo field, while there was a couple of drivers in the middle of the pack diving up and over each other, and one or two of them have found the banking and couldn't quite see who they were, but the yellow flags are out. 2 drivers, one of them driving TB Kart, both emerge back onto the circuit, and Stanley Clark under pressure. Stanley Clark showing, I have been passed round the outside once this lap by a TB Kart. I will not be passed twice.
Well, he dropped back to third at the start. Elijah Hazelwood going round the outside of Clark for the second time in 2 junior primo starts. And then Stanley Clark introducing Isaac Jameson to his side pod at hairpin number 2, moves back up into second place.
Yes, well, I mean, this is my side pod. You can touch the brake unless you want to see more of it. How's that? Lily Shaw up into third position. What a turnaround for the driver of kart number 78. 25th at Shennington. 24th last time out at Glenagorse. She's up into third and driving a Stormer here. And that whole team looking very, very strong as well. Now, is that the Pantano?
Well, that was Alfie Forrester going for one overtake and then accidentally overtaking Ronnie Legg as well and getting 2 in 1.
There we go. And now Stanley Clark closing back in on Elijah Hazelwood. Now, this is where Hazelwood will be thinking to himself, well, this is where Hazelwood's team around him are thinking to themselves, okay, Clark is not a championship threat. You know, finishing second is still more points than the rest of your season-long title rivals. Do you want to risk...
Clark's gone off by himself!
Clark clips the inside curbing there, and the car literally turned left at full speed and shot up the banking, and...
You might have to pay to get back in, Henry.
I mean, that was... Where has Stanley Clark, has he emerged? The Pantano
Yes,
car.
he has. He's behind the 27 of Piers Whitehead.
All I'm saying is that Stanley Clark is glad he's wearing a dark-coloured race suit, because he got his left front wheel on the curb going on to the banking, and he clipped it at just the wrong angle, and it obviously caught the track rod and turned him sharp right up the banking.
He's going to cross the line in P17, I think, behind Piers Whitehead's
That's
27. Hopefully we get another look at that, because that was a very, very strange one for Stanley Clark, who got a driver rejoining, having gone off onto the rumble strip on the outside. But for Stanley Clark, he thought about that move down the inside, and yeah, like I say, very, very strange one for Clark.
I know Stanley's mum is watching. Have you brought a spare race suit and underwear? Because that was scary. Stanley carries on in the... I'm trying to see exactly. You said he was 17th crossing the line there. That was... yes.
Yeah, it's still there as well, behind Piers Whitehead. So...
Now, these new Pantano karts, we're looking there at the number 79 kart of... Alfie Forrester. We've also got the second.
So, Lily Shaw's the first one. Forrester's the second one.
Yeah, these Giorgio Pantano chassis. One of them has got no nose cone on it. That is the number 61.
Oh, we've got 2 round, and the 61 is one of them, Henry.
Ah, right. Yes. So Charlie Thompson is going to be retiring very shortly. But these Pantano karts are very, very impressive indeed. And they obviously like PFI a lot. New to the UK market this year, Lily Shaw getting passed by Alfie Forrester. The team here running them, very good indeed. And there's lots of action going on.
Forrester
chopping and changing.
Briefly up to second place Isaac Jameson wrestles it back, but Alfie Forrester briefly up to second. The car in front should peel off into the pit lane as Lily Shaw gets back down the inside of Alfie Forrester. He goes wide. Ronnie Legg back through into what will be fifth place as well.
Yeah, indeed. I would say new to the UK market this year, these Giorgio Pantano karts, very impressive indeed, I have to say. They're sort of not quite fluorescent yellow. They're not comp kart yellow, but they're, they're sort of a mustardy yellow, if anything. That's probably the only downside is the colour of the wagon. Elijah Hazelwood leading comfortably. Isaac Jameson second. Lily Shaw back to third. There is Ronnie Legg holding off Alfie Forrester. Then it's Miles Cloworth. Lewis Gilbert is seventh. Elijah Hartley eighth. Noah Clark. Stanley Clark is back to 10th. Make that 9th, because I've just seen him out of the corner of my eye, passing the number 44 kart of Noah Clark for P9. That's an incredible run. Zach Jennings down in 17th. What a little bit with 3 minutes to go. What's Zenico Racing? It's a Zach's parents. They run that. They offer a free advice service. So if somebody's going to a new track, say Rowra, and they want a bit of driver coaching, Zenico Racing, Zach Jennings' parents, they will put that driver in touch with some local experts.
Yeah, basically they've got a group of members you can join. If you're going to a new track, they'll put you in touch with somebody at that track so you can go. They'll help you out with gearing, with racing lines. Basically, it gives you sort of a friend before you go because you have to learn quite a lot. They've got a YouTube channel for Zenico Racing where they'll do 3 videos per race weekend, a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's a very real and a very raw... Oh, we've got a driver straight through, Henry, through the barrier.
Oh!
It's one of the X-Kart drivers from... the mid-pack has gone straight through the barrier at hairpin 1, and that is Cooper Campbell-Lees, I believe. In the 11 it is, because he's got running a special livery, and he's gesticulating to the driver that he feels has helped him through.
He was running just behind Thomas Butcher and just in front of George Ralston. Now, as you will be aware, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I would say it's probably... one of those two who he was congratulating, gesticulating to, admonishing.
Top work.
Yes. Thank you for smashing me through a barrier. If that is indeed what happened, it could have been a brake failure.
It could have been.
Could have been.
He wasn't gesticulating at his brake, was he?
No, he wasn't.
We'll go back to Zenico at the end of this race, because we are a minute and 30 away, and the battle for sort of second and third has seen Jameson and Ronnie Legg break away. Lily Shaw holding firm, though, in fourth place now has got Miles Cleworth behind. And Stanley Clark, the recovering Stanley Clark, he was down in 17th, is on the back of this train now in the green helmet for Hunter Motorsport.
Clark, that's... look back at the start of this race when you get a chance on the live stream to see what happened. Now, the Battenberg flags are going out.
Gutting for Hazelwood, who's going to have try and win this race twice, Henry.
Is there going to be time?
Well,
because there are 2 marshals at the exit of hairpin 1. They are on the racing, just outside the race line. But, of course, Cooper Campbell-Lees went through the barriers. They're putting the barriers back in place. Now, if Elijah Hazelwood is smart, he will now crawl round they're going to get 1 lap to go anyway. So the clock will strike 0.
Well, he wants to cross. He wants to cross the line just after, 1 second after that 0.
Yes,
and hopefully with the Battenberg flag still in the air. For me, he needs to just up the pace a little bit to try and get round before they finish the work. Because if he backs them up too much, but obviously he's got to maintain the speed.
The marshals here at TVKC.
He's been given a bit of a hurry up because he's gone through that chicane a lot quicker. By somebody in the grandstand here. Are we going to go green? Do we get a Junior Primo Superheat 1-lap shootout? Does Elijah Hazelwood have to win this race twice?
I can see the last lap board. I don't think... Let's have a look. Is the cleanup finished? Do you know what? It's going to be the end of the race. It's not going to be. It's the last lap
And the
Ford
checkered
and
as
the
well.
checkered has come out. They're not going to go racing again. So I think probably what they did is say, well, do you know what? We're not going to go racing again. We're quite far behind the timetable. The order isn't going to change.
Let's save some time.
Let's save some time.
Great call.
Elijah Hazelwood, Isaac Jameson, Ronnie Legg, Lily Shaw, and Miles Cleworth, the top 5. Alfie Forrester, Lewis Gilbert, Stanley Clark, Noah Clark, and Luke Wells, your top 10.
So, I just want to have a quick Lily Shaw.
Yes.
Now, around about a year ago, we
Right.
were at a local track when she was in Intermax,
people.
just doing our test track that we go to. It's
Yes.
a place called Lockwell Hill near Mansfield.
Right.
And we were there with my lad. He was just doing a bit of hire karting, but he'd gone in his full race suit like he likes to.
Okay, of course. Yeah.
They were testing their Intermax, and they saw Joshua going round, and they were like, "It's quite handy. Would you like to go in our Intermax?" Now my lad's come out of Honda Cadet. He's done 4 or 5 years of that. We've gone down a 4-stroke route with him, but they gave him a chance in an Intermax. He thoroughly enjoyed it. We haven't seen them at a track since, or I haven't seen them, but at least now I can say personally thank you once again for the opportunity that they gave my lad that day. That's greatly appreciated. As we were talking about Zenico, they have a YouTube channel that is growing week on week. With that, they 3 videos a week. Yep. It's I spoke to him. It's a raw look at motorsport. It's real. It doesn't hide the fact that there's difficult days. They don't just do videos when they win. They do videos when they lose. They do video, and it's very real. There's a lot of footage off track of, of mum and dad watching it, and you get a live reaction to some incidents from mum and dad, and it is a very real, and I think that's why people are emigrating towards that channel.
Oh, excellent. Yes.
Very, very honest view of the sport that we all love.
Yes, because you don't get into karting if you want to win all the time. It's you very rarely win. It teaches the young men and women in this sport that life is not always fair, and that sometimes you can do your absolute best on any given day, and your best still isn't quite good enough to beat everybody else.
It teaches a huge amount of resilience, doesn't it?
Yep.
Something's going to happen as we see karts being taken off circuit, but in an hour and a half's time,
Yep.
that driver's got to dust himself down, press
Yep.
the reset button, forget what's happened an hour and a half before, and go again.
Exactly.
Talking about going, and talking about a class where the chances of winning are the least of all this weekend. 49 junior rotax drivers, of which 2/3 of them make their way out for Super Heat 3.
Okay, it's going to be Charlie Wolfett and Riley Bishop on row number 1. Jensen Chalk and Lewis Sumner on row 2.
Then it's JJ Plowman and Braith Murdoch, Jake Flewitt and Jack Robinson.
Eric Smith and Daniel Hartley are next. Alfie Lambert and Nathaniel Gray.
Isabella Stansmore-Wilson starts 13th alongside George Cole, Ellis Dealey and James Tate.
Matt Scott, Laurie McVeigh, Connor Large and Oakley Garthwaite round out your top 20.
Thomas Harper celebrates his 13th birthday from 21st place. We have a teenager for the first time in the Harper family with Shea Hilton, and then Sebastian Clark and Riley Mason-Lewis.
Oliver Fabricius and Elliot Surtees go from row number 13, followed by Bella McConville and Marissa Teague.
Then it's Hayagriga Gogolnath, Amy Peacock, Harry Hadley and Karith Kamuta, with Adam Jadaustis completing your 33 kart junior rotax.
Number 216, Ellis Dealey, fantastic crash helmets design. Well done. That is. It's, it's old school, and there's no school like old school. It's bold, it's bright, it's got a hint of Gulf Porsche 917 about it, and it's very the spot. I likes it a lot, he says, as we're up and racing. Charlie Wolfett, Gold Chain Charlie takes the lead again.
Riley Bishop slots into second place, splitting Jensen Chalk and Charlie Wolfett, who were hoping to once again have an MLC breakaway, and they may well get it, because diving down the inside on the exit to the bridge goes Jensen Chalk for second place, but he's going to end up coming out, I think, in P4, because it's a fast-starting JJ Plowman, squeezing him to the outside as he goes down the inside of hairpin 3 up into third place, although that is only brief because Lewis Subner is up into third. Then nobody wanting third place until Sumner finally snatches it and holds it for more than a corner.
Well, it's now the third member of the MLC squadron in this race, Jake Flewitt in kart number 253, who pushes his way up into contention. Chalk dropping down the order. Now, there's the first time we've seen in the championship the Craft Motorsports livery. I said that Lewis Gilbert, the other Lewis Gilbert, the Diamond of Dalry Lewis Gilbert, was here. His Craft Motorsport team also venturing into this series for pretty much the first time. The rest of the field thundering under the bridge, but Wolfit again is away at the front. Head down, and he's going. Bishop, Sumner, Flewitt, Plowman, Chalk, Robinson, Smith, Gray and Murdoch, the rest of the top 10.
Yeah, Wolfit not quite picking up on timing, but definitely in front of Riley Bishop with a gap of around about 7/10 of a second when they last crossed the timing line. Sumner in third, Flewitt then up into fourth place, having started in P7, a good opening lap for the 253. Then it's JJ Plowman over from the Isle of Man. We get a good number of drivers over from the Isle of Man that have made their way through into the junior ranks.
Yes, is it the Derby Kart Club out in the Isle of Man?
It is, and there's an overtake from JJ Plowman as he tries to slide down the inside of Jake Flewitt, although Flewitt's straight back at him and Plowman has to slot back in.
Yes, now the excellent crash helmet of Ellis Dealey started 17th and is up one place to 16th. And we're looking at an awful lot of bumping and barging going on into the second hairpin. Flewitt and Chalk running fourth and fifth. I think that is a Cato Motorsport car. Is that Braith Murdoch in the number 239 kart? No, it's Jack Robinson in the number 239 kart just behind Chalk. Then the 211 of Plowman. Smith, Murdoch and Daniel Hartley are next in line. Hartley, last year's junior primo champion, started the year with Ultimate R Racing, the team, of course, that he won the championship with last year. 8th and 10th in the opening two rounds as he graduates into junior rotax. 22nd at Glenagorse. He's now moved to Jack's Motorsport. But Ultimate R still have a whole host of drivers here across the junior classes as well.
Chalk and Flewitt going toe-to-toe. It could be tense when they return to the MLC awning, as one of them went up onto the banking on the outside for the first few moments when they return.
Yeah, well, Team boss Lee Murray's not here, so
racing drivers being racing drivers.
Yes, and all that.
Team bosses going to concerts instead.
Yes, yeah.
Frowned upon.
No, I know. I think it was embarrassing to say that Lee Murray likes London grammar or not.
Each their own, we'll say.
Each their own. I mean, High Contrast did a good remix of one of the London grammar songs, but that's about it. Here we go. Back to the go-karting. Wolfit leads from Bishop and Sumner, who are locked together, the two X-Kart teammates in P2 and P3 across the bridge. Wolfit again showing everyone else a clean pair of heels. Jensen Chalk getting stronger and stronger after a bit of a steady opening couple of laps where he went back as far as 6th at one point. He is now back to P4. But again, Chalk is using this event simply as a test of fitness as he recovers from a shoulder injury.
So Bishop and Sumner just trying to work together. We didn't see this at the start of the previous superheat that these two drivers were in, and it caught them both out at the start. Bishop falling all the way back to 7th before migrating his way back to the front. He had to work hard. They're going to have to work together because despite the being nose to tail, Wolfit is extending the lead at the front on his own.
One would imagine that some heads were knocked together in the X-Kart awning after that, the last time these two failed to work in complete harmony. And now they are on their absolute best behaviour. This is the karting version of Max Verstappen's current plight in Formula One. Behave yourselves or else.
Your teammates until the last 2 laps, then you can do what you want.
Wow.
Until then, be friendly. Should be.
Last 2 corners after the earlier exploits, but of course, racing drivers, they just want to race. Championships are at stake. And of course, Bishop and Sumner running 1 and 2 in the championship. Third in the point standings is Braith Murdoch. So what Matty Street and the X-Kart team are thinking is like, okay, look, you've got a driver in third who's not part of our team. Do not give that driver bonus points for, make Braith earn those points. You're giving him bonus points by not working together. Somebody has pulled off at the side of the circuit, just coming off the bridge.
Hyagriva Gogolnath is the driver. Didn't make it round the first lap.
Oh, okay. That's unfortunate for Hyagriva. One of 2 Gogolnaths in this field. And Wolfit is he's not pulling away anymore. Jensen Chalk is now closing in on the 2 X-Kart teammates, and Jensen will now have to try and suss his way around the 2 of them. Behind them, Jack Robinson in the first of the Cater Motorsport karts leads Jake Flewitt. That's the fight for 5th and 6th position. Then another gap back to 7th and 8th, JJ Plowman and Eric Smith. And then a big gap back to Alfie Lambert running all on his own in 9th. Daniel Hartley is all on his own in 10th position. Then it is Braith Murdoch in 11th, and Braith has fallen down the order a little bit, followed by Nathaniel Gray, Laurie McVie, Oakley, Garthwaite, George Cole, and Ellis Dealey.
Onto the back of this has drawn Jensen Chalk. He was 1.2 seconds off the back of Lewis Sumner 4 laps ago, and he's taken a quarter of a second a lap out of the X-Kart duo in front of him. MLC lead, 2 X-Kart, and MLC again in 4th place. There's an X-Kart sandwich, and Jensen Chalk trying to close up. He's closed up comfortably, but can he find a way through to get up into that 2nd place that he wants for an MLC 1-2?
Yes, and will Chalk sort of get between the 2 teammates before the clock strikes 0, before they start battling? Because at the moment, Bishop in the number 232 karts, the kart at the head of this train, he is not too concerned. He's checking over his shoulder, but he knows his teammate is still behind him. And when you know your teammate is behind you, we talked about, did they work together as well as they could have in race number 1 or not? That's irrelevant. You do know your teammate, you trust your teammate, regardless. When it's not your teammate, then you're automatically on edge a little bit more because you don't know what could happen. 10 seconds to go. 2 laps remaining. Sumner still trying to push Bishop away. Sumner almost like defending, acting as a rear gunner there for Bishop. And now Jensen Chalk will make the move. Oh, what a move there from Jensen Chalk. That is a very difficult place to make a pass. You have to time it perfectly. Jensen did. And now Riley Bishop cannot relax anymore.
If you want to know how to make a move off the bridge, watch that one back again and again and again. Jensen Chalk up into 3rd place, and now Riley Bishop has the unknown quantity behind him, because Riley Bishop won't have raced Jensen Chalk on a regular basis, whereas he has raced Lewis Sumner on a regular basis. Exactly what Henry said is that Sumner will have Bishop will have known how to hold off Sumner. Can he hold off Jensen Chalk onto the final lap?
Now there's a look over his shoulder. Now, and again, Bishop checks several times. He's like, is that my teammate? No, that doesn't look familiar. He now knows it's Chalk, not Sumner behind him. Chalk trying to go around the outside. Will he do this same move again? He cuts across to the inside. Bishop defends. Who's going to swing out wide? They're not allowed to really. Oh, Jensen Chalk going round the outside, and it doesn't quite work. And Sumner gets back 3rd position into hairpin number 1. Now they're out of hairpin number 2. Bishop has his rear gunner again.
tried to close the door, but Bishop still had his foot in it for Jensen Chalk, and he drops down into 4th place. Wolfit is away. He's in the distance. He's going to take the victory. Who's going to get 2nd place? Bishop, Sumner, and then Jensen Chalk out of the Mike Wilson complex, round the final corner. Jensen Chalk wins at a canter once again. Charlie Wolfit wins at a canter just again. Then it's going to be Bishop, Sumner and Chalk in front of Fluitt, Robinson, Smith and Plowman, with Daniel Hartley up into P9, but driving with a 5-second penalty for contact earlier in the race. I believe that was with Oakley Garthwaite at hairpin number 1, which would drop him outside the top 10. That'll promote Laurie McVeigh and Alfie Lambert into positions inside the top 10. They finish in front of Nathaniel Gray and Oliver Fabricius. Thomas Harper, 25th to 13th.
Not
so
a bad
14th
morning's
for Harper,
work.
and then Ellis Dealey in P15.
Now, the mathematicians and the timing and scoring department here at PF International, they will chat. They will obviously they will chat. No, they will get the results confirmed. Any post-race penalties. They'll then combine all the points that the drivers have gained both yesterday and today together to decide who goes straight in to the main event and who has to go through the repechage. The repechage being the last chance saloon for the drivers to get in.
Just having a quick look once again. Did I say we've got loads of people just getting in touch with the live chat. We do like that. Get in touch.
Marshalling, Drew Hornsey getting plenty of love, and they're saying what a great bit of marshalling that was, and yes, it was indeed. We now will have a little gander at the next couple of races. 3 races to go this morning before we get to the lunch break. Micromax second superheat up next. Then it'll be Mighty Bambinos. Then it will be Senior Rotax. Then a short break for lunch before the main events.
Which we will start with that B final for our Junior Rotax. Call it a B final, call it a repechage. Yes. I prefer repechage because it sounds posher.
It sounds more French, so I prefer B final.
B final.
But yes, we'll wait for the next race to come out very shortly. So here we go. It is time for the second Micromax superheat of the day. Lewis Cacaldi is not out there, the championship leader. But obviously we do hope that he is okay. He's been gone off for just a checkup at the local hospital. It's going to be Harris Barber and Charlie Page on row number 1. Dimitar Uzanov and Noah Wicklow, row 2. Then it's Tian Pahal, Teddy Murphy, row 3. Oh, hello, sorry, I forgot to put you on there, David.
Jensen Darlow and Ethan Lloyd go row 4. Lewis Cacaldi won't be on row 5, but he should have had Ralph Martin alongside Dax Farah and Henry Algar on row number 6.
Row number 7 is Arthur Bowers and Zach Andrew. Then it'll be Harry Stinson and Freddie Blackshaw, Ethan McClelland and Carter Jackson.
The grid completed then by Junior Wright, Teddy Roberts and Laney Eden in 21st place.
So 21 drivers entered. 20 drivers is set to start this race. what can Charlie Page do? For the first time, Charlie is where he rightfully should be on the grid. And we are off and racing again. And this time Harris Barber doesn't chop across and try and block Charlie Page's run towards turn number 1. They're all safely underneath the underneath the bridge, out onto the banking, with Dian Pahal moving into P2.
Great move on Dimitar Uzanov for Pahal, and Pahal's visit to P2 is going to be a short one because he's down the inside, I think, of Harris Barber. Ooh. Barber sweeps round the outside. There's contact behind. Dimitar Uzanov could well drive all the way round the outside of both of them to take the lead as they head out, and somehow Harris Barber still leads.
Now, the issue behind them we saw briefly was Ralph Martin running up over the rear bumper of Charlie Page. Now, we've seen that happen several times already today, to the detriment of the exhaust of the kart that was mounted. But Charlie Page looks like he's got away with that one. We do have a driver stationary on the inside of the first hairpin, and Marshall is with that driver that's had a spin. I think we'll try and get a name check on them next time around.
I think it could be Teddy Roberts in the 64, who is stationary, kart being pulled away.
Yes.
Roberts out of the kart and into retirement. Still got waved yellows, though, on the run up to this corner. The yellow is now in, which opens up overtaking opportunities. It's contact as Ralph Martin is levered wide by teammate Dax Farah in the 36.
Ralph Martin, tyres smoking, opposite lock. It was a chain of effect there. Martin braked a little bit early. Farah was being pushed from behind, didn't brake early enough, and Martin. We talk about flat spots on tyres. Oh. That was Ralph Martin. Kart turning left, him steering right, foot hard on the brake, smoke pouring out of the back of it. Barrier avoided, positions lost. Equals only 5.
Front wheels like 10 pences, rear wheels like 50 pences now for Ralph Martin.
Yes.
But he's held on to, well, at least being on track, at least. It could have been far worse for Martin. He's got a lot of time in this race to try and charge back through the field to get up to where he was when that incident happened. At the front, though, the leaders have got a bit of a gap. I think they'll concertina back together in the next couple of laps, just because of the nature of this PF circuit. It's very, very difficult for you to break away if you've got drivers working together behind. And they do seem to be very compliant now.
Well, yeah,
a bit of a lull after that Martin and Farah incident where it broke everybody out, as Dimitar Uzanov takes to the grass all by himself and then goes wide again on the exit of Bobby Game.
Now Jensen Darlow there in the green and white Jack's Motorsport livery kart. He's running in second position behind Harris Barber. Pahal is third. Getting the word, thank you to Gaynor Heath. 32 junior drivers automatically go into the main event. The top 4 out of the repechage. So with 48 drivers still racing, you've just found that as well. There we go. So the repechage should have 16 drivers in it. So it means 12 drivers will miss the main event. We'll find out. That'll be the first race after the lunch break. That's the only class we have a repechage in. But, of course, it's great to have a repechage at all as this championship continues to grow. There have been over 170 entries at every single round so far. This being a record one, 210. But it's been a record-breaking year for the kart championship as Charlie Page passes Dax Farah for P5? Yes, thank you very much, David.
Well, I hope I'm right now as they come up and over the timing line. Indeed it is, and the gap is starting to come down at the front. Dian Singh Pahal, half a second quicker than Harris Barber on the previous lap. Gap is down to a quarter of a second, the 29, hunting down the 21 and dragging Jensen Darlow along as well. Darlow, who was in second place, has been overtaken by Pahal. And talking of overtakes, Pahal Here's down the inside at hairpin number 1. Barber trying to hold it round the outside. That one's not going to work. He doesn't want to trip across the grass. He slots into second place, and with 4 minutes to go, keeps his opportunities of a win alive.
Yes, of course. Talked about the Pantano chassis earlier on. Thank you to Andy Taylor for reminding me that it's Tom Weyer Racing who are the team behind the team running the Pantano karts in the full works Pantano livery. I have to say that familiar with the Pantano team out in the United States, Franklin Motorsports. They've got Ruben Moya racing out there in X30 Pro. New leader, meanwhile, here at PFI, Harris Barber passes Diabahal. And look at the closing speed of Jensen Darlow there. That was a fantastic sort of opportunity to see how the slipstream effect works and the closing speed that Darlow had on Pahal there. But Pahal is able to hang on to second place with Uzanov, Page, Farah and Ethan Lloyd closing in. Harry Stinson up into 7th position. That is not bad for Harry, who only joined the championship last time out at Glanagorse, but finished 5th there.
Makes up 7 places so far for Harry Stinson. Didn't have the same ascension through the field in the first of the 2 superheats, so they've clearly found something in terms of setup between the first one and the second one that's going to give him plenty of confidence going into the final this afternoon for Stinson, currently running in P8 behind Ethan Lloyd. So the time goes down to 2:35 on the clock, and slightly less as they come up over the timing line. And for the first time in a couple of laps, Harris Barber had more of a gap, but then you see again that slipstream that we saw previously comes into huge effect as they head up towards the bridge. It's
a great angle that they use there, the Kart Championship, the Karting Live TV crew are showing us there. It really does show that as we come off the bridge down towards hairpin number 1 and Pahal to the inside. There's a crossover coming out of hairpin number 1. Oh, we're 4 wide briefly. Pahal, Uzanov, and here comes the number 21 back in the lead of Harris Barber. Charlie Page involved as well. It's now Barber, Page, Pahal, Uzanov, with Darlow and Farah and Ethan Lloyd right there as well.
Uzanov tries to chop across to hold position. Jensen Darlow, though, was fully alongside and moves up into 4th place. Dimitar Uzanov and Dion Pahal side by side all the way through the Fullerton S. Out onto the outside goes Uzanov. Through for 4th place goes Jensen Darlow. And Charlie Page, who fell outside of the top 5 at the start of this race, is right onto the back of Harris Barber with a minute to go in Superheat 2 for Micromax.
Now, Dax Farah is under investigation. I would imagine for the incident with Ralph Martin, who has recovered to 9th place, but is not in this group. Noah Wicklow runs 8th. Then it's Ralph Martin and Teddy Murphy rounding out the top 10. There is Farah trying to pass Ethan Lloyd. Ethan Lloyd attempting to sort of attempt to take advantage of the fact that Lewis Cacaldi isn't racing today now after that incident in race number 1. And for those of you that missed it, Cacaldi, involved in an incident at the start of the first superheat, has been taken to a local hospital just for observation to check up, but otherwise he is okay. And here comes Charlie Page. Page, 1 appearance in this championship so far this year, and it was a winning one at Warden Law. He's trying to make it 2 wins out of 2 appearances, but that's going to be in the final later on. He wants to try and get the better of Harris Barber in this race to maximise his starting spot in the main event.
Pahal still within a chance here in this 3rd place, has closed up a huge amount down the straight towards hairpin number 1. We're going to have a change for 4th places. Down the inside of Jensen Darlow goes Dimitar Uzanov, who then looks over the shoulder, trying to make sure that Darlow isn't going to come with a switch back up towards the Fullerton S's, but he's now in that 4th place. Would require the 3 in front to have a bit of a battle, and that's exactly what's going to happen as Harris Barber defended Bobby Game, that sent him slightly wide into the Mike Wilson complex. Page with the nose down the inside. Last lap board awaits them. Nothing between the top 3. They've got 1 lap to sort it out.
Oh, there'll be nothing between the top 5 by the time they come off the bridge down towards hairpin number 1, because every time Barber defends from Page and Pahal, Uzanov and Darlow get closer. And now we're 5 for the win. Now Pahal looks to the inside of Page. Doesn't happen there. 5 in a row. Down towards hairpin number 1. This could help Barber because Pahal and Page are preoccupied with one another. Page gets shuffled back to 4th at hairpin number 1. It's Pahal now on the move in 2nd place.
Uzanov will have to defend Charlie Page. Page is fully alongside for 3rd, up towards the S's.
Ooh.
And Page gets the nose chopped off. Darlow thought was coming back down the inside, but was too close to react. The 2 leaders still nose to tail, but it's single file through here. Pahal's going to have to try and get a good run out of the final corner to draw alongside Harris Barber. Barber, though, will come out of the corner, migrate across the track, I think, slightly to the inside. Pahal not close enough. And Harris Barber takes the victory in Superheat 2 from Dian Singh Pahal and Dimitar Uzanov, Charlie Page and Jensen Darlow, with 1.4 seconds splitting the top 5. Ethan Lloyd, Dax Farah, Noah Wicklow, Teddy Murphy and Ralph Martin recovering to 10th after the early race incident in front of Zach Andrew. Harry Stinson, who moved up the order, then fell back down in front of Henry Algar, Freddie Blackshaw, Arthur Bowers, Carter Jackson and Junior Wright. Laney Eden, the final driver to see the checkered flag, as Teddy Roberts retired on the opening lap at hairpin 1.
And there, very quickly, the marshal moving Teddy Roberts' kart into a place so we can get the kart off the circuit quickly, and we can start preparations for the next race, which is Mighty Bambino Heat 2. This is going to be another very, very exciting race. We have got 21 Mighty Bambinos about to take to the grid. Felix Tandy and Heath Smith, they will lock horns again. And what about Logan Edwards in kart number 21? He's only 9th of the championship, is Logan, but he was a very strong second in the opening race.
He certainly was. He's had a strong weekend so far. 5th in qualifying, 3rd in Heat 1 yesterday, 5th in the second. But going off the second row behind Felix Tandy, he just slotted in behind the E-plate, went with the race winner in the first of the 2 super heats. Can he repeat that once again? Logan Edwards in this one. I've had a message, Henry, from a slightly aggrieved Liam Atkin, who says it's him and Henry Gregory that are running MLC this weekend.
Sorry, Liam.
And I should have known, because he took me for a tour around their new wagon, which is an Arctic, basically.
And I know Liam,
yeah.
I just forgot his name because I met him.
So,
apologies,
I was
Liam.
speaking to him yesterday. He said, would you like to have a look round our new articulated lorry? I said, yes, please. We did.
What it was is that when Donna Pete was telling me yesterday why her and Lee weren't coming, because Lee wants to go and watch London Grammar, she said the names of the people that are running the team, but when I found out the words London Grammar and Lee Murray were involved, I shut down. Sorry, Liam. Blame London Grammar for it. So Liam Atkins. Oh, dear. Right. Now we got that out of the way. Let's go Mighty Bambino racing once again. There are the parents and mechanics waiting to Freddie Slater and Alfie Slater's a younger brother, Bobby Slater. Will start in about, 5th row of the grid. Let's take you through the starting lineup. It's going to be Felix Tandy and championship leader Heath Smith on row number 1, Logan Edwards and Teddy Smith on row 2.
Arthur Rhodes and Harry Voss complete row number 3 in front of Jack Harper and Elliot Hitch.
Bobby Slater and Oakley Howlett go from row number 5, and Zayn Sofwalu and EJ Dera on row number 6. And I still think it's Sofwaglu.
I agree.
Not Sofwalu, but we will find out. Turkey, please tell us, Sofwaglu.
Is the G silent?
Is the G silent or not? Anyway, Back to the grid.
Then it's my driver of heat number 1, Luca Pede, who went 13th to 4th. He's alongside Oliver Yap, Nico Mahun and Calais Tennant. I'm going to rattle through them because we're clearing the grid. It's JJ Williams and Frank Pearson, Arthur Thompson and Cooper Galloway in front of George Algar on row number 11.
Right, now we suppose we need to open the live chat on the Kart Championship page because they will tell us very, very quickly. And we're off and racing. It's a good start from Felix Tandy, taking the lead. Everyone diving to the inside as we head around to the banking for the first time. We head through the bridge and we're going to emerge with Felix Tandy in the lead of the race.
It's Heath Smith who's slotted into second place this time. From the outside of the front row, he's managed to hold on to the second place berth with Logan Edwards in third place. Then it's the 19, the second of the two Smiths, it's Teddy. And then the 82 of Arthur Rhodes in fifth place. So they head around hairpin number 2 in serene silence.
I was going to say, yes, this is the future. I mean, Mighty Bambino Racing. I mean, you can have your opinions on, whether you like the electric cart or not, but there is undoubtedly, it is the future, and the racing is second to none. They're lining up behind Felix Tandy, Heath Smith, Teddy Smith, and Logan Edwards. Those RCE liveried carts are now beginning to set about our race leader, Arthur Rhodes. Winner of the opening 2 rounds of the championship is there in P5. Harry Wass, Jack Harper, Elliot Hitch, Zane Sofwoglu has dropped back from his third. Well, he's from 11th on the grid. He is still 11th.
But I think both he got past Bobby Slater in the run up towards.
Yes, but look at that. They're in the league group as they now go behind the barriers. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 in the lead group as they all fan out through the second hairpin now and up towards the Fullerton S's.
This is Mighty Racing in that because everything is so equal, you can't break away.
Yes.
And I watched one of the practice sessions yesterday, and there was a group of about 15 of them. And because they didn't have to work as a race, they just decided to see where they could all overtake, and it was everywhere.
Yes, yeah. When you've got this large expanse of circuit, and of course it's very wide as well, as we complete another lap of the race going across the start-finish line. And you could just see, under the bridge they go, and then up the hill, and you can just give an idea of the topography of the circuit here, out on the bowl behind the big Trent Valley Kart Club logo, banner, barrier, over the bridge and down the hill once again. Nobody making a move, but the top 4 make that the top 6 with Elliot Hitch and Arthur Rhodes side by side. Rhodes in the black cart, Hitch in the bright green liveried machine. They're battling over 5th. Felix Tandy has got this trio of RCE livery carts right behind him.
And Tandy also in RCE,
yes,
just running his own livery. So
well, he's part of the Vera Tools Young Driver programme.
Yes, so he's not under attack by a team, but he is part of it. He's just got a livery that is different to the 3 RCE carts behind him, but an RCE train of 4.
A quartet. A barbershop quartet. But if they started singing, you would hear them over the silence of the electric motors. Electric power units.
Power unit.
Got to get used to saying that. Hitch 5th, Rhodes 6th, Luca Pede 7th, Voss 8th, Sofawoglu up to 9th position, and Harper rounding out the top 10.
Another great drive from Pede up into 7th, and on the previous lap, 6/10 quicker than Rhodes in front, so I would expect him to be joining the 2 in front, behind this leading quartet. He's going to, but can he drag the rest of them back into this as well? Because he's currently being pushed along by Harry Voss in the 56 and Zane Sofoglu going with them as well. There's a gap back slightly to the number 6 of Jack Harper. But if he's got the pace and he can drag the rest of them, we could be in for a fairly intense battle, particularly for that 5th place at some point towards the end of this race.
Yes, as we come out of the Fullerton S's again, Luca Peed, of course, the son of Ed Peed, former single-seater driver. Again, so many second and third generation drivers in this class. We've had the son of Karun Chanduk racing with us at Shennington, and obviously Slater Peed. We've had, lots of second generation, third generation drivers, including, of course, Zane Sofuoglu, who is now looking at the inside of Harry Voss for 8th position. Does that turquoise liveried machine make the move? It does, and we're down to 3 at the front because Teddy Smith has been dropped, and it's now Heath Smith and Logan Edwards following Felix Tandy, Heath Smith and Logan Edwards following Logan Tandy. Here comes Sofuoglu now passing Peed for what is P7. So the young Turkish starlet is now picking up a few places, but of course it is tricky. Say this, it's so big, this circuit, it can be tricky to make up a lot of ground because you're at full chat for so often, for so long of the lap.
I saw this yesterday. We're going to have a change for the lead here, are we, potentially? Down the inside goes Heath Smith on Felix Tandy, and we do indeed have a change for lead. There were so many drivers on the practice day. I'll come to that point in a minute as we just get a replay of this overtake down the inside. And Tandy, who's been unattacked really throughout this race weekend, just didn't see it coming from Heath Smith as his championship leader slides the number 3 through. Is that everyone was talking about their theoretical time of their lap time.
Yes,
they were going, if I hook up my best sector 1, best sector 2, and for a lot of drivers it was nearly half a second if they hooked it up, but it's hooking. There's so many factors in this circuit that in order to be perfect you have to be at the top of your game, and if you're not, then you'll probably have a good sector 1, good sector 2, let down by sector 3. Then the lap that you get sector 3 right, you muck up sector 1.
But also it depends on who you're behind, and can you get a full slipstream for an entire lap behind a driver just as fast as you. That is also the key thing, because you can't often get a full lap sitting behind somebody, because the more you get the slipstream, suddenly you catch them.
Caught a few out in junior rotax qualifying, that's for sure. They'd all gone out in groups where they were at a similar pace in practice, and in qualifying they were finding that drivers were impeding other drivers that they thought were going to be of a similar pace. But under qualifying circumstances, when the pressure was on, when the new tyres were bolted on, it caught a lot of drivers out. And hence why we see some big names that we're expecting inside the top 10 in that class well down the order. Outside the top 3 in this one, though, it's starting to bunch up for 4th place like we expected it to earlier on.
Yeah, because Teddy...
Teddy
Smith
and Elliot Hitch were in a duo.
Yeah, but Teddy Smith has dropped off quite considerably from this group. There goes the number 19 Kart. I know he says 3rd position on the timing and scoring pylon on the right-hand side of your screen, rather. But it's actually the number 21 Kart of Logan Edwards who is in 3rd position, and Smith has fallen back to 4th with Hitch, Rhodes, Sofuoglu, Peed and Harper right there as well. And they are all. I'm looking at the order. I think Teddy Smith may have lost a couple more positions on this lap. We will catch them up. But, here is championship leader Heath Smith leading Felix Tandy into the Mike Wilson complex now. And Logan Edwards still there in 3rd. They're going to get the last lap board next time around.
Up and over the timing line. Board waits for them. 1 lap to go. As alongside the race leader goes the E-plate of Felix Tandy. He's through even before they get to the S's. And Felix Tandy, using the slipstream, now goes from attack into defence mode as he tries to hold on to the lead for the final 1,400 metres of this PF International circuit. And Felix Tandy, again, another driver unbeaten so far this weekend. It looks like the run was going to come to an end with Heath Smith, but now Heath Smith's under pressure and Logan Edwards is up into second place.
Yep, Edwards now passes the championship leader for P2, although Heath Smith is going to fight back. Heath Smith's not got the inside line for the second hairpin. Tandy is going to park it on the apex. Will Smith get the undercut? Sorry, Edwards. Will Edwards get the undercut? He's going to be pushed along by Heath Smith. Tandy's going to lose the lead here. Is he going to lose second? Yes, he will.
And then Edwards then is going to open the door, is he? Is Heath Smith going to come back to take an unlikely victory, having dropped to third place? No, he's not, because Tandy's back down the inside of him into the Mike Wilson complex. Logan Edwards has 2 corners now to hold on into the left-hander and the right-hander. Can Tandy get a run at him like he did on the previous lap over the timing line?
He's going to try. Is he going to get help from his teammate? It's a drag race. Here comes Felix Tandy. And Tandy, with help from behind from Logan Edwards, pips Heath Smith to the post. Hitch is 4th, Rhodes is 5th, then it's Harper, Sofuoglu in 7th, Voss, Teddy Smith drops back to 9th, and Luca Pede rounds out the top 10.
What a final lap from Mighty Bambino. Tandy, Smith and Edwards all led at one point during that final lap for Mighty. A superb show by the youngest drivers here at the Kart Championship this weekend.
And I think, poor Heath Smith is going to be gutted that, he's going to say to Logan Edwards, why did you push Felix and not me? Because Logan could have done either one. But I think, he had the momentum. Well, he was pushing Smith through.
Smith pushed Edwards in the first part of that. So
I think whoever
on.
was leading coming out of that last corner was always going to finish second. And whoever was third coming out of that last corner was always going to push the second place driver. It was just a case of which one of the three was in what position coming out of that last corner. I don't think it was anything personal. I just think it was the way that it was going to be.
Cross-eyed Lion would like you to say something to convince them to come to Kartmasters. I don't think anybody needs any convincing to come here and watch Kartmasters or take part in it.
Well, Jeremy is going to be at Kartmasters. That will be Jeremy Montgomery Swan from the United Arab Emirates, and that'll be great to see Jeremy Montgomery Swan racing there.
By the time you've said that name, Henry, the overtake will be over.
Oh, yeah, no, but Cross-Eyed Lion, that is Dirk. Dirk from Germany. He's a great supporter of karting in the UK. Last year, he decided, I live in Germany, but that's fine. I'm going to travel to the UK to watch Kartmasters as a spectator. And Guy Cunnington Racing, and Guy Cunnington saw him and was like, well, you're now a guest of our team this weekend. So, Kartmasters, the first weekend of August. Yes, please, that's going to be an epic one, as it always is. Now, speaking of epic, here's the last race before the lunch break. And let's quickly...
do it in a one, Henry.
Run through. Okie dokie. Louis Harvey and Lucas Blanford are on row 1. Pearson Bullock Carter and Levi Earl, row 2. Elliot Dalton Ayres and John Brown, row 3. Harry Pullen and Mac McGivoray on row 4. Dean Pedersen and Miles Roby, row 5. Morgan Hudson Brown and Michael Ambler, row 6. Ben Donkin and Rhys Bailey, row 7. Taylor Dixon and Jason Dukis, row 8. Liam Phillips and Dominic Darling, row 9. Lewis America and... George Hart, row 10. Then Sam Calbrick, Kyle Dunford, Joe Fox, Noosh Safa Leathers, James Wood, Archie Hogan, Braden Donahue, and Lydia Scatchard.
Somebody get Henry a Powerade and a towel.
Where's my iron brew gone?
Here we go then. Louis Harvey and Lucas Blanford off the front row. Harvey on the inside. He dictates the pace as they come round the final corner. up towards the acceleration line, power down. And we're away and racing in the final race of the morning session. Harvey leads them through from the second row. It looks like it's been a good start once again, as it was in the first instalment, from Pearson Bullock Carter up into second place in front of Lucas Blanford.
Out of turn number 4. That mean green machine of Louis Harvey leading Pearson Bullock Carter. And here come the rest of the field, hard on the brakes. Oh, somebody getting all crossed up, under braking. And, well, that was the driver getting crossed up. That was the driver in front of the driver that got all crossed up.
Sam Kelbrick, I believe that to be in the 66 Ultimate R machine.
Yes, that was one of the ultimate. It wasn't Kelbrick who lost it under braking. Kelbrick just happened to be used as the temporary brake for the driver that got it crossed up. Meanwhile, up at the front, Levi Earle in that number 11 kart, running P3 under the bridge, out onto the banking. Will we see another starring performance from Levi in this one? Out of turn number 4. Louis Harvey looking to the inside. Pearson Bullock Carter goes through. Earl says, thank you very much for the my name's Earl, by the way. Sorry, I used that. I used it in race number 1, but it's so good that I got to use it again.
Out onto the grass is lever John Brown, yesterday's pole man. He's under pressure now from Elliot Dalton Ayres, although he's got Harry pulling for company. That moves Lucas Blanford up into 4th place now, up onto the back of the 74 of Louis Harvey, who dropped down with that overtake from Bullock Carter that allowed Levi Earle through as well. And it looks like Harvey's going to lose another place as he goes wide onto the rumble strips. And Lucas Blanford with a comfortable move up into 3rd place for the Kiddicks number 67.
But the same thing did happen in the first Super Heat with Louis Harvey. He did drop back a little bit. It didn't seem to put him off, and he was able to come back through strongly and win the Super Heat. John Brown racing for Craft Motorsports as Blanford takes over P2. Matt McGilvray in kart number 62, one of a number of drivers making their debut in the championship this weekend, and Dean Pedersen running in P12 for the Kiddicks UK team. Pedersen, yeah, he's never been to PF International before. He's raced a lot around, from the United States, from Salt Lake City, Utah. The Tula Motorsports Park, which is the site of this year's Rotax US Finals in October, and I'm looking forward to going to Salt Lake City for the first time. Apparently it's full of Mormons.
Oh,
yes,
that's nice.
The Mormon capital of the United States.
Harvey back into 3rd place. Levi Earle, who looked like he actually waved Lewis Blanford through with a little finger point to the inside a lap and a half ago at hairpin 1. Maybe he thought that Blanford had more pace at this phase in the race to try and close up onto the back of Bullock Carter and could drag him along, but Louis Harvey has found a way through and up into 3rd place, but he's still there or thereabouts because Blanford is closing in on Bullock Carter at the front.
And obviously, speaking about Lucas Blanford, we're wishing his dad, Adi, all the best.
Certainly are. This will be his last race meeting before surgery in the week, won't it, Henry?
Yes. They're going to try and remove his brain. They're going to find it first, apparently.
Good luck with that.
Yep. And Lucas takes the race lead. And Bullock Carter second, Harvey third, and Earl in 4th with Brown 5th. And here comes Pearson Bullock Carter for the race lead. New leader,
new leader, old leader.
Old leader, new leader. Blanford, though, isn't finished yet. Oh, he thinks about it and decides no. But 4 for the win here in Senior Rotax.
Risky move there by Blanford as he threw caution to the wind, trying to go round the outside of Pearson Bullock Carter. You have to get that done early because if not, you're going to get treated to a trip over the grass on the exit by the driver on the inside. And Bullock Carter holds on to the lead, and Louis Harvey back in the wheel tracks of Lucas Blanford, and pops out of the wheel tracks, draws alongside, and he's through for second place, and immediately dips into the slipstream of Pearson Bullock Carter and even closes up on the leader as well, despite making the overtake into turn 1.
Yep, that's that good old bit of experience showing there from Louis Harvey, who began his racing career at Landau International Raceway, global home of World Motorsport, birthplace of champions, all the way back, many years ago in Honda Cadet. And there is Levi. Oh, and there's a kart not going around.
Kelbrick again, I think.
It's a Craft Motorsport livery kart. It's not John Brown who's running in 5th, is it? Who was running in 5th? I think it might have been John Brown. John Brown's wagon has stopped. He was down to 7th. He was running for... Oh, my word, Louis Harvey went for the move on Pearson Bullock Carter at nearly 80 miles an hour going under the bridge, and Bullock Carter closed the door. That could have been the mother and father of all accidents, but they both managed to survive. And it is John Brown who has stopped as 3 minutes to go. Harvey tries the crossover and now squeezes and pinches Bullock Carter. Earl takes advantage up into P2. Harvey, though, will retake second. Side by side. No, Harvey backs out of it going into the Fullerton S's.
Wise move. Still plenty of time. You don't want to trip across the grass on the outside there, which is always the worst case scenario. Louis Harvey, very experienced at this game. It's certainly not his first rodeo. Slots back into third place. Levi Earl up into second. Pearson Bullock Carter is holding on to this victory in any which way that he can. Closing doors left, right and centre, but holding on to the lead. No, he's not. Levi Earl, for the first time, leads this race.
Briefly, for about 7.5 metres. And now Bullock Carter back in front. What is even more impressive about the way these four are racing is they're able to maintain a 2-second lead over everybody else. Hudson Brown in P5, and 6th position is Harry Pullen for the Joe Weaver racing team. So even though this lot are taking absolute chunks out of one another, the chasing pack. Hudson Brown and Pullen are closing back in, but they've got a huge lead, Hudson Brown and Pullen, over 7th place Dean Pedersen, then Jason Dukis, Mac McGilvray, Kyle Dunford, Lewis Murica, and the rest of the field.
Bullock Carter now with a few kart lengths as there's a change for third. Lucas Blanford down the inside of Levi Earl. And Pearson Bullock Carter should have enough here that he doesn't have to draw to the inside on the run down towards hairpin 1, which he had to on each of the 2 previous laps that he led this race. Louis Harvey closing in. I think he'll take a lap or so here just to pull up onto the back of Pearson Bullock Carter. Expect another move if he hasn't already made it up and over the timing line. He's had the door slammed shut on him once as they went through the Bruno Ferrari chicane. Let's see whether that happens again.
We have a little look coming out of the mix corner through the final chicane. Bullock Carter looks to his inside. Harvey, though, wasn't in his peripheral vision because Louis Harvey was a lot wider as Bullock Carter looked over his right shoulder. Harvey was to his left. So he couldn't quite see how close Louis Harvey was. Will that make a difference as they head down the hill? Now he sees Louis Harvey there with Blanford and Levi Earl also in the picture. But, of course, for Lucas Blanford, this is still fine because none of the other 3 drivers are regulars in the championship. So as far as the points are concerned, Lucas Blanford is still gaining on Morgan Hudson Brown, who is his nearest full-time seasonal rival.
Yeah, he's in the background. We've got a wheel
that's
off.
Not good.
We've got a wheel. It's at hairpin 2. I'm trying to figure out where the cart's gone that was attached to. It's left it and is carrying on by itself. So,
we'll soon... Oh, there it is.
It's Harry Pullen. He was in the top 6. Harry Pullen, it's come off at the first corner and then rolled back down the bank, I think, towards the hairpin too.
No, it's come off.
He's gone over the timing line in P6, and I think it's come off there and just gone across the track. We're on the final lap, though. We'll figure out where why his wheel fell off in a few moments' time. But more important things to hand as Louis Harvey nose down the inside. Oh, Pearson Bullock Carter. Lucas Blanford nowhere to go as a passenger as he goes into the side of Louis Harvey, and Pearson Bullock Carter gets a free run to the checkered flag at the front of Senior Rotax Superheat 2 as Louis Harvey goes for the lead and does not even make it round hairpin 2. He has rejoined, but out of the final corner, Pearson Bullock Carter takes the checkered flag victory in the second of the two Superheats from Levi Earl, Morgan Hudson Brown, and then it's showing as Harry Pullen.
Yep, it's showing as Harry Pullen. It was the number 12 cart of New Safa Leathers that lost the wheel.
Correct, yes.
And of course, that is significant for the championship because Lucas Blanford losing points there to Morgan Hudson Brown, who runs second in the championship. Dean Pedersen coming home in sixth position. Lewis America is in eighth position, followed by George Hart and Jason Dukis. Mac McGilvray is next, followed by Joe Fox, Elliot Dalton Ayres, Liam Phillips, and the rest. So that concludes the Superheats. We don't know exactly how long the lunch break is going to be, but we'll show you we'll show you as much of the paddock show from yesterday as we possibly can, and we'll be back directly after that. So the broadcast will not stop. There'll be something for you to watch, and then we'll be back as soon as we know when for the afternoon's action. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, do not adjust your sets. Yes, this is the Kart Championship. It's round 4. It's PFI. But have you ever heard that phrase, they've let the lunatics run over and take over the asylum? Well, this has happened this weekend. My name's Henry Baudet, and joining me for this weekend is none other than Mr. David Sullivan. David, good to see you.
Thank you very much. No Joe Bradley this weekend.
No.
He's somewhere else.
I don't know where he is. Is there Nick and Joe, they're at some event in France? Somewhere? I don't know. Yeah. But we're with you for the most important motorsport event of the weekend. That one there, that's the second most important event. A record-breaking entry, David. 210 drivers. We're into the second half of the season. You've been watching it closely all weekend, all year on Karting Live TV. It's really, really exciting.
It's been superb. Honda Cadet, really, really close. 4 points between the top two. So really, really close in that one. Driver in second's had a bit of a tough day so far this weekend. Difficult qualifying, but he's got the pace to come through. Some really, really close racing in Junior Rotax. We've got a record entry for them, record entry for seniors as well. The first time we're well over 20. It's going to be a really, really good weekend here at PF.
Excellent. Well, on that note, let's go and have a little wander around the paddock and chat to a few of the contenders.
This is Jayan Prakash. Last time we saw Jayan, he was a little bit upside down. He decided to go around a corner at Shennington a little bit differently to some of the other drivers. Jayan, tell me about that weekend.
It was not what I wanted to happen. In qualifying, I qualified not where I wanted to, so it put me in a bad position for the flip.
We've had a little bit of while off. Tell me what happened when you went over.
Really hurt and I had to go to the hospital.
Broken collarbone?
Yeah.
How long have you been out? We're back for this first weekend back racing?
Yeah.
How's today gone for you?
Quite good.
Qualifying, where did we quali?
17th.
It's not bad. It's a big grid, isn't it? 34 Hondas, nice and packed. Talk me through your heats. How have they both gone today?
So in the first heat, we were going round and then I ramped somebody. In the second heat, I kept going and drove as fast as I could.
We are having a little bit of work done to the car. Tell me what happened with this bit over here that's not attached because we've had a new steering column. What happened there, Jayan?
I ramped somebody in the first heat.
Oh, so that was the first heat. We're just getting around to getting it sorted now, yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Back with ambition then this weekend. We've got 1, 2, 3, well, almost all the Hondas in here. We've got at least 5. Anybody that you're learning from?
A bit everybody, really.
Good stuff. What do you think we can get to tomorrow? Top 10?
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, Jan, thank you very much. Hopefully the collarbone holds up. Seems to be okay. Give it a little tap for me. Good. There we go. It's fine. I'd have done it, but then we might have been on the floor because I've been to the gym twice this week. I'm particularly strong. But this is Jan Prakash, and hopefully he's going for a top 10 if his collarbone holds out for the full weekend. Joined by the Intermax Championship leader, Larry Price. Larry, talk me through your season so far.
The first round was quite hard with all the British drivers, but I managed to come through and win it. At Shennington, it was quite hard as well, but I managed to pole for the final and then just fall through and win.
But GYG wasn't quite as good.
Going for the move for second place, and me and another kid had a collision and I came off, and then ended up coming second to last.
So we're looking to bounce back this weekend at PF. I've watched qualifying, I've watched the heats. It seems to have gone okay.
Yeah, it's gone quite well. In quali, it was quite hard because everyone was just squabbling around for position. But then I managed to get a lap in and came 7th. And then for the heats, I had a 2nd and a 3rd.
Back to qualifying, it's very different to what you're used to here. You do the club meetings here where it's a 3-lap average, whereas today it was just go out, fastest lap, but it's quite a big grid, biggest Intermax grid we've had this season, so in order to get that track position as well, must have been very difficult.
Yeah, it was quite difficult because there was one person trying to get to the front and then they had to back off to get to toe for everyone else.
Now, before I came to interview, I spoke to your mum. She's over there, if the camera wants to turn around. She said, don't ask Larry about Heat 2. It might still be a bit raw. So I'm about to ask Larry about Heat 2 to find out if it's still a bit raw. Why would it be raw, Larry? Did we get sideswiped?
Maybe.
But we don't name names, do we? No. Still finished 3rd, though?
Yeah.
So is that 2nd and a 3rd so far today? So that should put you right at the sharp end for the superheats.
Yeah, it's probably first, hopefully.
Hopefully, well, yeah, because obviously Luke's had a difficult day, and I think Logan, who won that last one by about a millimetre, I think it was a dead heat in terms of time, was behind you in the first one. So, should hopefully put you off pole tomorrow for the superheat, if in very least on the front row. Think we can get a podium from there?
Yeah, I hope so, but yeah, I'm pretty confident for this weekend.
From there, then, we go into the final 2 rounds where it's going to be a bit of a mentality change if you are still the championship leader, where you're going to be looking for points rather than going for the outright win, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I just need to keep my head and try and get as many points as I can.
I say that, but we all know a racing driver, as soon as the visor goes down, you're going to go for the win, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, that's Larry Price. He's going to be going for the win.
Now, this weekend alone sees more than 40 drivers making their first kart championship start of the season. For 20 of them, it's the first time they've ever been in this paddock, but there's one driver that's been here since day one, and that is Braith Murdoch. Braith, you were a former Bambino champion. Now you come all the way up through Micro, Mini, into juniors. You know, you're the longest serving member of this paddock. How has this championship changed from when you started to what it is with 210 drivers now?
It's progressed quite a lot. It's ran better, the standings are better, the drivers are better, and just everything's just really progressed with the championship.
And yet you're still at the front. You know, you're battling away for junior rotax honours as well. How long have you been with Kato Motorsport?
Quite a few years, like 3-4 year, 5 year. So yeah, quite a long time.
So it's a bit like home from home now, because that's important, isn't it, for a driver family to have the same people around you. You know, they know what you want out of a kart. You know what to tell them, how to give them feedback.
Yeah.
So move on to this season. This weekend alone, there's nearly 50 drivers in junior rotax. So getting to the final will be, you know, an achievement to start with. What are your hopes?
Yeah, just making it to the final, yeah.
And championship-wise?
Standing P3, hopefully trying to get to P1 or 2.
Now, so on track, Braith's having a really successful season. Off track, if you cast your mind back to Shennington, Braith was raising money for a classmate that sadly took her own life. How much money did you raise?
About, I think it was like £2,000.
And that was just from the karting paddock on the weekends. How did you find that, you know, when you're raising money for somebody who's not involved in karting that sadly took their own life and trying to raise awareness for cyberbullying, how pleased were you about the way the paddock came together and supported just one driver raising money for somebody that they'd never met?
I felt really honoured to be a person that raised that money for somebody, one of my mates. So I felt really pleased with myself, and I felt really thankful for everybody in the karting paddock that actually came and helped me.
Brilliant. Well, PFI, it's the first time this championship has been to the home of British Karting. You know the track quite well, a lot of other drivers. What can we expect from the racing? Okay, the audience will have seen some of this morning's racing. Look into the finals this afternoon. What are people going to expect?
A really big battle at the front especially. It's a wide track, so it'll be really good fight for the front.
Excellent. And if you just want to still donate some money to the foundation, what is the name of the Just Giving page?
Sadie Reed Foundation.
So the Sadie Reed Foundation on Just Giving. We've got 200 drivers here this weekend. The vast majority of them are either pre-teens or in their teens. And if you want to donate some money to help the family raise awareness for cyberbullying amongst teenagers, it's the Sadie Reed Foundation on Just Giving. Thank you very much, Braith.
Thank you.
The Kiddix UK team is a new name in the Kart Championship paddock this year. It's a factory Kart Republic team, and there are Kiddix franchises all over the world, in the USA, in Italy, and in the UK. Curtis Gregory is running the Kiddix UK team, and he's got Dan Ginshar, the next multiple British Kart champion, single-seater driver, doing the driver coaching. One of the many drivers drive for Kiddix in Micromax is Henry Algar. So, from Henry to Henry, how's it going?
It's doing quite well, to be honest. Kiddix is a really good team, I think. The driver coaching is really good, track walks are really good, and yeah.
All the support, because it's not just you doing the driving for your family. We've got younger brother George is in Mighty, and so Dad does your mechanicking, Mum does George's mechanicking. We talk about going karting as a family. You're taking it to the extreme, haven't you? 2 drivers, 2 parents, 2 mechanics. Do you have more fun that way?
Yeah.
Good answer.
And who's more nervous when you both race? Is Dad more nervous when you race, or is Mum more nervous when George drives?
Probably Mum more nervous.
Oh.
Dad's never stressed, is he?
Dad's never stressed that both parents, they're okay. How's it going on the track for you this year?
This year I'm doing quite well in Micromax. It's good. Yeah, Danny, my engine builder's given me really good engines.
That's Danny Sweeney from Orem, so he's providing the waft for you. This weekend, Micromax has got a lot more drivers in it than before, so you've got some visiting drivers as well. Do you like that extra competition?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I love it.
And how much have you been looking forward to coming here to PF?
I've been really looking forward to it.
Yeah. What can we expect from the racing? Do you think it's going to be lots of slipstreaming, lots of overtaking?
Lots of overtaking.
Lots of overtaking. And if you could say, we're watching this during the lunch break on Sunday, so where would you like to finish? Where do you think you'll finish in the final? We know we want to finish. Where do we think we're going to finish?
Maybe top 5?
Top 5. Good answer. There we go. Well, what would you like to say? Would you like to say anything to the camera? Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, my mum, Orman Racing Engines, Kiddix, and all my grandparents for supporting me and giving me good engines and all of that.
Excellent. Last question. Who's going to be quicker when you're in the same class, you or your brother George?
Me.
There we go. So that's 1/4 of the Algar family. Henry Algar in Micromax. Watch out for his younger brother George in Mighty Bambino. And just remember that mum and dad are both mechanicking for one of the two brothers. It's a family sport and the Algars epitomise it.
Henry's just done an interview about a family in motorsport with the Algars, with 2 drivers and 2 mechanics, all within the same family. And talking of families in motorsport, this is the Tandy family. Now, they're racing here at PF this weekend, but Dad is also racing somewhere else this weekend. We'll get to that in a few moments' time. Now, I'm going to have a sit down because it's just a little bit easier. Felix, how's your day gone so far?
Good. I've won 2 heats in a row. The first one was quite easy because I just cleared off. The second one, it was quite tight, and I had to fight to win it.
It was. We qualified on pole, though, today. That helped.
Yeah.
Now, I watched practice this morning for Mighty, and there's not a lot between about 20 of you. It is really, really tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, we've got your sister next to you. Is she a big fan of your work?
No.
No, she's not a fan. We'll swap round a minute. Bring your sister in this side. There we go. Do you watch much racing, or do you just go off in the paddock and play with friends?
It depends. Yeah.
Because your mum's just had to fetch you from the back paddock, and that's nowhere near the track.
Yeah, I was playing with my friend Sienna.
Good. Well, Dad's not here this weekend. Where is he?
France doing Le Mans.
He is. He's doing Le Mans. He's in the number 4 Penske Porsche 963 this weekend alongside Felipe Nasr and Pascal Wehrlein. How do you think he's going to do?
I've got no idea.
No? Well, Felix, you come in. You tell me whether you've got an idea. How do you think Dad's going to do?
Crash.
You think he's going to crash? That's not... No, I think he's better than that. We know he's better than that. They're currently in 15th place. I know that because the screen's on behind us here. I asked you a few moments ago if you've been to Le Mans, and you told me no. Why haven't you been to Le Mans yet?
School and karting.
Because you had to go to school last year. Who made you go to school, Mum or Dad? Mum. Well, Mum refused to be in this interview. She is behind us. I wonder if the camera can just catch Mum. If we can we turn the camera around to see Mum? There's Mum. Mum, who didn't want to be in the interview but doesn't have a choice now whether to be in it at all. Well, Felix, you've won already today with 2 heats. Do you think we can do it again tomorrow with 2 super heats and a final?
Yeah, probably.
Good. Well, Felix thinks he can win, so that's one Tandy hoping for the top step. And at about 3 o'clock tomorrow, we'll find out if the other Tandy can be on the podium as well over at Le Mans.
The senior rotax grid has been growing and growing and growing across the first 4 rounds of the Kart Championship in what is its first season here in the paddock. This weekend, we have got a record nearly 30 drivers entered. James Wood and Levi Earle being 2 of them. First things first, James, how has it been going out there?
Tough. I've never drove it here in the dry, so it's been a fight from the start. But yeah, we'll just have to see how the weekend goes and take it from there.
Now, I mean, do you think that the attraction of racing at PFI is the reason why we've grown from like 16 karts last time to 29 this time?
Yeah, definitely. Everyone wants to race here, so that's why the numbers have shot up compared to GYG.
But of course, now you've been a senior for how long?
A long time.
A long time. Levi hasn't been your senior for too long. In fact, it was a couple of years ago that you were a nationally ranked driver in, what was it, Mini or Junior? Mini.
Yeah.
And how's it going now?
It's going all right. Bit tough. You know, there's a lot of carnage out on the track, but it happens. That's what karting is.
I'll just come in the middle a second, James. Now, yeah, Levi, compare the atmosphere, though, in the paddock. On the track, it's always going to be the same, but from other paddocks that you've been in, that you've raced into this one, what's the difference like in terms of the friendliness or how you're finding the actual events?
I think this championship's a lot more chilled out. Everyone just seems to be a lot happier than when you go to the British and UK seeing things like that. It's a lot more competitive. So I like this a lot more, really.
And is this your first or second season as a senior?
Second.
Okay, so what, are you going to learn anything off Mr. Wood?
not this weekend.
So we've got a former nationally ranked driver here, and not a former nationally ranked driver, but you're the quickest one so far.
No, Levi's a quicker one so far today, definitely. Other tracks maybe a bit different, but yeah, he's definitely been quicker today.
Compared to, like, what is the racing like out there? Because obviously the nature of PFI is slipstreaming, lots of battles all the time. Glenagorse was a lot bit more spread out, very tactical, a very technical track.
Yeah.
You know, with all the extra people on the grid, including we got a driver from the USA has come over for this, you know, and lots of drivers that are new to the championship.
Yeah.
Is that making things a little bit more sketchy?
Yeah, I would have thought so, yeah. I mean, obviously the nature of the track, it's a lot more corners. You're probably averaging a 10-second longer lap than the average track. So, yeah, that makes it a lot harder as well, just to get everything right. But obviously the competitive grid of 30 as opposed to what it was previously, that obviously, and as well, obviously got some big names in there as well compared to last time.
Yeah, now one of those big names is Louis Harvey. He's a former British champion. Is he one of the drivers that you're looking to try and topple?
Yeah, it looks likely. He's been very quick so far this weekend, so I'm just looking to see where I'm going wrong and see if there's anything I can improve on.
No problem at all. Well, there we go. So here's James Wood and Levi Earl, two of our nearly 30 senior rotax drivers this weekend, and this is a final that you are not going to want to miss.
I found two championship leaders. Riley Bishop, championship leader in junior rotax. Elijah Hazelwood, championship leader in junior primo. We'll start with Riley. Riley, how's the day gone so far?
Day's gone well. We had a poor qualifying, so we qualified like P9 or P7. And then the first heat we knew we had to get our head down, go ahead and just attack the track as much as I can. And I think I went from P9 to P1 for that race. And then the second race we didn't have the best of runs throughout that second heat, but we picking off spots since there was a couple of incidents ahead. So we moved from like P10 to P4, which isn't too bad and it should give us some good points for the superheats.
Big grid as well, nearly 50 for junior rotax. First time that championships run an AB, then BC, and then a CA type of format, so 2/3. So you're racing different drivers each time as well. How does that change your mentality?
My mentality is the same, honestly. It's like, I think it gives more of a challenge, so it's not as easy as you think, with like people who are from all over the country coming over here to race with you. And since there's more, it becomes more of a competition, which I thoroughly love and wouldn't complain more.
Couple of big hitters joining the championship this weekend, so good to test yourself against some of the drivers that actually do the club meetings very regularly. Seem to be going okay though.
Yeah, it's going well. Since they've all been like really up there in the club rounds and the British rounds, everything. It's good to sort of compare yourself against them, and for me to be like up there winning and being near enough on the top three is a massive. I don't even know the words.
It's an achievement.
It's an achievement. That's what I would say.
Good stuff. No problem at all. Elijah, let's not talk about this season so far. Let's take it back to the back end of last season and the reason that you're in this championship.
Yeah, I'm in this championship because I won the Kart scholarship, which I'm really happy about. And if it wasn't for that, I don't think I'd be here right now. So I'd just like to say a massive thank you to Kart.
I was there that day. The emotion was real. It was palpable. Everybody was really, really pleased for you. Talk me through your season so far.
Yeah, the season's going good so far, to be fair. Obviously, I've never been in a junior, so my standards for what I was wanting to achieve this year, I've already exceeded. So I'm really happy about that, and I just think that I've gotten used to the team and I love the kart, and you know, we're pushing and we're up there.
Yeah, 2 final wins so far this season.
Which I'm really happy about, and if it wasn't for that, I don't think I'd be here right now. So I'd just like to say a massive thank you to Kart.
I was there that day. The emotion was real, it was palpable, everybody was really, really pleased for you. Talk me through your season so far.
Yeah, the season's going good so far, to be fair. Obviously, I've never been in a junior, so my standards for what I was wanting to achieve this year, I've already exceeded. So I'm really happy about that, and I just think that I've gotten used to the team, and I love the kart, and, you know, we're pushing and we're up there.
Yeah, 2 final wins so far this season, leading the championship as we head into the second half of the season here at PF. Is it a circuit you've been too much?
PF? No, I haven't been to it a lot. I think I've been into it like twice. So I'm not doing too bad for how much I've been round here compared to some of them. So I need to find a little bit of pace for tomorrow, but we're still up there, yeah. Good.
So how's the day gone so far?
The day's gone all right, to be fair. We've had a second and a third. We just lacked a little bit of pace in the second race. I think it was just, you know, when you get stuck behind a driver and get into their lines, which I still need to work on, but we've done a little couple things to the kart, so hopefully we should be up there putting some pressure on first.
Good. And off the track, tell me about the sort of support that you're getting away from the circuit, or, you know, outside the 10 minutes that you get to put your throttle down.
Yeah, the team are amazing. Like, as soon as we come in, Ronnie's here telling us to put our GoPro footage in their laptops, doing data, which really helps. And I think it's so good having someone like Louis as well watching you, because he'll just come in and say, oh, do this, do that. You go out and do it, and you go a lot quicker.
Good. And, you know, sort of to put you in the right sort of frame of mind, the mentality, how's that work?
I like to be very relaxed on a race weekend. I talk to the team for a bit whilst we're like waiting in the pits, and then as soon as my kart gets put down, I like just closing my visor and like talking through it, because it just helps me relax and stay focused.
Perfect. Well, that's Riley, that's Elijah, the championship leaders at the moment. Will they be at the end of PF? We'll find out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Karting Live TV's coverage of the Kart Championship Round 4 from PF International, and it is time to get the main events underway. Myself, Henry Baudet, and David Sullivan here on commentary duty, and we start the main events with not the main event, with the Last Chance Saloon for Junior Rotax. 16 drivers, thereabouts. As a quick head count, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 drivers. I don't think we've got Adam Joiditis or Zane Quecker out there. 15 drivers, 4 transfer positions. And it is Matt Scott and Max Greatrex on row 1, Elliot Surtees and Jack Harrison on row 2.
Then it's going to be Connor Large and Amy Peacock in front of James Tate and Riley Mason-Lewis.
Then Shea Hilton and Charlie Eyeball on row number 5, Bella McConville and Kartik Kumatra, followed by Harry Hadley, Marissa Teague and Hayagriva Golkanath. And that's...
You rushed for nothing.
I rushed for nothing because that is a very false start. And we will go around again.
Yeah, it's almost like they were at race pace, pretty much coming out the final corner. It was an early call as well. We saw drivers with their arms in the air, and you can see the green digital boards with the yellow V on it to signal a false start for our drivers. We're going to get a second bite
So
this one.
Let's just bring you up to speed. 32 drivers in Junior Rotax have automatically qualified for the final. The remaining 4 places on the grid, and of course we're allowed to run 36 drivers on a single grid here because that is what a PF International circuit is licensed for. So this will be effectively for row who starts on row 17 and row 18. We should, in theory, have a nice... I mean, the leaders, the top 4, should behave themselves and try and pull away. Because it doesn't matter whether you start 33rd, 34th, 35th or 36th, the main event. It doesn't always, David Sullivan, quite work out like that.
It does not. It's almost like they have this racing driver mentality of wanting to win every single race they're in.
Strange that, isn't it? So whilst we watch and wait, there they are coming to the Mike Wilson complex, and then they will emerge under blue sunny skies here in Lincolnshire. The clouds have dispersed, and here on Father's Day in the UK, the sun is shining.
We are away and racing at the second time of asking as some drivers try and get into that inside line. Max Scott will lead us through. Max Greatrex in the 224 slots into second place in front of Elliot Surtees. So we're hoping to see them emerge from under the bridge, but the camera appears to have frozen and they reappear at the top of the hill and then head down towards hairpin number 1, still with Matt Scott leading the way.
Yes, indeed. It is the ST Racing number 255 kart of Matt Scott leading Max Greatrex. Now, Elliot Surtees in the black and white Origin Motorsport kart. He has slipped back from third on the grid. He's there now in 5th position, so he is the last driver on the first driver on the outside looking in. But as they come through mixed corner now and into the final chicane, it is still Matt Scott leading past the spectator grandstand, which is filling up nicely, past the spectator banking, which a lot of sun-kissed parents and siblings and family members are choosing to watch this repechage from. It's a 9-minute plus 1 lap race, and we are already heading down towards hairpin number 1 for the second time. And David, there is not a 4-kart breakaway. It is every man, woman and child for themselves.
Certainly is. Amy Peacock with a good move on Elliot Surtees to take 5th place and has moved then up into 4th as Amy Peacock at hairpin number 2 as we've got doors being closed. Peacock up into P4. She's had a very tough weekend. 2 races yesterday where she was involved in incidents. less than trouble-free run this morning through the 2 superheats. She was not expecting to be in this repechage. She's in 4th place there in the orange and black coloured Bradley Shepherd racing machine. Changed to 2nd place. That's Connor Large down the inside of Max Gray-Trex, and now he's under pressure from the 217 of Peacock. And Peacock's going to try the move into the left-hander at the start of the bridge. Can't get through. Door closed. Peacock has to hold on to 4th in the final position. Oh, no, not anymore. Down, and she comes into 3rd. And Max Gray-Trex goes from 3rd to being out of the final.
Yes, Gray-Trex there getting elbowed wide by Elliot Surtees coming out of the first hairpin. As for Amy Peacock, she was 4th last time out at Glenagorse, 11th at Shennington, and somebody running over the grass there. We just saw one driver dropping from about 7th place back to the very tail end of the field. We'll get a number check on that next time around. I think that might have been the 271 kart of Jack Harrison. But the top 4 now have breathing space. Scott, Large, Peacock and Surtees. The first driver on the outside looking in is the returning Shea Hilton. Shea Hilton has not had a fantastic season. Only 25th in the championship. Best finish in the final so far of 22nd. Riley Mason-Lewis is down in 10th position. Joditis is out there, in 11th place. So we had 15 starters out of the 17, trying to figure out who the 2 non-starters were. I know Zane Quecker would have been one of them. I'll have a think about that. Maybe James. It was James Tate.
Yes.
James Tate is not out there either. Sadly.
While you were talking, Henry, Max Gray-Trex and Jack Harrison, they came together at hairpin number 1. Expect them to see them drop down from 6th and 7th, respectively. There you go, Charlie Eibel, Kamuta, Mason-Lewis, all moving up places as well. It was Bella McConville who had the trip across the grass earlier on in the 228 Origin Motorsport machine. The top 4 now, Henry, are on a bit of a breakaway, but the leader is defending heavily from Amy Peacock. These 4 should, and we say should because we know it will never happen, just work together and pull away and have a safe passage through to the final. Good luck with that one happening, because Peacock has been defended and backed into the 221 of Elliot Surtees, who is now up into 3rd place.
Well, I mean, if you have a look at that, Matt Scott led going into this lap, and he is now 4th. And Connor Large took the lead, then started defending from Peacock and Surtees. So, of course, Amy Peacock is thinking to herself, right, what do I make the move and just clear off? Because, in theory, I'm a lot quicker than these drivers around me, because there in 5th position, Shea Hilton is closing in on the lead group, and Shea is bringing the number 246 of Charlie Eyeball and the number 295 of Kartik Kumeta with him. Here we go, Peacock to the outside. Amy Peacock takes the lead of this repechage.
And with them all backing each other up on the previous lap, Shea Hilton was 1.2 seconds quicker than 4th place. This is what they don't need to be doing, because it's going to give an opportunity to Hilton, to Eyeball, to Kometa as well in 7th place. There they are, the train of 3 behind.
Oh, here come the cavalry.
A safe passage through to the final, and they are not doing that. Peacock, though, has got to the front and will now look to try and break away. Can Connor Large go with?
And now we got, look at this. We got a big gap back to Riley Mason-Lewis in 8th place. Gray-Trex, Joditis is 9th. Gray-Trex 10th. Harrison, Golkanath, Teague, McConville, and Harry Hadley. All 15 starters are still running, but we are running out of time. Less than 2 minutes to go. Here comes Matt Scott once again having a little look, and the lead changes again. Connor Large goes back in front of Amy Peacock. Now, I have to say, if any of the 4 drivers who are in the top 4 now, Peacock, Large, Surtees or Scott, if any of them fail to make it through, really, they got only themselves to blame, because there's no need to be doing this. You've just got to pull away.
They do, and they're in close quarters as well, so there's that risk that you do all the hard work to get through in the top 4 and you come in and you've got a front fairing and your day is over because they're racing in such close quarters when they don't need to. Shea Hilton wide out of the final corner onto the rumble strip. Charlie Eibel through up into P5 to give himself a chance in the 2-4-6 of making the main event.
And look at that penalty. Kartik Kometa, 5 seconds. So that puts Kometa out of contention.
And Large in the lead has picked up a warning for blocking as well, so he needs to be careful.
Yep, because you don't want that. The next warning is a penalty.
Peacock, who led this race, is down into 4th place. Make that 3rd as she goes back down the inside of...
well, there's no buffer zone for her. Yeah, Matt Scott. So Scott and Peacock has gone all the way up to the lead. Now she's back. She is on the bubble, so to speak. She's got about 3 inches of clean air between her rear bumper and the front nose cone of Charlie Eibel.
Eibel, who's not really raced in this championship since his cadet days, has returned. He's decided that the best way for him to try and improve is to jump straight into junior rotax rather than go junior primo. And he's going to be in with a chance here of getting himself into this final. The top 36 drivers on this grid will showcase their skills in about an hour and a half's time. The top 2 look like they're clear, but Connor Large defending once again. Timer down to 0, lap and a half to go. And
the driver that you want to watch, behind the Pantano kart in 5th place, the drivers in 6th and 7th, the 2 M Sport karts with the green, and there is Matt Scott.
It's Matt Scott, sorry.
Matt Scott out of contention.
Peacock leads from 4th.
But it's the 2 M Sport karts, those green and white and black liveried machines. One of them, the 295, that one there on your screen, that's Kartik Kometa. He has a 5-second penalty, so he is out of contention. The second of them, the number 284, that is Adam Joydaitis. He started stone last on the grid. Can he scramble his way up into contention? Matt Scott, the pole sitter. Oh, Peacock's on the grass, out of the contention. That must have been an issue just out of our camera's view. There must have been, well, she wouldn't have driven on there unless, of course, there's a mechanical failure on the kart, and there isn't. She wouldn't have driven onto the grass of her own free volition. I shall say only that. And
Surtees have got through into the first corner. Connor Large appears to have gone missing as well, because that's Charlie Eibel in 2nd place in the 246. He was in 4th place. So the drivers in 2nd and 3rd are missing.
Large is back in 4th position. The checkered flag is about to come out. Kartik Kometa in 3rd place has a 5-second penalty. So let's have a look. As they cross the line, it is Elliot Surtees, Charlie Eibel, Connor Large and Shea Hilton will take the last 2 transfer spots. Kartik Kometa has a penalty. Jack Harrison becomes effectively 5th on the road. So if any of Hilton, Large, Eibel or Surtees have some sort of post-race issue and somebody's nose cone's just fallen off, that would be Jack Harrison's. So...
Second time that today that's happened. He took it home in his hands in Superheat 2.
So, okay, that changes things again. So it would be Adam Joydaitis who would be the person that inherits a place in the main event if any of the top 4 have a post-race issue. I think it's safe to say that, sadly, we can say goodbye for the day to Hayagriva Golkanath, Max Great Trex, Riley Mason-Lewis, sadly Matt Scott, Bella McConville, Marissa Teague, Amy Peacock and Harry Hadley. Amy Peacock was about to get a 5-second time penalty before her incident, so that would have... it's still heartbreaking, but it's slightly less heartbreaking than actually finishing on the road to the top 4 and then being penalised out of the main event.
Yeah, fairly local. They'll be back in South Yorkshire and watching the final, I imagine, of Junior Rotax before.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe not. Yes. Here's where you could have been, unfortunately, for Amy Peacock.
This is what you could have won. In my best Jim Bowen bullseye impression. It's
in one, a place in the final.
Yeah. Okie dokie. It is now time for the finals, and the first race up, once an errant nose cone has been retrieved, will be Honda Cadet. 34 of them in total. What a grid we have, and we probably only have 33. Archie, can you see the S plate of Archie Cannon?
There is no distinct green helmet.
No,
I don't think we're going to see Archie Cannon today, unfortunately.
Well, but hopefully he is okay. That scary incident earlier on. Here is your starting lineup. Luke McGall and Elliot Bourke will share row 1. Sawyer Henderson and Arthur Murfitt will share row 2.
Jack White starts in P5 alongside Shaylan Srikantan, Dino Rowlands and Archie Loveridge, who suffered a bent rear axle and hence his retirement in the second of the Super Heat, starts in P8.
Oliver Ratton and Mason Becker will round out your top 10, and a Bradley Sutton and the British O-Plate champion Ronnie Jones.
Then it should have been Archie Cannon off P13. I don't think he's going to be there, and that place will be left vacant. Daniel Barton, and then Jan Prakash and Theo Hamilton on row 8.
Finley Thursfield and Ollie Knox will share row number 9. And the top 20 rounding out by Sam Dixon and Arthur Roberts.
Then it's going to be Luke Jardine and Riley Blakemore, with Jerry Dufficy and Ben Bowers on row 12.
Reggie Dufficy and Ethan Pearson on row 13. Matty Horsepool and Jensen Fathers are on row number 14.
Your grid completed then by Seth Wright and Harry Search, Joshua Adote and Marcel Markovic, with Max Mikalski and Arthur Bath completing your Honda Cadet final grid.
So we wait for the flag signal to be given. There it is, green flag up at the rear of the grid. The lights go on. The lights go out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Elliot Bourke on the outside of row number 1, who tries to cut across and squeeze the poleman Luke McGall. He has done so. And Bourke leads McGall onto the bowl. Everybody else siphoning through behind them. I think that's Jensen Fathers at the back of the field in that yellow and black liveried machine. And we head down to hairpin number 1.
Elliot Bourke leads with a great start off the outside of the front row on Luke McGall, who qualified on pole position in terms of points by a massive margin in this Honda Cadet grid, but he's going to have to work now to get past Elliot Bourke. They've got Sawyer Henderson in that bright pink helmet going with them as well. Arthur Murfitt, as Henderson goes wide, Murfitt will slide the 88 not only down the inside but tries to get past McGall as well. And Jack White in the 13 for the first time this weekend emerges inside the top 5.
Now, the driver in 5th position with a pink crash helmet, Sawyer Henderson. This is uncharted territory now for Sawyer. He is in the top 5 in the final. His best result so far this year is a 17th place finish at the opening round. Anything above that is a success. Now, obviously, he wants, he's been in uncharted waters for him. He's running in the top 5. Don't lose your head now. Anywhere in the top 10 is still a brilliant race result for you, Sawyer. Often you see that happen where all the hard work a driver puts in goes to naught in the final. So Sawyer has got to be very careful because, it's the longest race of the weekend. And there's Ronnie Jones, complete with his new Martin Jackson racing race suit, MJR liveried race suit, there in 8th position. And, of course, Archie Loveridge is going to be recovering from that bent axle. The two top drivers in the point standings, Archie Cannon, obviously not racing. He can use this as his drop round, however. And the second place driver is Riley Blakemore, who has been pretty anonymous, I have to say, this weekend.
Tough day yesterday in qualifying, and that sort of transferred into the heats as well, where he had a retirement in one of those. Started well down the order compared to where he'd have expected to have been this weekend, and hasn't really made the progress in either of the super heats today, and still finds himself outside of the top 15. Was 16th when they crossed the timing line at the end of the previous lap, so certainly one to forget unless he can pull some magic out of the bag with 9 minutes to go. Archie Loveridge, though, is starting to try and make amends for what happened in the second of the two superheats. He's up into 4th place. The driver of the 73 can smell a victory, and there's plenty of time for him to reel in Murphy, McGaul and Bork in front.
And of course, the 8 leaders have pulled away. This is good news for Sawyer Henderson. And it also for Shailen Shrikanthan, because Shailen's only got his best finish is a 14th. He's the last driver in the lead group, just behind Sawyer Henderson, the driver with the bright green coloured crash helmet. This is great for them. They can just now sit at the back of this group, push and work with the leaders, because no matter what happens, even if they finish at the back of this pack, they're still miles in front of anything they've achieved previously this season. Obviously, Jones, Wykes, Loveridge, Murphy, Bork and McGaul, they're used to battling at this position. They're all fighting in amongst the top 9 or 10 in the point standings. They've got one set of goals in mind. For Henderson and Shrikanthan, they've got a different set of goals. This is just still self-improvement.
You've got to prove to yourself you can do it. If you can do it once, you can do it again and again. It's a confidence game at this level of racing for some of these younger drivers.
But you've got to do it once to get there.
Yes,
you've got
to
finish the job once. And that's what they're trying to do.
You don't want to look back at a day that could have been.
Yes, coulda, woulda, shoulda. As we head off the top 3 now, really nose to tail. As I say that, though, they break clear. And here comes Archie Loveridge. Loveridge side by side with Elliot Bork. And Bork squeezes over. And look at Bork saying, tapping his helmet, saying, no. Let's work together. Long time to go yet, Archie.
Behind them, that's Arthur Murphy getting back down the inside of Jack Wykes, who'd got up into 4th place and a move inside the bowl. It has opened the gap up to Elliot Bork, who leads this race from Luke McGaul and Archie Loveridge. And now I think Loveridge is going to have to try and push McGaul for a lap to try and close back in on Elliot Bork. And then wide goes Luke McGaul. He's not going to need to push. The place handed over. We're by Archie Loveridge, and he's up into 2nd place. Loveridge from 8th to 2nd, and still 6.5 minutes and 1 lap on the clock.
So, question, David. You can see that Bork last time was not wonderfully happy with Loveridge, saying, come on, think. Now that he's actually behind, he's got no choice. He may not be happy with Archie, but he's got no choice. He has to push Archie up towards the leader. But Archie seems to have a set of legs under him. Look at that. Already, the 73 Kart is sitting on Bork's rear bumper. Luke McGaul, rather, has to try and work with Loveridge, although Loveridge is to the inside, and there's no stopping Archie Loveridge at the moment. New leader.
8th to 1st in 5.5 laps for Archie Loveridge. And the driver of the 73, who's been inside the top 2 for most of this race weekend before his issues in Superheat 2, is certainly driving like a driver that wants to right some wrongs.
Yes, indeed. At the back of this pack, Wykes is 5th, Jones 6th, Henderson 7th, Shrikanthan in 8th. Shailen Shrikanthan is beginning to drop off the back of this lead pack. This next run down the start-finish straight is very, very important for the driver at the back of this group. He's got to try and somehow stay in the slipstream of the leaders, because if he gets dropped and he's all on his own, you can see you've got in 9th and 10th position Ollie Knox and Mason Becker. They're working together. They will close in on any Kart running solo. In fact, Knox and Becker have got Oliver Ratton as well in with them. So there's 3 Karts working together. So Shrikanthan has got to now drive the wheels off that Kart for the next lap or two to stay in the slipstream. Yellow lights waving underneath the bridge. Somebody has parked on the banking. I can see the driver.
Project One.
It's standing next and now walking away and running up the banking. Pretty disgruntled, but A-OK.
Could be Mason Becker, potentially, as he was in a Project One suit.
Oh, now Becker was in 10th along with Ollie Knox.
I'll confirm
Let's see.
He'd already picked up a penalty, had Mason Becker in the 52, a 5-second penalty. No, he's crossed the timing line. So it's Riley Blakemore. His weekend goes from worse to
abominable.
Yeah.
Absolutely shocking weekend, sadly, for the championship run-up. Well, so it's fair to say that both the top two in the point standings coming into this weekend will be using this round as their drop round. The doors are opening for Loveridge, for McGall, and for Elliot Bourke. And it just so happens that the drivers who are 3rd, 4th and 5th in the championship are running 1, 2 and 3 in this race.
McGall under all sorts of pressure here from the 88 of Murphy. Jack White's in the 13, Ronnie Jones in the O-plate, and then Sawyer Henderson, Shrikanthan a few kart lengths back, can't go with them at the moment, but it's close enough for when, and I do say when, not if, they start battling over that 3rd place. The two leaders, though, are working together in order to try and open up sufficient gap that they can squabble, and Murphy is down the inside of Luke McGall. Side pod to side pod, Murphy is through for 3rd place.
He's learnt very quickly as Arthur Murphy from being in 3rd and fading during the first superheat. Oh no, McGall. Luke McGall's head has gone off somewhere, and that drops him to 8th place. So now McGall, who's 5th in the point standings, he drops to 8th. And look at what Sawyer Henderson is doing. Pushing Ronnie Jones, pushing Jack White. These 3 drivers on your screen here are being very, very sensible. They're keeping their powder dry, as it were, for the final 2 minutes of mayhem, which I am sure will begin, well, when there's 2 minutes to go, which is just about now.
Can McGall, at the very least, try and close back up? The leading duo, though, still on a bit of a mission to try and open up sufficient gap back to those behind before they start their inevitable squabble over the top step of the podium.
I think these two have now got it between themselves because, Wykes, Murfitt, Jones and Henderson, they were looking as though they're already squabbling a little bit.
Wykes up into 3rd.
Yep, and Jones now side by side with Murphy. Henderson doesn't know where to go. Shrikanthan still hanging in there. This is going to bring Shailen Shrikanthan back up into play. He's 7th at the moment. McGall is 8th. Becker and Knox round out your top 10. But it's going to be a head-to-head fight. Loveridge v. Bourke for the win. Murfitt v. Wykes v. Jones v. Henderson v. Shrikanthan for the final podium position.
Minute on the clock, so we're going to have 2 laps to go in Honda Cadet, the first final of the day. Archie Loveridge being hounded by Elliot Bourke, but Bourke, keeping his powder dry thus far, hasn't shown his hand to Archie Loveridge. And Loveridge, to be fair, hasn't defended that lead too much. I think he knows that Elliot Bourke is going to make the move, but he's not going to make the move until Archie Loveridge gives him that opportunity. And Loveridge, again, not defending. I would have expected him to migrate to the inside with the time on the clock. But at this moment, Elliot Bourke, like I say, he's keeping the powder dry and not showing his hand to Archie Loveridge. The time, though, will come.
The first time I commentated on Archie Loveridge was in a different championship, and he was driving an electric kart, not a Mighty Bambino, a different type of electric vehicle, and he won the race by half a minute. Should he win this race, he'll be lucky if he wins it by half a second, because Elliot Bourke is sticking to him like glue. The clock has struck 0. The blue flag is at the last lap board, doesn't go out. Oh, the last lap board is out on the screen. Sorry, so they will have seen the last lap board on the screen. Here we go.
Loveridge, the door's open.
He leaves the door open. There's traffic side by side, and they're closing in on the number 24 cart. Oh, here we go. Arthur Bath has got to get out of the way. Loveridge still has the lead, and Arthur Bath needs to just... Oh, that's right, Arthur, just tuck him behind. Loveridge still has it.
Loveridge, who thought I was going to get boxed in then by Arthur Bath. Can Elliot Bourke do a little bit of a switchback? Archie Loveridge parking the car on the inside. Elliot Bourke not close enough as they head up towards the Fullerton Esses. He's going to close up on exit because Loveridge will come to the inside. Squeezes back. Bourke's going to be on the outside, though he's not close enough, and rails the curb on the outside. I think the chance has gone.
It has indeed. The third place battle is trying to get past Arthur Bath in the final complex, but it's going to be 2 wins in a row for Archie Loveridge, despite the best efforts from Elliot Bourke, and Arthur Murfitt eventually comes across the line, and in third, Jack White's fourth. What a weekend for Sawyer Henderson. P5 for Henderson. 6th for Ronnie Jones. 7th for Shailen Srikantan. 8th for Ollie Knox. 8th for Luke McGall. And 9th, ecstatic once again for his best finish of the season, his equal best finish of the season, Ollie Knox in 9th, Oliver Ratton rounding out the top 10 with Dino Rowlands 11th, Finley Thursfield 12th, and Bradley Sutton, Theo Hamilton, and Sam Dixon. Well done, Sam Dixon, 15th place on his first appearance this year in the championship. That's a good day. I think his dad might want to enter another kart competitions raffle this prize draw this week. He's already won £1,000, and that £1,000 has been well spent on getting Sam a top 15 finish. Arthur Roberts, Luke Jardine, Jayan Prakash, Jerry Teffersey, Ethan Pearson, Ben Bowers, Maddie Horsepool, Daniel Barton, Joshua Adoiti, then Seth Wright, Reggie Teffersey, Marcel Markiewicz, Harry Search, Maximilian Mikalski, and Arthur Bath. Sadly, Jensen Fathers also finishing in 31st position. Mason Becker and Riley Blakemore failing to finish. Great race, David. Championship turned on its head.
That is Honda Cadet Racing through and through.
Oh, yes.
Nose to tail all the way throughout. Opportunities aplenty. And as they went on to that final lap at the front, Elliot Bourke threw everything he had at Archie Loveridge. Archie Loveridge, though, had just about enough as Bourke drew alongside over the timing line to take the victory for the second time this season. So for Loveridge, for McGall and Bourke, they all take huge point hauls compared to the 2 championship leaders going into this round. Honda Cadet wide open as the championship heads to Rowrah and then to Wilton Mill to round off the kart championship.
Now, of course, you're going to be on duty with Joe Bradley at Rowrah and Wilton Mill. Is that correct?
No, not me.
No, not you?
Me.
Oh, okay.
Not
right,
me.
Okay.
I have calendar clashes for both of those events, unfortunately.
You have swooped in for this round and this round only.
I am. I'm a one-off. Special guest appearance.
Ah, right, okay.
I covered this championship in full in 22 and 23, but then calendar clashes sort of take you in different directions, unfortunately. But it's a championship that, I covered the CKC side of things when it was a Matty Street's championship in 23. When him and Darren merged, I stayed with the championship. So it's a championship that is very, very close to me and one that I generally tend to keep an eye on race weekends, even though I'm no longer part of it, because it's such a special championship for me in the sort of stepping stone of karting as you sort of want to sort of migrate. All of our drivers want to try and compete at British level and do your kart masters, but you can't go straight in at that level. It's not realistic. And this is a very, very important championship in that stepping stone.
Absolutely. Now, we are getting ready for our second final. It is Minimax, stroke Intermax, whatever your persuasion is. we'll run through the grid very quickly. But then we'll tell you a story. So, it's going to be Logan Rolfe and Larry Price on row 1. Eddie Duncan and Jensen Sale on row 2. Charlie Quine and Ollie Thompson, row 3. Hugo McCluskey and Buddy Hugo, row 4. With Noah Clear and Cameron Tipping rounding out the top 10. Ronnie Smart and Noah Jebson are next, followed by Jackson Hilton and Adam Batt. Luke Millward and Hakeem Batt are on row 8. Then Rudra Golkunath, James Fabricius, Oliver Barton, Casper McAllister, Leyland McNeish, Jack Mellon, George Quinlan, Jaden Patel-Scott, Jamie Walsh, Australia's Annika Hurd, Lucas Esser, Odysseus Hole, and then Maria Yoga Lavatuta.
Adam Batt is on the grass, Henry.
Now, story time. Logan Rolfe, brilliant this morning, winning both races. Wants to go and have a little watch and do some timing.
Oh.
So his dad, Gary, goes, here you go, son, have my very expensive gold stopwatch to go and do some timing. Brilliant, says Logan. Off he goes, comes back. Gary goes, where's the stopwatch? Logan goes, I don't know if they found it. Logan Rolfe is going to be, go around again. If he's driving very, very quickly in this one and pulling away, it's probably to escape the wrath of his mum and dad for losing the golden stopwatch. If anyone has got the golden stopwatch, he's not sure where he put it down.
He might need a win here to save himself.
He might need a win here to save himself, and he may not. And if he does, even if he does get the win, he may not get to throw the bottle of water over his dad. If he does, it's only to stop the steam coming off Gary's head, the steam of anger. Because there aren't many golden stopwatches around. Well, there's one less now, thanks to Logan, but yes. And it's TH Course. Eddie Duncan is TH Course. I forget the T. The H is for Halliday, so apologies to the T. I'm going to be told. But yeah, that's the number 157 kart of Eddie Duncan. And of course, it's Tommy Weyer Racing, the Pantano chassis, the Pantano team that Jensen Sale belongs to. And of course, Bradley Shepherd Racing, and of course, Synergy leading the way. Here we are. Let's try for the second time.
Well,
if you see Logan Rolfe pulling off the side of the circuit, it's only because he's seen his dad's stopwatch,
yes.
And he goes,
You can pick it up. Like Funhouse.
Yeah, pick it like Funhouse with Pat Sharp. Here we go then. Into the tram lines, and once again we're too fast.
They're going very early out of that final corner. What I will say about this one and why it's been such an entertaining class so far in Intermax is that there's no teams with more than one driver inside the top 10.
Yes.
It means everybody, with the exception, I think we've got Price and Tipping at opposite ends, but you've got Rolfe for Synergy, you've got Price for BSR, you've got then Duncan in a separate team.
Rolfe is now Synergy's at Luke Christie Racing, yeah.
Yeah, so we've got almost every team represented inside the top 10, which means that nobody's going to be working together.
No.
Everybody's going all out for the victory.
Yes. More excitement for us, more nervousness for everyone else. Here we go then. And of course, a nice smattering of privateers as well. Now, Mr. Ashton perched upon the start-finish line with the start line, lights at his discretion. He has given them 2 bites of the cherry. Now, cherries are quite small.
They are.
They're usually only 2 bites worth. They may, if they have to take a 3rd bite, Mr. Ashton might have to stop them and have a word. Let's see.
And sometimes that does involve Mr. Ashton picking that front row up.
Yes, and
moving it to the back.
Free trip to the back of the grid. Larry Price looks over, shaking and thinks, now this does look a little bit more respectable, pace-wise. Let's see if it remains so.
Here we go then, as this one does look a lot better. The engine notes rise into the tram lines, the lights extinguish, and we are away and racing. And the inside row gets the jump. And those drivers from first and third, it was almost first, third and fifth, but Larry Price has held on to third place. Jensen Sale slots into fourth in front of what appears to be, I thought it was going to be Ollie Thompson, but it's not. It's Charlie Quine in the 118 from fourth place for ST Racing. Out onto the back straight, the top 5 in a straight line. The rest of the field fan out up towards hairpin 1. And there's been a good start, I think, there by Buddy Hugo, who takes a place down the inside of the 141. I think that's Noah Clare. So Hugo up into 8th place behind a very impressive, for me, Hugo McCluskey in P7. His first visit to PF in a race weekend. He's tested here, not raced here, going well inside the top 10 there in that bright yellow helmet for Origin Motorsport.
And McCluskey, he was present at the first round of the championship at Warden Law, finished 22nd then.
Home circuit as well.
Hasn't been back since. So this is only his second appearance of the season. And like I said, his first race meeting here, the Origin Motorsport team set up by Elliot Surtees' family. It's an Anglo-Dubai-based team, an Anglo-Emirati-based team. They got one arm racing out in the United Arab Emirates, one arm racing here. It's run by Sam Morgan down in the UK, and they've gained a number of drivers since the start of the season, so the team are expanding well. They've got some fast drivers, including the number 164 of McCluskey, doing a good job at the moment. There's the number 150 of Ronnie Smart. He's had an up and down day, but he is there now in what is P4. But Rolf, Duncan and Sale are your top 3.
Larry Price went for second place, and by the time he got to hairpin number 1, was down in P6. He's wrestled his way back up to 5. Buddy Hugo in the wall on the outside of the Mike Wilson complex. He looks to be in a little bit of discomfort. We'll see whether we carry on this race or whether we go Battenberg, because he's buried in that tyre wall very close to the side of the circuit.
Yeah, Marshall is there with him already, as is always the case here at PF International. And
we are neutralising the race.
Neutralising the race straight away, yes. And again, driver is now up and out of his kart, so Buddy Hugo walks away. The reason that we're neutralising the race, putting it behind effectively the safety car, Logan Rolfe becomes the safety car, is because Buddy Hugo's kart is buried in amongst the barriers, and there is not a lot of runoff between the outside of the circuit and said barriers. So the marshals would have had to put themselves on the outside of a potential crash site in the middle of a race, and that would not, that doesn't fly. Because he's also gone through the next set of barriers. So the Team TVKC here, fast at work to put the Reticel barriers back together because they're intertwined, and then the actual green barriers as well, the interconnecting barriers. So again, this is why, if you want, the marshals, if you want to come and volunteer and be a marshal, to join the club of marshals. Now, some of the marshals here, they marshal all over the country. We're still under Battenberg flag conditions, David.
We are, and whilst we're under Battenberg flag conditions, the race leader, Logan Rolfe, is adjudged to have a start infringement, and the field being back together...
That's not good news.
Not good at all, because he's been given a 5-second penalty, and with the field so tightly packed once again, it's going to cascade him down the order. He's 5 points behind Larry Price in the championship coming into this race weekend. He would have probably overtaken Price given his performance today in the superheat and this final. And he's going to be aware of it because it will be on the overhead gantry at some point after the Battenberg is done. But Logan Rolfe is going to have to drive the race of his life to try and mitigate that penalty.
Well, if he wasn't running and hiding from his dad, he's now running and hiding from the rest of the field here. He's looking over there, so he'll have been told that. It's on the timing and scoring screen. I'm sure that it'll be confirmed. So his goal now, he's got to go and hope that Eddie Duncan goes with him. What Logan Rolfe does not want is have anybody trying to overtake and get drawn into a battle. Here we go then. The green flag looks like it is going to be displayed. Green flag in the air. We're back racing. Rolf leads them, and now he's got to go. He has got to go and hope they all trip over each other behind him. Duncan under pressure for second. Then you've got Smart now up to third. Jensen Sale has slipped back. Price is there in fourth. And here comes Eddie Duncan. This is not what Logan Rolf wants at all.
Rolf's going to get backed into the field here because Duncan will have to defend up to 2 because he was so tight into 1. And Ronnie Smart with the smart move down the inside of Logan Rolf. Rolf's going to come back at him and will indeed have track position. But all this battling, Logan Rolf's just got to break away. Yellow flag out at hairpin 1. We've got one of the KMS kart on the outside on the grass.
Driver walking away. That will be moved very, very quickly. So we're down to 27 runners now. Logan Rolf, he can't. Logan, he's on the grass. This is where now Logan's Rolf. You get your confidence rattled.
Now we're driving with emotion.
Yep. Sometimes that's good, not always. Rolf has got to compose himself now and get back at the front because at the moment this penalty would drop him effectively from where he is running now, 4th, back to, it would be back to 24th at the moment.
Jack Mellon was your driver off at hairpin number 1. He'll retire from this race and be classified in 27th.
But through the Fullerton S's, Eddie Duncan, then championship leader Larry Price, followed by Ronnie Smart, Logan Rolf, 4th on the road, ahead of Jensen Sale. We complete another lap. And Luke Millward moves into the top 6. So Millward, now he had these 2 charging drives this morning from 29th on the grid up into the top 5 in both races. There may have been a post-race nose cone issue for Luke in one of them because he started this one back in 15th place. But that's half the job done. There he is on that TB kart, white crash helmet, Team UK race suit, because he qualified to represent Team UK in the Rotax Grand Finals last year as the British Micromax champion, and he's now P5 on the road, P4 in total. Logan Rolf, meanwhile, his 5-second penalty would put him back to 18th. So it's getting better bit by bit, but we've only got 4 minutes plus a lap to go.
Here comes Millward down the inside of Ronnie Smart. We'll find out whether that was successful in a few moments' time as they re-emerge from out under the bridge. It wasn't at the time, but now it is now. And he's up into 4th place behind Logan Rolf, who in turn had got past the same driver on the previous lap as well. Bit of a gap between the top 2 as Millward now begins to try and close in on Rolf in front. Charlie Quine trying to make a move down the inside, and that's Ronnie Smart up and onto the back of, I don't know who it was. We'll find out.
We're going to find out with the Karting Live TV replay.
Jackson Hilton.
And there goes Ronnie Smart. And it was the Carter. That was Jackson Hilton in the number 127 machine. So that will drop Ronnie down the order considerably. Logan Rolf now running 3rd on the road, and that puts Luke Millward up into P4 on the road. He undoubtedly will catch Logan Rolf. This is the first time that Rolf has got a bit of clean air. If I were Logan Rolf, I would tether my support to the wagon of Luke Millward and just push Luke Millward along. Follow Luke, because Luke is only going in one direction, that's forward. So if I were Logan and I needed to work with anybody, it would be Millward. But of course, Millward has got his own issue at the moment, and that issue is Jensen Sale. Then it's Hilton and Charlie Quine side by side. Then these 3 karts we're looking at now: Noah Clare, Cameron Tipping, and Hugo McCluskey.
Yeah, Tipping at the head of that trio now. He's got his way past Noah Clare in that Daniel Ricciardo inspired helmet for Cameron Tipping. He's had a weekend really of 5-second penalties for Cameron Tipping. If he can get through the final without one, that will be a success. Undoubtedly a very, very quick driver that does tend to occasionally get involved in scraps that he doesn't need to for Cam Tipping, but always does sort of come good when it matters in the final. Currently running in P9 for Tipping, has a gap though to close back up. Talking about closing gaps up, Logan Rolfe 2/10 quicker than the duo in front, and there's been a change for the lead as Larry Price got past Eddie Duncan on that previous lap. Price leads from Duncan, and as Duncan tried to get back alongside Price through the bowl, and he's going to do it again up towards hairpin 1. This plays into the hands of Logan Rolfe, Luke Millward, Jensen Sale, and the rest of the field behind.
Logan Rolfe, his penalty would now drop him to 12th. So, as the pace continues to pick up at the front, Rolfe's final finishing position continues to improve, even though he's not passing anybody. As at one point he would have been 25th, then it was 18th, now it's 12th. We've got a minute to go. Millward has caught Rolfe. So, Rolfe, if I were Logan Rolfe and if I was fully appraised of the situation, I would be letting Luke Millward go and then pushing that TB cart for all it's worth. So to prevent him getting slowed down. There's Millward looking to the inside. Doesn't work that time. Maybe Logan's not aware of the penalty because, of course, when the penalty was given, Logan, also the Battenberg flag was out and the main screen said, slow, slow, slow. We will have to wait and see. There's a move for the race lead. Eddie Duncan for the TH Corsa team. Top spot. Price doesn't fight it. Second. Still Rolfe third on the road. Millward third in the race.
Larry Price, as the time elapses down to 0, they go into the Mike Wilson complex for the penultimate time. Last lap board will greet them. Larry Price, does he go all out for the win or does he box smart, knowing that he's had 2 victories so far this season, has a championship lead, and his nearest rival right behind him has got a 5-second penalty. Price is going to go down the inside. He was already alongside into the bowl. Door closed by Eddie Duncan. Duncan continues to lead them from Larry Price. Price has another nibble onto the bridge as they emerge on the way out. It's Larry Price in the lead.
And it's Luke Millward now in second place. Duncan, Rolfe, and Jackson Hilton getting it all wrong. Jackson Hilton on the outside. Spins going to hairpin number 1. Jensen Sale, Charlie Quine are there as well. Millward has the race lead.
Price not happy, and that is not aimed at Logan Rolfe. That's aimed at Luke Millward for the overtake into hairpin 1. Rolfe's got a penalty anyway. Millward could potentially be looked at. Larry Price is in third place. Could, when it goes to people far more important than me, re-inherit this one. But as they head up and out of the final corner, it will be Luke Millward from 15th to 1st.
Look at that. Millward, he went from 29th to 2nd, 29th to 5th, 15th to 1st in 3 races today. On track, that young man has passed over 50 drivers in 3 races. Rolfe will finish second on the road. Now, that would put Logan Rolfe, he would be 11th. 11th after his 5-second penalty. It means that Larry Price and Eddie Duncan move up into the top 3. Charlie Quine, what a result for Charlie. P4, P5 on the road. Then Jensen Sale, Cameron Tipping, Hugo McCluskey, Noah Clare, Jackson Hilton, Noah Jebson. Then it would be Rolfe slotting into 11th. Behind Jebson, Fabricius, McAllister, Thompson, Barton, Smart, Batt, Golconath, Quinlan, Annika Hurd from Land Down Under. Can you hear the thunder? Anyway, Jaden Patel-Scott, Adam Batt, Leyland McNesh, Jamie Walsh, Odysseus Hull, and Maria Jürgen Lavituter, the last driver to complete the race. And breathe again as we wait for the next race, which is Junior Primo.
What a race that was once again. We seem to say that after every race here in the Kart Championship, but if it happens, then we have to say it. Another superb race, this time in rotax. Thank you for everybody getting in touch, of course. Ashton Cart's asking, when is Junior Primo out? They are out next. And that is going to be your next of your finals for Junior Primo. I'll run you through a grid in a few moments' time as the grandstand here fills up and then it empties for the next race and then fills up with parents and supporters of all of our drivers as we head towards the final of the day here, which I believe will be Junior Rotax. We'll confirm that. Well, no, we're going to end with Mighty, actually, which is going to be fantastic because they have been superb this weekend. Right, then, let's have a quick look at your grid for our Junior Primo final here then. Stanley Clark will start on pole position. Eliza Hazelwood, the championship leader, alongside Isaac Jameson and Alfie Forrester on row 2. Lily Shaw and Lewis Gilbert on row number 3. Then it's Zach Jennings and Ronnie Legg, Noah Clark and Luke Wells in front of Oscar Sherovic and Zach McKay, with Blair Smith and Cooper Campbell-Lees on row 7. Charlie Thompson starts in 15th with Harry Ward alongside Aston Brown and Piers Whitehead on row 9. Samuel Yeadon and Miles Cleworth on row number 10 in front of George Ralston and Thomas Ambler. Then it's going to be Jasper Oakes and Ethan Bath, Elijah Hartley and Josh Whittaker in front of Louis Brown and Maxime Carrock, and then Thomas Butcher completes your grid here then in our Junior Primo final. Just going to have a quick look back at our Junior Rotax repechage to see if anybody got penalties, and indeed they did. Elliot Surtees, Charlie Eibel, Shea Hilton and Adam Jadaustis, who started last and came through to be classified in 4th place in that class. We already knew that Karthik Kumeta had a penalty. There was one applied as well to Connor Large that took him out of the top 4. That was for gaining an unfair advantage. And Jack Harrison, who also finished in the top 5, would have been promoted, except his nose fell off, which meant that he was removed from the standings due to a non-compliance. So, all change in the repechage. Everybody, the top 4, going through. And we've already got a kart stationary. It's the 20 of Jasper Oakes, who was due to go off P23. So we're going to roll round for a second time. And Jasper Oakes, his Junior Primo final is over before it started. The number 20 machine is being dragged away to safety. Jasper Oakes walks to the sanctuary of the Marshal's post on the inside of the Terry Fullerton S, and we are one kart down before we were due to start. So he is moved to safety, and once the field go past the outside of hairpin number 1, I think number 20 may well be dragged further away.
Poor old Jasper Oakes. Still 28 Junior Primos to play with. Lovely. 12 minutes plus a lap.
I'm not sure if you've heard, Henry. All change in the top 4 in the repechage. Adam Giordausis did make it through.
Oh, wow.
Because we had the non-compliance for Jack Harrison. We had penalties applied to Connor Large. So Adam Giordausis, who started last, finished 7th, but was classified 4th, will make the big show.
It's on a day like this where you think, right, I'm going to go and buy a lottery ticket on the way home. My luck is in. Clark and Hazelwood. Well, Stanley Clark, that is the same race suit he had on in the second superheat. So
they should probably thrown some water on him.
Yes. And Elijah Hazelwood, Jameson, Forrester, Lily Shaw, and then Lewis Gilbert and Zach Jennings, who I'm told are exchanging Christmas cards this year. I errantly said they weren't going to after an incident at the start of the season, but they are the best of mates for now. Here we go.
Good start from Clark. Good start as well from Isaac Jameson from the second row. He jumps past Elijah Hazelwood and up into second place. Hazelwood then down into third. Looks like it's been another good start. It has, by Lily Shaw up into fourth place. Alfie Forrester off the second row. Drops 2 places, one behind Jack Jennings and the other behind Lily Shaw. Driver up on the curb.
And one kart with a nose cone no longer attached to it. And judging by the way that kart was... snaking around
Charlie
under braking.
Thompson.
Yes, that will be an early bath for Charlie Thompson. The number 57 car, Aston Brown, goes for a spin. Aston Brown on that bright, shiny new TB kart. 5th last time out. He'll be lucky to make it 25th today.
Yeah, we had Louis Brown. That was the driver we saw at the top of the bridge who was mounted up on the curb.
Not a good day if your surname's Brown, I think it's safe to say. So... there are the 2 X-Kart teammates chasing down the Hunter Motorsport kart, and there's a spinner going off under the bridge there. Just caught it out of at the bottom of our screen. Looked like the driver did a full 360 and continued. So good style points for that driver, whoever they were.
Change for second place. Elijah Hartley slides the 21 back down the inside of Isaac Jameson and moves up into second place.
And I'm just trying to see the plain white kart. It's the number 41 of Louis Brown, who did another spin. So Brown and Brown are at the back of the field after having 2 spins for Louis and 1 for Aston. As we complete lap number 2, Stanley Clark pulling away. That Hunter Motorsport Venator engine. I've seen Kai Hunter is here, obviously giving Stanley a bit of driver coaching. Oh, and there was a bit of elbows out going in between the group of karts just coming off the bridge now. And it was the Bradley Shepherd Racing livery karts that was this.
That's the KMS machine.
Oh, I do apologise. Yes, the Cato Motorsport.
Of Oscar Sherovic.
Yeah, Oscar Sherovic was sideways going on to the banking. The Pantano kart, Tommy Weyer Racing, number 78 of Lily Shaw, was also pointing in lots of different directions apart from the right one. And they both dropped back a little bit.
Gap at the front was 0.7 of a second. These 2 X-Kart drivers are about to be joined by a third in Zach Jennings, who, again this weekend, had a terrible qualifying position. If that lad could quali, he could win some races. The problem is he's always outside the top 10 and then gets forward. He's in with a shout of a podium here once again, is Zach Jennings. In that number 69 machine, was second at round 2 at Shennington, second at round 3 at GYG, in with a shout of another podium here. And like I say, if he could get a qualifying towards the front, he would be in with a chance of winning some races outright in considerably easier fashion than what he's had to do so far this weekend.
Now, we play the usual Junior Primo X-Kart game here. 3 identical chassis, 3 drivers with identical race suits. Elijah Hazelwood has the orange helmet, Isaac Jameson, the green helmet, Zach Jennings, the black helmet. Cooper Campbell-Lees is the 4th member of the squadron. He's got a white crash helmet. So at least they've done the decent thing and paint their crash helmets different colours. So we can tell them apart. Hazelwood in orange, Jameson in green, Jennings in black. Then it's Alfie Forrester, Chezovic, Gilbert, Shaw, Legg and Pierce Whitehead rounding out the top 10, with Cooper Campbell-Lees in 11th position. Then it's Noah Clark, Luke Wells, Miles Cleworth, Zach Mackay, Blair Smith, Ethan Barth, Thomas Butcher, Elijah Hartley and Sam Yeadon rounding out the top 20.
We had yellow flags in the Mike Wilson complex on the previous lap. George Ralston in the 99, his kart being recovered out to safety, but he's going to retire from this Junior Primo final. Gap at the front remains fairly consistent at 0.7 of a second. The train behind were closing in on the previous lap. The gap had gone out, it's come back in, and that looks to me to be slightly closer than 0.7 of a second. We'll see whether my eyes are deceiving me as Hazelwood goes wide out onto the rumble strips and it remains fairly consistent.
But Jameson in third is now quicker than Hazelwood in second. Now, Isaac Jameson has a quandary now. Does he work with his teammate, who he is faster than, and try and hope to push them both up towards the race leader, or does he think, I've got to go for it, potentially lose ground to the race leader, and then not be able to close up? So it is a quandary.
Speculate to accumulate. Does he lose a few tenths in the overtake to then believe he's got more pace than Hazelwood to close in on Stanley Clark? We've still got half this race to go. 6:20 on the clock, which will be around about 6 when they go under the timing line. Can these two... I thought Jennings was going to close up and go with, but he has fallen away ever so slightly. Still looks comfortable in fourth, though. There he is in the third of the karts with what appears to be a new Nasso panel on the front.
It's behoven upon Hazelwood to drive tidily now. If Hazelwood starts missing apexes and losing ground, and they did lose a few tenths to Clark on that lap, then Jameson has to go. If Hazelwood keeps up the pace and hits his apexes, and then Jameson will have to push him. But it's all down to what Hazelwood does. They're dropping Jennings now into fourth position, but Jennings has still got a comfortable advantage over Forrester in fifth, Chesevic in sixth, Gilbert, Shaw, Wells and Cloworth, who round out your top 10.
Gap 7.8.
The list of drivers... Now, yes, we've got two karts. Charlie Thompson has also stopped, and there's two karts now at the Mike Wilson complex that are out of this race, Ralston and Thompson. As we look, where's Thomas Butcher? Butcher's up to 21st position, and of course Jasper Oakes failed to take the start as well. His kart is nestling between two barriers on the exit of the second hairpin. Well, it looks as though Elijah Hazelwood has weathered the storm so far, because he's pulling away from Isaac Jameson again, and Hazelwood actually last time round, David, was a tick quicker than the race leader.
He was. It's amazing what he can do when he hasn't got to worry about being overtaken. He has indeed broken the resolve so far of Isaac Jameson, who appears to be falling back now into the clutches of Zach Jennings. Jennings, who I thought was pretty much out of the fight for a podium, is closing back in on his ex-kart teammate Isaac Jameson in front of him. He was 8 tenths of a second or so behind it. The gap between them is down to 4 tenths. Jennings taking chunks out of Jameson.
And if you're thinking, I like the look of those black and white Team X-Kart machines, I fancy driving one of them, well, if you go to the X-Kart website, and again, be careful when you're typing in www.xanything, X-Kart website, you will see a link for the X-Kart Scholarship and how you could get yourself a drive in this championship next year for X-Kart. The scholarship takes place at Wilton Mill in September. And, you can find out there, because Matty Street does an awful lot to try and bring young drivers into karting. That NASA panel for the nose cone of Isaac Jameson, David, looks a little bit on the wibbly-wobbly side.
I think I'd put my house, and I'd also put your house, Henry.
Oh, excellent, because I owe a lot of money on my house.
On that being a front-fairing issue.
Brilliant.
For Isaac Jameson, unfortunately. So, sorry if you're homeless by the end of the evening, but I'm fairly confident that I'm right.
I'll be the only person that is homeless, but a lot richer by the end of it. Here we go then. Just under 3 minutes to go, and Hazelwood is 8 tenths of a second behind Clark. Jameson under pressure for third from his teammate Jennings. Forrester a long way back in fourth, and but again has got a big lead over the sixth place battle between Chesevic and Lewis Gilbert. Then another big gap back to Lily Shaw, Miles Cloworth in 8th and 9th. Cooper Campbell Lees has got a huge group of drivers behind him, so the main pack of karts is for about 10th place on back. Cooper Campbell-Lees, he's got the gold and black special liveried Team X-Kart machine, which we're not seeing a great deal of on our cameras for the sole reason that Cooper Campbell-Lees is mired in the mid-pack. And, Zach Jennings has just made an absolute pig's ear of the first hairpin, and all the hard work that driver there on your screen has done to catch his teammate has now been undone.
I feel he may be given a reprieve for that by the very bouncy nose of Isaac Jameson, but nonetheless, he's now going to be a lot closer and give Alfie Forrester a bit of a sniff of closing in on that 69 in front. Forrester, who was well over 1.5 seconds off the back of Zach Jennings, is now within a second of Zach Jennings. 0.8 of a second is the gap. Jennings now still in that 4th place, still fairly comfortable, but just needs to tidy it up for these final few laps. He's got 3 to go.
Less than a minute now remains plus a lap, and we are very, very static at the front. Not completely surprising in Junior Primo, with so many of these drivers being first-time visitors to PF International. And we talked a lot about this is a very fearsome, it's a very daunting track to any newcomer, no matter what kart you're driving. And Junior Rotax happens to be a very, very potent vehicle with which to come here for your first time. And everyone is taking their time to find their level, as it were. What is
Stanley? Well, I was about to say Stanley Clark absolutely clattered the exit curb of the Fullerton S's and threw 0.3 in the direction of Eliza Hazelwood.
That'll be nerves. That will be nerves, undoubtedly. As what was Isaac Jameson pointing to? He was pointing down towards his engine as he came across the line. Now, obviously, his mechanic is in the stands there. Not that the mechanic can help him at the moment, but he's just letting the mechanic know there's a problem. If anything happens, don't shout at me, it's not my fault, is what I think he was trying to say. We'll have a little look. He has fallen quite a way back, but of course, nose cone penalty or not, and that's just speculation. Jameson is, all on his own in 3rd place. So, here come your leaders. Has Hazelwood managed to close the gap again on the penultimate lap? The answer, David Sullivan, is...
No, he's lost 0.1 of a second. We were building there to something... we were hoping to build to something that unfortunately we weren't. There is some lap traffic in front, but I don't think they're going to catch them. And if they are, it's going to be right at the end of the lap. In fact, they may do, as the two in front are squabbling. And if they do, it will be in the Mike Wilson complex.
It's Maxim Karuk in the number 74 kart and Louis Brown in the number 41. And I think... now Hazelwood is a lot closer. Stanley Clark, he wants to go as slow as possible to not catch the lapped karts, but also keep Hazelwood behind. Hazelwood's going to have a chance at a run to the flag here, David.
Hazelwood within touching distance of the race leader out of the final corner. Clark catches the lap traffic, uses the slipstream, punches the air, and Stanley Clark wins in Junior Primo from Elijah Hazelwood and Isaac Jameson. Then it's Zach Jennings, Alfie Forrester and Oscar Chesovic, with Lewis Gilbert, Miles Cleworth, Lily Shaw and Zach McKay completing your top 10.
And did you notice Hazelwood patting the side of his go-kart as he crossed the start-finish line? That means he knows he's happy because Clark is not a threat to him in the championship. Hazelwood has just extended his points lead over Zach Jennings and Lewis Gilbert, as well as the likes of Sam Yeadon, Cooper Campbell-Lees, and of course, Isaac Jameson.
Yeah,
so he was happy with that.
Hazelwood, who came into this race weekend with the largest championship lead of any of our classes, 35 points he had on Lewis Gilbert. Gilbert finished the final in 7th.
And it's
Hazelwood second, which is effectively for him a win against other drivers within the championship. Some great drives. Gilbert did make up a number of places. Miles Cleworth moves up from 20th to 8th. Great drive for him. And Pierce Whitehead, just outside the top 10 in P11, had a steady little drive up through the field as well from P18.
Yes, Cooper Campbell-Lees, Ethan Barth, Elijah Hartley and Aston Brown at the top 15, although Brown does get a 5-second penalty. And that will promote Samuel Yeadon, Noah Clark, Harry Ward, Ronnie Legg and Blair Smith up a few positions. Josh Whittaker and Thomas Butcher were next across the line. Louis Brown and Maxim Karuk both finished, well, they were a lap down almost. Luke Wells going out on the penultimate lap, and then we saw the retirements of Thomas Ambler, George Ralston, Charlie Oakes, and sadly, before the start of the race, Jasper Oakes.
Big news!
Okay.
A gold stopwatch has been found.
Oh, fantastic. Logan Rolfe is breathing a lot easier for himself, so well done to the person that found it.
He won't have to walk home anymore.
Yes, you're allowed.
You can get back in the car.
You're in the boot with the dog, but you're in the car. There we go. Well, I'm glad whoever found that. I don't know if it was a Logan who found it himself or if some good citizen found it and handed it in to its rightful owner. There we go.
Next up then here at the Kart Championship, it's time for your final in Micromax. This one has been a Harris Barber show so far this weekend. Henry, he starts on 0 points, which means he's won every race so far.
Yes, of course. In karting, you know, championship points is one thing, but heat points and grid points is something else. If you've got 0 points coming into the final, that means you have won everything. You've won all the heats, all the super heats, and Harris Barber has 0 points. He's got maximum championship points, 0 grid points. Dimitar Uzanov will go on the outside of row number 1. Charlie Page and Dian Pahal go from row number 2. The last time Page and Pahal, I've got to say it now. I'm sorry to Mrs. Page and I'm sorry to Mr. Pahal. The last time that Page and Pahal started together in a Micromax race here at PF International was the final for the Rotax O plate, and they both ended up on the grass in the banking and finished down the, well, Dian came back to finish second and Charlie came back to finish a little bit further back. Let's hope that lightning does not strike twice.
Is that because you have a bit of an effect on Dian Pahal?
I have. I was wandering. I was wandering through the paddock, looking for my good friend Mark Reynolds from Tornado Kart Engines, who owes me a packet of cigarettes. Sorry, I've said it now. And Dian's dad said, "Henry, how are you?" And I went, "Oh, hi." And Dian's there, and he looks at me, and Dian just puts his hand up and waves me away, smiling, waves me away. Yes, because I am Dian's kryptonite when it comes to him winning a race whilst I'm commentating. He hasn't yet won a race while I've been on the microphone, and Dian reminds me of that now because he's won several others in other championships, or even at championships that I do that I haven't been present at on the day.
Behind those two, and hopefully they do see the checkered flag, it's Jensen Darlow and Noah Wicklow. Then it's going to be Ethan Lloyd and Teddy Murphy on row 4.
Last year's Mighty Bambino champion Ralph Martin will share row 5 with Dax Farah. Zach Andrew will be all on his own on row 6 because Lewis Cacaldi is not racing in the final.
Then it's going to be Henry Algar and Harry Stinson with Arthur Bowers and Freddie Blackshaw.
The remaining runners on the field, it will be Carter Jackson, Junior Wright, Ethan McClelland, Teddy Roberts, and Lani Eden.
Now,
there we go.
For me, Henry,
yes,
all eyes on row 5, because that's where the action was at last time between Ralph Martin and Dax Farah. They had a bit of an introduction to each other down at hairpin number 1 that I'm sure would have provided a tense environment down in the Strawberry Garage.
Yes,
well,
indeed.
The
The strawberry,
the strawberry satellite garage this weekend, because it's not official strawberry, but they're all still together in the garage.
Yes, it's a scary thing when Mark Baines is running operations down there in his own inimitable fashion. But the Micromax drivers head out on their formation lap under wonderfully sunny skies here at PF International. We've seen quite a few incidents, that have kept the stewards busy, but that's just a reflection, I think, on number one, the circuit, number two, the fact that it's new for the drivers. There are so many of them making their first racing appearance here at PF International. So I think that's just, and of course, we're getting bigger and bigger grids at the championship, so it's a natural progression that you do see a lot more close quarter action. But here we go, we're going to see plenty of close quarter action in this next race. Can Harris Barber maintain his perfect start, or his perfect day, his perfect weekend in Lincolnshire for Barber?
Barber then will lead us through. The pace still rather high at the moment as they head out of the final corner and into the tram lines we go. The lights still on, and the lights remain on. And as predicted, the pace very quick through the Mike Wilson complex and around Mixed Corner. A little bit too fast.
Well, they were keen. There's no wrong with a bit of enthusiasm.
What they're wanting to do, Henry, they want to get the racing done, go home and re-watch this footage whilst they're having their tea at home tonight.
Yes. Or they want to go and re-watch the entire 24 Hours of Le Mans on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel, which has got the Radio Le Mans studio vision. So basically, you're just looking at the studio while you're listening to the race, but looking at the commentators for Radio Le Mans in the studio.
We know a few of them, don't we?
We do know a few of them. So do you, ladies and gentlemen. That's where Joe Bradley and Nick Damon are. And the audience are now in sync going, yeah, we do know. God, bring them back.
Bring them back. Send David and Henry to Le Mans next year instead.
We don't mind at all. Here we go. Some go-karting, ladies and gentlemen. Uzanov on the outside of row number one. Barber on the inside. Page and Pahal on row number two. Let's see if they can keep the pace nice and steady. Oh, Harris Barber, he does love squeezing Dimitar Uzanov to the inside, coming out of there to try and stop Uzanov getting the run.
Into the tram lines we go once again. The lights stay on again.
Now, there was...
now it's that nervous third time.
Yes, the issue... Teddy Murphy and Noah, Teddy Murphy in the number 71, and I think Zach Andrew in the 27. They were clearly trying to move out of the tram lines before the start of the race. Now this is quite lucky in a way that they've just avoided a penalty there for a false start, but they just do need to be a little bit more controlled. Enthusiasm is one thing. And then carelessness is another.
There's youthful exuberance. These are our youngest drivers that carry out a rolling start.
Yes.
Let's be honest, it's not their first rodeo. However, it's a very different matter here at PFI. It's probably the longest run out of a final corner to a start line that these drivers will have this season in terms of it being a straight line. So it is very inviting to power down as soon as you come out of that final corner.
Of course.
Despite the fact that the acceleration line is about 80 metres further up the track. You'll see the yellow cones the line across the circuit.
Look at Barber now. Watch him squeeze Uzanov to the inside. He'll move. No, he doesn't this time. He keeps a lot say, now this is better because he's trying to prevent Uzanov from getting the, momentum coming out of that corner. This looks better. Let's have a look. Oh.
And we are good in terms of the lights, and we're away and racing at the front for the very least as Charlie Page moves through, as does Jensen Darlow, up into third place. So the entire inside line, 1, 3 and 5, move through into positions 1 and 3.
Yep, and Dia Bahal moves into P4, so Uzanov was the unlucky driver there. He is down to about 5th position. but it's Harris Barber, Charlie Page leading the way. Oh, Pahal cannons into the side, and luckily there, Pahal, you can see Pahal now try and sweep to the inside, does the crossover, and Jensen Darlow is there, wallop. But it costs Pahal, and Darlow continues without losing a position.
Look at that behind Henry. Sorry, I know you were about to say something, but we had 15 drivers going for the same piece of tarmac into the Bobby Game corner. Pahal has somehow, I believe, still managed to hold on to fourth place, albeit about 40 metres behind Jensen Darlow.
And these two are off at the races. Page, I am sure, will not... His nose cone will not leave the rear bumper of Barber for some minutes. They've got the brake, and they're already signalling to each other. Page knows he's got a gap. If he keeps pushing, the rest will never, ever catch them. That's what Page is going to try and do, but he doesn't want Barber to defend at all.
Let's push away. Tractor and trailer rather than train. Let's just be 1 and 2 rather than inviting everybody back in, because Pahal has a train of karts all the way down to the number 11 of Junior Wright. The entire field behind the top three are on that short straight between the Fullerton Esses and Bobby Game.
Yep, indeed. They're battling from 4th to 20 all.
Look at them in the background, all emerging. But this top two doing what they need to do.
And let's have a look at the lap times already. Last time around, Darlow was about as fast as the two leaders on his own. But there's a 1.2 second gap between Page in second and Darlow in third. And there's another 1.2 second gap between Darlow and Pahal. Warning for Dean Pahal. He gets away without a penalty because he actually cost himself more time, and Darlow actually continued without a problem. Teddy Murphy and Harry Stinson outside the tram lines at the start, which that was easy to see. It was Stinson Murphy in the 71 kart, Stinson in the 78. Murphy had all four wheels outside the tram lines. That's a 5-second penalty. And Stinson only had 2 wheels outside the tram lines. That is a 3-second penalty.
Fastest lap of the race from Dimitar Uzanov in P5 as he tries to hunt down Dion Pahal.
Yep, there you can see Uzanov pushing Pahal, and now that gap from 4th back to everybody else is now a 2-kart scrap, because you can see Murphy in 6th, Martin, Farah, Wicklow and Ethan Lloyd. They're now pretty much in their own private battle. Pahal and Uzanov have caught Darlow.
Now, will they just tag on to Darlow and try and push Darlow onto the back of Barber and Page, or do they feel they've got enough pace to find a way through? Dion Pahal is...
Well, he's already had one nibble at Jensen Darlow, and it didn't taste very nice. So, does discretion mean the better part of valour on this occasion, I wonder?
Well, the side pod on Darlow looks considerably better than I thought it would have done. I thought it would be black with the rubber of Dion Pahal's front left wheel as he went into the side of Jensen Darlow, tapping away at his rear bumper as they make their way up and around the bowl.
And there is Pahal looking to the inside, makes the move. So Pahal back into 3rd position, and that time the little bite he took tasted lovely. Oh, although actually he's got a bit of indigestion. It's acid reflux is coming back at him now. Here comes Darlow, but Pahal's able to keep Darlow at bay for the time being.
Shout out to Noah Wicklow. Fastest lap on the previous was half a second quicker than the race leader for Noah Wicklow as he draws up onto the train of karts in front of him at the moment in 9th place. He's trying to get onto the back of the train from Teddy Murphy, with Ralph Martin and Dax Farrett in that mix as well.
Yes. And Darlow now trying to have a fight back against Dian Pahal. Usanov has sort of, I thought he'd be able to put, well, he's now going to give Darlow a push. Is he? Yes. He thought about making a move, then decided, no, I'm going to carry on pushing the number 26 Kart. Now he makes his move, and the JPD UK driver, Dimitar Usanov, moves up into P4. And I've got to say, I haven't had many predictions right against you today, David, but the one prediction I said that Page would work with Barber for many minutes is bearing fruit. However, they've only managed to pull a 1.6 second gap on these three drivers. And that is not enough.
Not at all, because if these two are smart, they're going to go with Dian Pahal, who was a quarter of a second quicker than the leading duo on the previous lap. And with 6 minutes to go at that rate, he will catch them at the most important lap of the race, and that will be the last one. So if these two can play it smart, work with Dian Pahal, they have a chance of a podium as well, and have a chance of battling for 3 positions rather than just step 3.
Zach Andrew has just been given a 5-second penalty. Zach Andrew is currently, let's have a little look. He's down in 10th place behind Noah Wicklow, so won't be featuring amongst the top 5 or 6. In fact, he's there on his own at the back of the screen coming down the hill. Pahal and Usanov, the gap still 1.6 seconds behind these two.
Remained consistent on that previous lap, despite Pahal taking a huge chunk out on the lap prior to that. That was the one where Pahal actually found a way past Jensen Darlow at the same time. Now the leaders are thinking about it, and I think this is too early for them to be squabbling.
Charlie Page realised that. He got a good run out of the corner. Thought, no, I haven't got the momentum to pass Barber cleanly right now, so I'm just going to draw back into the line there. That was Page making the conscious decision not to try and pass.
Charlie Page, who I saw make one of the finest overtakes I've ever seen at Rowra back in his Bambino days, when he went on to the last lap in 4th place and came out as the winner in one of the heats that day in 2023, has made the step up into Micromax, has immediately asserted himself at the front of the class with Harris Barber. The two of them, again, had a chunk taken out of them by Dian Pahal.
And it was all because Barber got his line wrong coming out of the Fullerton S's. Page almost couldn't help but go for the move, but then decided against it. It was that one corner here, a lap ago, where they lost 0.3 of a second. This time, whatever Barber did wrong last lap, he doesn't do wrong this lap, because Page doesn't suddenly jink out behind him. But let's see, because I think that the Pahal, Usanov, Darlow train is closing in regardless. And the even worse news for Barber and Page is that Ralph Martin, Teddy Murphy, Dax Farrer and Noah Wicklow are threatening to join the chasing group. Gap is now just 1.1 seconds between second and third.
Dian Pahal in that 3rd place, being helped along by Dimitar Usanov. They pulled away slightly from Jensen Darlow in this previous lap. That's just opened up a gap. Then there's that train of 4 behind, which have, again, all been fairly compliant so far in trying to work together to reel in those in front, to give themselves an outside shot of a podium at the end of this race. 2 minutes and 30 on the clock, lapping in the 105s. If they could get, they think they're going to get round before the 2:10 mark, we could well get 4 more laps in here, Henry. It's going to be tight.
I hope so, and I think they will.
I'll hope so.
Harris Barber. Well, Barber, it's going to be very close. But I think you might be right again, David. You're quite good at this, almost like you've done this before, watching go-kart racing.
Once or twice.
Once or twice, yeah, over the years. Now the gap is down to just 1 second. Page has got he's got a quandary now. It's evident that he is quicker than Barber. He's done a very dutiful thing. He's done the smart thing. He's pushed and pushed and pushed, but Barber doesn't have the pace to help them both get away. Now, Page is looking over his shoulder. He can see the chasing pack getting bigger, and it's like, well, I've done everything I can. My hand has now been forced. He is going to have to try and make the move on Barber and do it soon before that chasing group catch them. Because if they do, suddenly Page, he's going to have to start thinking about defending as well as attacking. So if Page is going to go, he's going to go very, very soon.
The train behind are edging closer, lap by lap, corner by corner. Dion Pahal, Dimitar Uzanov, Jensen Darlow are closing the gap in another tenth of a second out of Harris Barber and Charlie Page. Barber on for a perfect weekend so far. Charlie Page wants to take that away from him. Dion Pahal needs to take that away to get the monkey of Henry Burdett off his back.
Which is a big monkey, I shall tell you. Down towards hairpin number 1. Is Page going to make the move? Not quite. Because, of course, if Dion Pahal gets within a couple more kart lengths, every time Page will take a wide line going into the corner to try the undercut or the crossover, Pahal will stick his nose in, and that will spoil everything for Charlie Page. So he's got to try and make the move before Pahal gets to him. Barber's not defending either. No. Oh, Charlie got... Charlie he's been coached by Matt Scheuer, and I don't want to try and, say anything that what Matt has taught him is wrong. But Page has got to go very shortly because they're going to cross the line. Hang on. 3 seconds. Oh, they crossed the line with 2 seconds to go. So we get 2 more laps.
And this now, I think, is where Harris Barber is going to flip the switch into defence mode. Up and over the bridge they go, and I would expect Harris Barber to introduce his kart towards the inside line for the first time. And indeed he does. Charlie Page follows the line. Dion Pahal is right in the mix now.
Page's chance is now Page, is he thinking, okay, I need the help from Dion Pahal to push me past Harris Barber. Let's see. Of course, Barber's going to need to defend. If Page, tries the crossover, he's going to hope, will Pahal go with him? Now, Pahal is going with him, but Barber's defending. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board, and don't count Dimitar Uzanov and Jensen Darlow out either. But Barber has led from start. I won't say the F word, but I'll say the L word. He's led from start to last lap. Here comes Pahal on Page for second. Dion into P2 as we start the last lap. And now Page is being swamped. There goes Uzanov, there goes Darlow.
Charlie Page, who waited and waited to try and get past Harris Barber, waited too long, and Harris Barber is now going to have to work. Dion Pahal out of the slipstream, slots back in. Barber will straight line it up towards the second hairpin. Pahal could go wide because he's got nobody behind him. Barber switches across to the outside, defends up towards the Fullerton S's.
Here we go to the inside. Dion Pahal into the Fullerton S's. Oh no, he just clips it. That's going to cost Dion Pahal. Barber continues to lead. Uzanov to P2. And it's going to be Harris Barber that leads them onto the last straight. The curse of Burdett continues for Pahal.
Harris Barber out of the final corner. He's weathered the storm in this one, and he holds on to complete the perfect weekend. 2 heats, 2 super heats, and a final at round 4 from PF International. Harris Barber wins from Dimitar Uzanov and Dion Pahal, with Charlie Page, Jensen Darlow and Noah Wicklow in front of Ralph Martin, Teddy Murphy, Zach Andrew and Dax Farah completing the top 10.
Henry Algar, Harry Stinson, Freddie Blackshaw, Carter Jackson, Arthur Bowers, Junior Wright and Lanny Eden complete the top 17 with Teddy Roberts in 18th. Sadly, now, whilst we were concentrating on that, Ethan Lloyd, who is second in the championship behind Lewis Cacaldi. So again, Ethan Lloyd fails to see the finish. So the top 2 in this class will, I'm sure, be using this round as their dropped score, and that is good. Well, Henry Algar is third in the standings. Now, it's hard to believe that Algar, finishing 11th, actually gaining ground on the points leaders.
Yeah, Jensen Darlow as well in that 5th place. He came into this nearly 50 points behind Lewis Kirkcaldy, but he has had a very, very strong weekend, has Jensen Darlow, running at the front of the Kart Championship here at round number 4 all weekend for Jensen Darlow. Finishes in P5, but also set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:04.55 for Jensen Darlow. We move on, and I'm saying that very, very quickly, to what will be the largest race of the weekend. 36 of the 49 drivers that started in Junior Rotax make their way out onto the circuit for their final here today then. Charlie Wolfett will go off pole position. Riley Bishop, the championship leader, alongside him. Jensen Chalk and Fletcher Jameson on row 2 in front of Jake Flewitt and Jack Robinson, with Charlie Very and JJ Plowman on row number 4. Braith Murdoch, Kevin Ivanoff complete your top 10 in front of Eric Smith and Marcel Poppercull. Then it's going to be Lewis Sumner in 13th, Daniel Hartley P14 with Lewis Holt and Toby Farthing on row 8. Nathaniel Gray, Jack Collinson, George Cole and Luke Sawyers complete your top 10 rows. That's your top 20. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson 21st alongside Laurie McVeigh, Oakley Garthwaite and Ralphie Branscombe, Oliver Fabricius and Oliver Smith, with Alfie Lambert, Ellis Dealey, Thomas Harper, Zach Kane, Sebastian Clark, Tyler Richardson and Elliot Surtees, Charlie Eibel, Shea Hilton and Adam Jadowstis. The final 4 making their way through from the earlier repechage.
We will have a second rolling lap for this race, and the grandstand filling up nicely to watch what could be a real show stealer. I have to say, Junior Rotax, although Charlie Wolfett, Gold Chain Charlie himself, has made the superheats pretty boring by staying in the lead and just not not pulling away by a country mile, but by maintaining enough of a gap, about a second and a half, to control things. It means that Riley Bishop, if he's going to make his move early. It's always the problem when somebody dominates the pre-final races, because no matter how much you win the pre-finals by, you start side by side with the nearest competition, and that nearest competition knows, right, if you get away, you're gone. So I will do everything I possibly can to drag you into a scrap right from the word go.
And with it being the first time that we've had effectively all of our fastest drivers at the front, this is the first time we've not used a 2/3 format this weekend. So all of those drivers that have earned the right to be at the front are at the front. Wolfett on the inside, championship leader Bishop on the outside, who doesn't need to battle Wolfett for points, but I'm sure he will.
Here we go then into the tram lines. Oh, there was the lights go out. We're off and racing. There's going to be some start line penalties for people towards the back of the pack, I am certain. And somebody has gone for a spin going on to the into the first chicane, but it's an MLC Motorsport 1-2 as they come down towards hairpin number 1, because Charlie Wolfett has got Jensen Chalk right behind him. Now, will Jensen play nice with Charlie? You can't imagine that they will go to war in the early stages. So it is now behoven upon Fletcher Jameson there in the Jack's Motorsport kart, and then Bishop, who's gone from second of the grid to fourth, to try and first of all get between the two MLC drivers and then prevent Charlie Wolfett from doing what he's threatening to do again, and that is clear off into the distance. Although Fletcher Jameson is literally shoveling Jensen Chalk up towards his teammate.
Over the timing line at the end of the first lap, Wolfett, Chalk, Jameson, Bishop, Flewitt, contact.
David, that's the second absolute perfect turn 4 move from Jensen Chalk. Who's now got together with his teammate. It went from perfect to pants in the space of 2 corners.
Wolfit's out. Wolfit out of this race, parked on the curb on the outside, gets the kart going again, presses the starter, and Charlie Wolfit will rejoin.
What happened here? Jensen Chalk is defending from Fletcher Jameson, and
there's not a lot for me there Chalk could do. He's on the inside.
Discuss amongst yourselves, boys and girls. But MLC Motorsport, they've gone from having 3 drivers up at the front to having 1 driver up at the front. Jake Flewitt in 3rd position. Fletcher Jameson, who is going to be chuckling to himself underneath there, and Riley Bishop. And I could just hear there's 2 people leaving a London Grammar concert now, steaming back up the Foss Way towards Lincolnshire's Lee Murray and Donna Pete from MLC Motorsport.
Jake Flewitt there, hard on the brakes, sent it down the inside of Riley Bishop. Bishop then drops down into 3rd place, Charlie very behind. Then it's the KMS 214 of Braith Murdoch, who's had 2 4th places so far this season, being chased, and that's JJ Plowman.
The 211 kart going nowhere fast as we complete lap number 3. So, can Jake Flewitt salvage something for MLC Motorsport? He's there in 2nd position. He hasn't been he hasn't been in the championship this year. I've got to say that the nose cone of Riley Bishop, who's now into 2nd position, looks decidedly skew-if. Now, we did see, did Charlie Wolfit retire from the race? I'm looking down the order. No, Charlie Wolfit in kart number 225 is still out there. He's amongst the walking wounded at the back of the field.
Setting fastest laps though, Henry.
Yeah, he's just in front of Luke Sawyers. Where's Jensen Chalk? Chalk is 11th. Which is the back of this league group. You can see the top white crash helmet with the green surrounds for Jensen Chalk. So he is at the back of this league group before the big gap back to P12. P12 is Jack Robinson. Then it's Isabella Stansmore, Wilson, Marcel Poppercool, Jack Collinson, Oliver Smith, Oakley Garthwaite, Daniel Hartley, and the rest. It's not, 7.5 minutes to go. 2 of the most experienced drivers in this field, Jensen Chalk and Charlie Wolfit, have already managed to crash into each other whilst disputing the lead. So anything can happen.
Certainly can. And that's Ellis Dealey.
Ellis Dealey, the Welshman with a great crash helmet design, which you unfortunately got a chance to have a close-up look at as he didn't go anywhere and was sat stationary at the 2nd hairpin.
At the front, Fletcher Jameson has a gap, which I think's out to over a second. Indeed it is. 1.3 back to Jake Flewitt, Riley Bishop and Lewis Sumner, and that's because they're scrapping over 2nd place. Fletcher Jameson, if he had a rear-view mirror, he would be rubbing his hands together at the sight of this battle for 2nd place.
Because Bishop dives the inside. Hang on a minute. That is Braith Murdoch going round the outside of Auburn. Well, he made it 1 place, passing Lewis Sumner. Let's have a look at this again. Murdoch thinks, right, you're all going to the inside, and I am going to not brake. Now I'm going to stand on the anchors. That's what Charlie Wolfit was trying to do earlier on Jensen Chalk. Braith Murdoch managed to do it without crashing.
Great move from Braith Murdoch. Makes up a place. I think he'd have hoped for maybe 2, and I think the move like that deserved 2, but he only got 1.
He had made up 3 places when he turned in, but then he had to get round the corner, so only ended up making 1. But Fletcher Jameson, what a debut in the championship for Jameson and for Jack's Motorsport, because Jameson has turned round and waved bye-bye. Flewitt to P2 against Bishop. Murdoch, Sumner and Charlie Vary are the other drivers in this gaggle, and behind this gaggle you have Eric Smith, Nathaniel Gray, Lewis Holt, Jack Robinson and Jensen Chalk.
Murdoch with another round the outside move on Riley Bishop. Block off the inside, I'll go all the way round the outside, says Braith Murdoch. He did it on the exit of hairpin 2, got the power down early, kept his foot in round the outside of the Fullerton Essers, and he's up into a podium place.
Braith Murdoch driving with inspiration in this race. He's the championship's longest serving driver. He's one of the Kart Championship originals. He has been with the series since its very inception. And he's now trying to hang on, but Sumner and Bishop fighting back all that hard work that Murdoch has done with those 2 fantastic passes, and he finds himself back exactly where he started.
He's going to try and that move around the outside once again. This time it's not going to work. He has to slot in behind Charlie Very, and just behind them, that looks like it's Eric Smith coming to play.
Eric Smith for the Ultimate R team. The Ultimate R team, they're based out of Abergele in North Wales. The Ben Hingley, Matty Hingley run outfit. Eric Smith, 5th in the standings at the moment. Runner-up at Glanagorse last time out, of course, which is the Hingley's home circuit in North Wales. Jake Flewitt still there in 2nd place, but I mean, it's game over for the race lead. Game over. Jensen Chalk, he's back up to 8th position, but 2nd is the best he can hope for, and he's running out of time. He's going to need some help to get there. Help, though, might be coming in the form of, now Braith Murdoch is losing ground. He gets passed by Eric Smith, so that is Murdoch down to 7th, which, when you consider some of the moves he's pulled off, that seems like it's wholly unjust.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 laps of highlight reel for Braith Murdoch. Unfortunately, those are going to be in the middle of the race rather than at the end of it. He's ran as high as 3rd in this one. Now running in 7th, could well be 8th by the time he comes over the line, with Jensen Chalk now right within touching distance of this battle for 2nd place. And to be fair, it goes deeper than that. It goes all the way down to just outside the top 10 with Nathaniel Gray. And we've got a penalty for Eric Smith inside the top 10 as well in 6th place.
We've got penalties for Ralphie Branscombe, Jack Collinson and Eric Smith. Sadly, out of the race have gone Zach Kane and Kevin Ivanov. So we've got 34 karts still running. Adam Giuditis is, from last in the repechage to scraping in last on the grid. Giuditis is up into the top 25, actually 26th position at the moment, but that will become 25th because Branscombe has got a penalty, and Branscombe's only a few places ahead of him.
Gap at the front is 3.5 seconds, which is night and day for Fletcher Jameson, who's managed to break away. It's out to 4 as Riley Bishop, Jake Flewitt and Lewis Subner with Charlie Very, and everybody really down to Jack Robinson. I think that is on the back of this top 9 for in the colours of Cato Motorsport, are battling it out for 2 steps on the podium.
Yes, well, you can remove Eric Smith from the podium equation. Eric Smith is now just about, he's the penultimate kart in that group. There he goes to the inside. He has got a penalty. So we're down to 2, 4, 5, 6 drivers for 2 places on the podium. And Lewis Sumner was defending. He's now got the breakaway. So it's basically 5 drivers for 1 place on the podium, because Sumner in the number 238 kart is defending, and he is defending with a certain robustness.
Found a way past Jake Flewitt for that 3rd place, and now will seek to hold on. Or can he catch Riley Bishop for 2nd place, who has a few kart lengths on them at the front of this train in the battle for 2nd place? Can Sumner go with and try and hold on to the back of Bishop? Will Flewitt be able to drag along? In the background, they're scrapping over 8th place, which is where Eric Smith is, and he's going to see Jack Robinson trying to go round the outside of him. Robinson then's going to try the switch back. He'll be on the outside for hairpin 2. If he breaks early enough, he might be in the right line to get the run down towards the Fullerton Essers, slots back in.
So we've got 30 seconds to go now. There are two Team X karts. There are two MLC Motorsport karts together. It's not those two, but Chalk has now caught Fluid. He's probably just been very close and checked the number. Charlie Wolfett is running in 19th place now. But, Bishop and Sumner battling for second and third. Can the two MLC Motorsport karts catch and then pass the two Team X kart machines? Out of turn 4 and down the hill we go. The last lap board is waiting for Fletcher Jameson, who has dominated this final. Even the lead might have been handed to him on a silver platter, but once it was, he took full advantage and has simply driven away from everybody else.
Jameson with a gap of nearly 5 seconds. Riley Bishop in second place, but driving with a warning for blocking in that second place, so can't overdo it. He can make one defensive move into a corner, but that is it for Riley Bishop. Under pressure at the moment from Lewis Sumner. The two of them at the head of the championship so far here in the Kart Championship Junior Rotax. Bishop coming into this one with a lead of 32 points into this weekend, with Sumner in second place. Behind them, they're still squabbling it out between Fluid and Chalk, up into the top 4 now.
Yeah, Jensen Chalk making the move, going on to the bridge. He's made two absolutely picture-perfect moves coming off the bridge today. But there is your race leader coming out of the Fullerton S's for the final time. Welcome to the Kart Championship, Fletcher Jameson and Jax Motorsport out of the final corner. What a debut for that driver there. Fletcher Jameson is victorious. Riley Bishop and Lewis Sumner hold on for second and third. Jake Fluid and Jensen Chalk round out the top 5. Braith Murdoch and Charlie Very are next. Then it's Eric Smith, Jack Robinson and George Cole, the rest of the top 10.
Fletcher Jameson may have been handed that on a silver platter, but he dined out in that final, and they'll be dining out at Jack's Motorsport this evening. Fletcher Jameson takes the victory by 5.3 seconds here at PFI at the Kart Championship. Jameson, Bishop and Sumner on the podium. Henry Randy through the top 10. Outside of that, Marcel Poppercull 11th, Oliver Smith in 12th, Nathaniel Gray and Oakley Garthwaite, Lewis Holt, Charlie Wolfett recovered to P16 in front of Oliver Fabricius, Thomas Harper, and then Jack Collinson and Daniel Hartley in P20. Lambert, McVeigh, Clark, Branscombe, Surtees and Jadowstit in front of Charlie Eibel, Luke Sawyers, Shea Hilton and Ellis Dealey, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Tyler Richardson. JJ Plowman, the final runner on track, with Toby Farthing, Kevin Ivanoff and Zach Kane, the retirees. Your biggest in-race mover, 14 places for the number 12, for the 236, in 12th place for Oliver Smith. Other drivers making double-figure moves as well. Thomas Harper in 18th, moves up from 29th. Big move from Lewis Sumner. He started 13th, ends the day on the podium in P3 in our junior Rotax class. We now move to our final in senior. No, we don't move senior Rotax. We go to Might E. Let me see if I can find you a Might E grid. Yes, I can. Here we go. In Mighty, it's another one where we have a pole sitter who has yet to be beaten. It was close in the second of the two superheats for Felix Tandy, but he managed to hold on with a bit of a helping hand up and over the timing line from Logan Edwards. He starts alongside him on the front row, does Edwards. Then it's going to be Heath Smith, one of 3 drivers, as mentioned earlier, that come into this round here at PFI, having stood on the podium at all 3 rounds so far in the top 3 positions. Another one of those drivers is in this race as well, and he'll be alongside him. It's Arthur Rhodes. So Smith and Rhodes off the second row. Teddy Smith and Jack Harper, row 3. Harry Wass and Elliot Hitch on row number 4, with Luca Peed and Zayn Safoglu on row 5, in front of Bobby Slater and EJ Deera, Arthur Thompson and Calais Tennant, with Oakley Howlett and Nico Mahun, with JJ Williams, Oliver Yap, with Frank Pearson and Cooper Galloway, in front of the 59 of George Algar in 21st place. The penultimate final for us here then at round number 4 of the Kart Championship. The first time that not only we, but any travelling championship outside of an FIA event has visited the Paul Fletcher International Circuit in 30 years. And mighty Bambino are going to bring us round for their final. Parents, helpers, mechanics make their way out to greet their drivers on the grid. It's a standing start for Mighty. And Felix Tandy, who came into this race weekend 16 points off the lead in the championship, has done his Mighty championship charge no harm at all. The E-Plate winner from earlier in the year has taken maximum points so far, closed that 16-point gap in the championship to Heath Smith and Arthur Rhodes. Rhodes coming into this off the back of 2 victories at the opening 2 rounds and a second place. Heath Smith with 2/3 and then a victory at Glanya Gores. And this championship is going to be tighter than a submarine door as they head to Rowrah in the 3rd weekend of July.
Well, hopefully tighter than a submarine door, unless it's going down to look at the Titanic.
Of course.
Hopefully tighter than that submarine door. But I went there. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I went there. I've just seen the documentary on Netflix as well. There we are. Here we go. Back to some go-karting, ladies and gentlemen. As David has been saying, Felix Tandy and Heath Smith on the front row. Logan Edwards, Teddy Smith. Now, the 4 drivers, even though they're all with RCE, even though Felix Tandy has a different graphics kit, he's part of the Vera Tools Young Driver Program. Can they break away from the rest? That is the key, because if they can, then they'll stay broken away. If they can't, then it could be any one of about a dozen drivers. Zayn Safoglu and Bobby Slater starting P10, P11 behind Elliot Hitch, Luca Peed, Harry Voss, Jack Harper, and of course Arthur Rhodes.
That was a very, very quick start, Henry, for the E-Plate of Felix Tandy. Look at the gap he's got, and when I say very quick start, I mean a start that might get looked at.
Well, have a little look. We'll keep one eye on the on our timing screen here in the commentary box, because that is where any jump start penalties are shown. And of course, there is a camera room full of officials behind us that can judge any of that. But, I mean, I don't know why Felix is in such a hurry, because the Le Mans 24 Hours has finished. So he knows where his dad, Nick, has finished in that race. No spoilers. But now let's see what goes on. Of course, the other thing you could do is think, well, if I jump the start, that's a 5-second penalty. I may as well just carry on and try and win by 6 seconds.
Try and break away. Now, I'm not saying that I'm right or wrong there. My eyes could well have deceived me, and it could have just been a rocket ship start for Felix Tandy. As Henry states, we are at a state-of-the-art facility with just shy of 1 million cameras.
And we're getting word that it was a perfectly timed start. He just turned the afterburners on, which is hard to do in an electric-powered vehicle. But look at the train heading out now in 3rd place. The second all-black kart. That is Arthur Rhodes pushing championship leader. So the top 3 in the championship are running 1, 2, and 3. A championship leader, Heath Smith, is in P2. Second place in the championship, Arthur Rhodes, is P3. And 3rd place in the championship, Felix Tandy, is P1 at the moment. Arthur Rhodes making the first move of the race Into second position goes Rhodes with Teddy Smith, Logan Edwards. The RCE team is at the top 6 drivers because Jack Harper, that looks like an
Indeed
RCE kart as well in amongst it. Then it's Pede and Sofuoglu. So for the Turkish fans watching, Sofuoglu is there in that turquoise-coloured kart behind Luca Pede in 8th position.
Tandy leads then with that rocket ship of a start. Apologies to Nick, who we know is watching because he commented earlier on if he's had a minute or two of a nervous wait there, but we are getting word certainly from our other drivers, although he has just come up as being under investigation, Henry.
Yeah,
so we got internal from our director here at the Kart Championship that it looked to be okay, but there's an investigation taking place. It was an absolute perfect start because he got away. We await the official result, but at the moment, Tandy, Rhodes and Smith, your top 3, have broken away from the rest of the RCE train.
But that second group, they look like they mean business. They look like they are all working together, and as I said, that could bode well for their chances. There is Luca Pede defending from Zain Sofuoglu. Now they all need to just sit together, line astern, and push. We've still got plenty of time to go, and there's nothing else has popped up on our internal timing screen, apart from that Felix Tandy is under investigation. So, out of mix corner, through the final chicane, into the start-finish straight we go. Now, this is going to help the top 3. The 4th and 5th place karts running side by side, and Logan Edwards there getting hung out to dry like yesterday's laundry as they cross the start-finish line.
All the way back to P8 there then for Logan Edwards as he was on the outside. I think he's managed to get a few of them back as they squabble into the bowl in that second train of karts. There's 3 groups. There's a group of 3, a group of 5, and literally everybody else.
A group of everybody else from 8th place on back. That position, the 4th place position, is changing as we speak because Luca Pede and Zain Sofuoglu have now moved into the top 5. There they are at the expense of Teddy Smith, Logan Edwards and Jack Harper. So, Pede and Sofuoglu working together. They have been nose to tail and they've passed the 3 RCE karts that were in front of them. And, of course, Rhodes, he's got that orange chassis, which is looks like it's an RCE chassis possibly, but it's he normally runs with Tommy Weyer Racing. He is sitting behind Felix Tandy and still Felix just under investigation, nothing else. Behind them, Sofuoglu pulls out to pass Pede for 4th position. And I think that was Jack Harper going with Sofuoglu. Yes, Pede is down to 6th. The Turkish superstar is up into P4. Behind the front runners, behind the 3rd group from 9th place on back to everybody is led by Arthur Thompson with Nico Mohun, Elliot Hitch, EJ Dara, Bobby Slater, Harry Wass, Jensen James Williams, Oakley Howlett, Callie Tennant, Oliver Yap, Frank Pearson and Cooper Galloway. The only drivers that have really sort of faded off the back of that bunch, sadly, is George Algar, but he's still very, very, very new to this championship.
Certainly is. I think he's still out on track at the moment with the 32 of Cooper Galloway.
Yep.
They're together. Now, Heath Smith's fallen away off that leading duo, and the problem with that now is he's going to lose the slipstream, and behind them there's 2 drivers that are working together to try and reel in Heath Smith. Now, we know Mighty is tight, and I say tight because on the previous lap, the 2 leaders set identical lap times, a 1:20.53 for the leading duo. That's been broken this time, though, because Felix Tandy's gained a few kart lengths on Arthur Rhodes.
No further action for Felix Tandy. His start was perfect.
Great effort.
When you sort of said, "Oh, that was a fast start," I looked down. I looked at the gap that Felix had going into turn number 1, and I did say to myself, "That's got to be a jump start," but it wasn't. His reactions and his getaway were perfect. Now, Sofawoglu there being signalled to by Jack Harper. Now, of course, Zane doesn't speak much English. I'm sure he is learning the more races he does here in the UK. But the universal karting language of let's go, let's work together, that will not be lost on Zane. And already, like you predicted, David, they have caught Heath Smith, our championship leader. So this is now 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions. Sofawoglu's best finish of the season was 4th last time out. Will he make it onto the main podium for the first time? Here he goes, mirror signal maneuver, and both he and Harper pass championship leader Heath Smith. Smith down to 5th, and is there now time, because Arthur Rhodes has now been dropped. So these 3 drivers working together, they caught and passed Heath Smith. There's still 3.5 minutes to go. It's not beyond the realm of possibility. There's the signal from Sofawoglu. He's learning the universal karting language. Think, push. Will Harper respond with an affirmative or a negatory?
Sofawoglu, with Harper as his wingman on the previous lap, was 0.6 quicker than Arthur Rhodes in front of him. The gap was 1.3 seconds, so within 2 laps, if the form carries on, they'll be up onto the back of the 82.
Now, and there goes Harper to the inside. Sofawoglu leaves the door open.
Form's out the window.
And, and they're catching Rhodes hand over fist now. Rhodes is falling back into their clutches, and now Harper signaling, let's go again, let's go again. Rhodes looks over his shoulders, and the inevitable is about to occur, because the winner of rounds 1 and 2 this season is about to get swallowed up by Harper, Sofawoglu, and championship leader Heath Smith.
Tandy has a gap of 1.2 seconds, but the action is for second place, although Rhodes now suggesting that if these 3 work together to push him, it can be a 5-kart battle for the lead. So Arthur Rhodes playing the game, Sofawoglu and Heath Smith go side by side, and that does drop them away ever so slightly from the 2 in front. But now Rhodes, he's fallen away from Tandy. Now he's being used effectively as a battering ram by Jack Harper to try and close up on Felix Tandy. And they are.
Well, so let's check the lap times. The gap at the start of this lap was 1.29 seconds. It is going to be a lot less when they come around next time around. It's a 1 minute 20 second lap. Next time by, it's going to be the last lap. Behind the top 4, Luca Pede and Logan Edwards running in 6th and 7th, behind the top 5 rather. And now Felix Tandy has been caught. This is going to be a 5-kart battle for the race win. Over the bridge we go, down the hill. It is Tandy from Rhodes, from Harper, from Sofawoglu and Smith.
Any one of these 5 could stand on the top step of the podium. Felix Tandy will feel like he's earned the right, having been unbeaten so far. But you have to take the checkered flag in the final. He opened up a gap. He's been reeled in as Felix Tandy. They were a second a lap quicker on the previous.
And these are the top 5 drivers in the championship standings. Even though Zain Sofuoglu missed the opening round, he uses that as his dropped score. You score points in 5 out of 6 rounds. And so Sofuoglu, and there's a spin, that half a spin. That was the move that didn't go right for Jack Harper. And that puts Rhodes and Sofuoglu back into second and third. Last lap goes out. Felix Tandy, drive it like you stole it, sunshine.
Half a second is the gap. Sofuoglu needs to push Arthur Rhodes for at least round this bowl and maybe down the back straight towards hairpin number 1, but round the bowl they have closed up massively. Once again, that is not half a second, I can assure you. Up onto the back of Felix Tandy, and Tandy will look over the shoulder once, twice. Doesn't feel like he needs to defend early. Sofuoglu's coming down the inside of Arthur Rhodes though, up towards hairpin 1, hard on the brakes, and the blue machine is down the inside. Rhodes gets treated to a trip onto the curb.
We have the son of a sports car legend leading. We have the son of a world superbike legend in second. Who is going to emerge on top? Tandy has it. Sofuoglu wants it. This is an official Motorsport UK class. No driver from Turkey has ever stood on a Motorsport UK karting podium. And that statistic is about to change.
Felix Tandy leads us out of the final corner. He's won everything this weekend. He's going to win the final as well here at PF International. Felix Tandy takes the victory from Turkey's Zain Sofuoglu with Arthur Rhodes, Heath Smith and Jack Harper completing your top 5.
And a special mention to Nico Mohan. Finishing in 9th place, he was punching the air across the line, and I love to see that because these drivers, they're at such an early stage of their careers, and for Nico Mohan, 9th place from 16th on the grid feels like a victory, and these 6 and 7-year-olds are just, they're so expressive. But provisionally, Felix Tandy, and I'll say this, even though Felix, he was watching the Le Mans 24 Hours on the big screen in the paddock yesterday. It must have been on his mind. I said to him last night, are you going to watch the race overnight? He went, yeah. Are you going to get any sleep? And he went, it has to have been on his mind that Dad is out racing in the hypercar class at Le Mans, and yet he has held it together, held his nerve, and I don't know what Mum's feeling like. Mum's probably a nervous wreck. Well, the race is finished in France now, so he has won it, and he has won it under intense pressure at a circuit where in Bambino's it is the hardest circuit of them all, simply because of all the closing speeds and the slipstreaming to win it from the front, and he's done it.
It's been a superb race weekend throughout for Might E in what is a very, very different track to what they are used to. As Henry stated, the closing speeds, the amount of braking they'll have to do in terms of their entry speed into corners have been superb from our Mighty Bambino. We had some big movers. Zain Sofuoglu up from 10th into second. But the weekend belongs to Felix Tandy.
Now, our friend Cross-Eyed Lion watching from Germany, he's asked me to try and convince him to come to Kart Masters again this year. Well, I am convinced. If Cross-Eyed Lion, on one of the Alpha Live or one of the Karting Live TV broadcasts that we've got coming up before Kart Masters, if he puts it on the live chat there will be teams tripping over themselves to make Dirk their guest for the weekend, like Guy Cunnington Racing did last year. Anyone coming to watch karting as a spectator who's not directly involved in the sport is most welcome. Somebody travelling from Germany to the UK to watch karting as a spectator is not unheard of because he's done it before, but I am absolutely sure that if he lets us know, Trent Valley Kart Club, Motorsport UK, and any one of a number of teams will make Dirk their special guest. He can even have a little tour of the commentary box and say hi to the commentators, Andrew Mather. Somebody else as well. But
I can guarantee it will not be me. Not because I don't want to, but I've definitely I know I'm somewhere else that weekend.
But, again, so that's for Cross Eye Line in the live chat feature that we've got here. So well done to Felix Tandy, well done to Zane Sofawoglu, well done to Arthur Rhodes. Tandy, Sofawoglu and Rhodes chipping away at Heath Smith's points lead. That is the first race of the year. In fact, it's the first time in 7 finals that Heath Smith has not finished on the podium. He finished on the podium the last 3 races of 2024, the first 3 races of 2025. I look after all the statistics for the Motorsport UK classes, which include this one, and that it was a run of 6 consecutive podiums, a longer run of podiums in the class, in Mighty Bambinos and anybody else, including Ralph Martin, who had 5 consecutive podiums. Heath Smith broke that at Glenagorse with 6, and it ends at 6.
So that means that Arthur Rhodes remains the only driver in Mighty to have been on the podium at every round this season. The other driver in this championship to have been on the podium at every round this season is Lucas Blanford, he goes out in the final of round number 4, which is upon us.
And so Arthur Rhodes has now got 4 consecutive podium finishes. Here from the USA, driver coaching him this weekend. This is an introduction to British karting. I know that Dean is going to go over to Europe to race in the BNL and to race in the Euro Trophy. We may see him back here in the UK later this year. Pedersen, I think it's taken him a little while just to understand that you have got to be switched on in this class from the minute the lights turn green for the start of practice, let alone the races. Louis Harvey leads them around. Louis Harvey versus Pearson Bullock Carter. Bullock Carter was the runner-up, or was he second or third in the British Minimax Championship back in 2020. Louis Harvey that year won the British Junior TKM title. That year as well, Levi Earle finished in the top 10, I think, in the Minimax class behind Bullock Carter. Quality abound at the front of this grid, and we will not be going racing this time around.
It was the finger wave of doom off the gantry from Dan Ashton, who waved the naughty finger at the front row.
There's Mr. Ashton, looking resplendent. You could tell he's a... Are chinos still a thing, David? Well, they are, because Dan Ashton's wearing a pair.
Not in this weather. We're both in shorts and T-shirt.
I know, but we're schlappy,
inside.
We're schlappy commentators. That Mr. Ashton there is the man in control. But yeah, chinos. He does look a little bit like a slightly tubby man from Del Monte. If you just swap the black hat for a normal one of those Panama hats, it would be the man from But the man from Del Monte said no when it comes to that start. Well, listen back to that.
Well, it sounds loads better than the man from Lincolnshire.
Well, yes. The man from DA Motorsport Services, who's left his keys in his van.
Oh.
Yes. Lucas Blanford there on the outside. Now, Lucas Blanford on the inside of row 2. He's got... Do I try and challenge the 2 drivers, the 3 drivers directly around me who aren't championship rivals, because I'm a racing driver and I want to go for a win? And, my dad's not going to be at a track for a little while when he goes and has a surgery to have his brain removed, if I can find it. Or do I just sit there and play the game nicely? Here we go. Lights are out for the final time. We're off and racing. Harvey makes a good start. I think Lucas Blanford has given us our answer, because he dives up the inside of Bullock Carter to take over P2 straight away.
Lights went out and Blanford went straight to the inside and dived through hooks up onto the back now, and can he throw a line up onto the back of Louis Harvey? Pearson Bullock Carter, who's made early moves in every race so far today, trying to get back down the inside of Lucas Blanford. We're 3 wide on the exit of hairpin 1, as looks like was that Harry Pullen taking a trip across the grass.
Yeah, somebody was introduced to the agriculture going around turn number 1. The yellow flags are waving, and there is a go-kart. The number 63 of Braden Donahue with the rear bumper hanging off, waving, and there are 2 drivers out of the race.
One's MLC.
One's got an MLC race suit on, the other one with a black and red race suit on. So there are 3 karts came to grief. Can't quite check the numbers on them, but we will find out. Harry Pullen was
Miles
one.
Roby's the other one.
Miles Roby, that's the MLC Motorsport
and
driver.
Michael Ambler.
Michael Ambler and Miles Roby out of the race.
Donohue's carried on despite his rear bumper hanging off. He's been given the technical flag, so inevitably he will be back into Park Ferme before he'd have hoped.
He's a very, very angry driver at the moment. He's now seen, and he's put his hand in the air. I just wonder if let's have a little look as they as he comes round past the scene of the incident. You're watching the leaders on your screen. Whether Donohue, he doesn't even look at the 2 drivers out of the race. So I think the driver that he was very, very upset with has continued and escaped the scene of the crime without being identified by us. Here are your leaders, and it's Pearson Bullock Carter ahead of Lucas Blanford, Louis Harvey and Elliot Dalton Ayres, with Levi Earle and from Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah, Dean Pedersen is there in P6 ahead of Ben Donkin. And there's Pedersen looking to the inside, and he almost ran Levi Earle out of the way. Now tucks in behind him with Donkin, and behind Donkin is the Kraft Motorsport livery machine of John Brown, with George Hart and Rhys Bailey rounding out a very, very tightly packed top 10. And they're even more tightly packed in the next gaggle of karts, because the number 72 machine now of Harry Pullen also has a rear bumper hanging off. So he will become the 4th retirement from this breathless start to the race.
Pedersen getting shuffled wide round Bobby Game corner and falls to the tail of this train. And again, just like Junior Rotax, we've got a Jax Motorsport breakaway at the front. Pearson Bullock Carter, this time trying to follow in the footsteps of Fletcher Jameson in Junior Rotax, trying to break away from the gaggle of karts behind that do seem intent on scrapping. Levi Earle sticks a nose down the inside of Elliot Dalton Ayres in the Hunter Motorsport colours. They just need to be very compliant, I think, for the next couple of laps, following the footsteps, I think, here of Blanford and Harvey, who I think may well have that idea. I know nothing at all.
Normally I'm telling myself to shut up, but this time it's like, Louis Harvey said, no, you called me Lewis once today, David, so I'm going to completely disregard what you're saying. But of course, every time they make a move, Pearson Bullock Carter disappears up the road. And it's been a standout day for Jax Motorsport already. Fletcher Jameson winning Junior Rotax by 5 seconds, and Pearson Bullock Carter looking for all he's worth, that he wants to try and match or maybe improve upon that figure. Bullock Carter is doing a Blanford here at the front of the field.
Blanford, who's famous for breaking away in the first couple of laps, killing the resolve of the field and just letting them battle it out over second place, is doing exactly what Blanford normally does to the rest of the field in the championships that he is contending this season.
Elliot Dalton Ayres is effectively Lucas Blanford's nearest title rival, and of course Blanford did have that slight whoopsie in the last lap of the second superheat, lost ground to Dalton Ayres here. So Elliot Dalton Ayres, and again we talk about the championship regulars have suddenly got like a dozen newcomers to deal with, and Elliot Dalton Ayres is doing a very, very good job, as is Blanford, of just staying at the sharp end of the field regardless of the competition. Dalton Ayres possibly even more impressive than Blanford in that respect, because Lucas Blanford has shown his pedigree so much. But look at Dalton Ayres there, putting his head down, that yellow crash helmet. He's working overtime to stay up near the sharp end.
I saw a comment earlier on in the live chat with somebody complaining about new drivers coming in just because this is PFI. I disagree. These drivers want to race the best. They want to try and beat the best.
Yep.
And that's what they are doing here this weekend. Bullock Carter, Harvey, Blanford, Earl, Dalton Ayres, Brown, Bailey, Donkin, Pedersen over from the States, running well inside the top 10 in front of George Hart.
The argument to that is, okay, well, you start off with 15 drivers and no one's allowed to join the championship. Well, what happens if 5 of those drivers suddenly decide they don't want to do it after round 2 or 3? Suddenly you're left with half a grid and then no grid. And at the end of the season, nothing is worse for a championship than ending a season with like 5 or 6 drivers on the grid, because then nobody signs up for next year.
Exactly. Grow. Get a few more in. They might like it. They might go, I'm going to do the rest of the season. I quite like going to Rowra and Wilton Mill.
Yep.
Let's go. Let's join and go and fill out this championship. I think we've got a problem for the 11 of Levi Earl. He's falling back and he's not defending position. I think he's got a bit of a pickup issue for the 11. He handed a few places over down the start-finish straight and just stayed to the side, and they just drove past him like he was standing still.
And yeah, you're right. And he did, as he was coming up the short chute there, David, he was looking at the grandstand as to try and find his team to say, there's nothing I can do. Yeah, he's looking over the grandstand again, and Levi Earl has dropped to 8th position behind Dean Pedersen. And as they, nope, he's still out there racing, but he is falling back. Wait there, he's now dropped another couple of positions in kart number 11. These are the 2 Craft Motorsport teammates. And, Craft Motorsport, anything MLC Motorsport can do, we can do nearly as well. And that is the 95 and the 41. Rhys Bailey and George Brown having a discussion. Lewis Gilbert is probably going to be thinking, right, I am going to have some stern words with you two boys.
Knocking a second naughty step up right now.
Yes. Go and sit there and have a long, hard think about what you've done. Back up at the front, Louis Harvey is beginning to make inroads into Pearson Bullock Carter's lead. The gap was 1.9 seconds. It's now 0.8 of a second. Lucas Blanford is also going with Harvey. Dalton Ayres is 4th, and Dean Pedersen is up to P5 in kart number 26, ahead of the 2 squabbling Craft teammates who are still side by side coming up the short chute, and they are still looking at each other and chirping away at one another.
I wonder if we'll see Pedersen back here at the start of August. I don't know what his calendar's like, but I'd quite like to see an American here for Kart Masters here at Trent Valley Kart Club at Paul Fletcher International, as Lucas Blanford pushes Louis Harvey up onto the back towards Pearson Bullock Carter. He took 2/10 out on the previous lap. Then it was 3/10. The last time they crossed it was 1/10 of a second. They're edging closer. It's been 6/10 over the last 3 laps as Louis Harvey and Lucas Blanford close in on Pearson Bullock Carter, who at one point in this race had a gap of over a second.
Yes, I know that Americans coined the term shock and awe. Kartmasters is the karting equivalent of shock and awe.
If you thought this introduction was tough, Kartmasters is a different level.
Here we go, though, but you're watching the Kart Championship on Karting Live TV, or the YouTube channel of Karting Live TV and the Kart Championship YouTube channel. You may have noticed, if you're watching it on Karting Live TV and you want to go back and listen to the Le Mans 24-hour race, all of it and the practice sessions from the official voice of Radio Le Mans, including, of course, Karting Live TV's own Joe Bradley and Nick Damon, you go to the Karting Live TV YouTube channel. Many, many thousands of people have already done so, and it would be good to go and listen back to the other event that's taken place this weekend. But we are going to have a grandstand finish here as well, because Louis Harvey has caught Pearson Bullock Carter, and with neither of these two drivers being championship regulars, points are not an issue. It is simply, I want to win this go-kart race.
3 laps to go as Pearson Bullock Carter looks to hold off Louis Harvey, but Louis all over the back of Bullock Carter, and that is a textbook switchback by Louis Harvey. Holding on round the outside goes Bullock Carter, slams the door shut with venom.
That was almost a naughty cutback there from Louis Harvey. At this point, it was a naughty cutback, but Bullock Carter, he swings out wide there to keep the momentum and then squeezes Harvey back to the inside. And, game on at the front. Lucas Blanford now joins the party, and before long, Elliot Dalton Ayres and Dean Pedersen will enter the frame as well. 5 for the win, 30 seconds plus a lap to go in the last race of the day. Anyone who was saying, well, why are the kart championship, which is traditionally only for kids and juniors, why are we adding a senior class? Here is your answer, ladies and gentlemen.
The first season of seniors, they are putting on a show. 2 laps to go with Pearson Bullock Carter, Louis Harvey, Lucas Blanford being joined now. Dean Pedersen up into 4th place. Can the American take some silverware stateside with him? Down the hill they go. It's Jack's Motorsport from the X-Kart TB chassis, and then the Kiddix duo of Blanford and Pedersen. Pedersen goes wide. Elliot Dalton Ayres for Hunter Motorsport chops through, and then Dalton Ayres down the inside of Lucas Blanford for 3rd. Pedersen does them both. Louis Harvey. Harvey's up. Harvey's in the wall.
Harvey in the barriers, and Bullock Carter, Pedersen. Here comes Blanford. That was the one thing you're afraid's going to happen. But the 2 title contenders have emerged unscathed, and it's going to be Pearson Bullock Carter with a huge lead as they take the last lap board. Second is Blanford. Pedersen is 3rd at the moment. Then it is Elliot Dalton Ayres. John Brown is up into P5. Hart, Donkin, a somewhat waylaid Levi Earl. Then Mac McGilvray and Joe Fox. Louis Harvey is up and out of his kart, and now Blanford retakes Pedersen for 2nd, and Blanford's title rival, Elliot Dalton Ayres, trying to get involved as well.
Dalton Ayres trying to go round the outside, but Blanford is intent on holding off Pedersen for 2nd place. Pedersen has a look out at the front though. Pearson Bullock Carter. Louis Harvey, you said his car earlier on was a green mean machine. It's going to be a green winning machine for Jack's Motorsport of Pearson Bullock Carter.
And 2nd for Lucas Blanford, and a podium on his British debut for Utah's Dean Pedersen, with Elliot Dalton Ayres, Brown, Hart, Duncan, Earl, McGilvray and Fox round your top 10. We'll have a brief look back. So, Harvey gets to the inside, and Bullock Carter squeezes, and you can see Harvey not quite alongside, and into the barriers goes Louis Harvey. And luckily, Louis is a very solidly built young athlete there, muscles on muscles, as the rest of the Harvey family are. And standing there, there's the stance of a man who has dropped 20 quid and picked up 10p.
So Louis Harvey, who's ran at the front throughout this race weekend,
standing stone-faced. Now the helmet comes off, and he probably did well to just, I think, keeping the helmet on there. I mean, that that is frustration, and that is what happens sometimes, because between Harvey and Bullock Carter, there's no prizes for, no championship points. It's just, winner takes all as far as they were concerned. And breathe.
And breathe. What a day it's been,
yes.
Henry. From a personal standpoint, thank you to the Kart Championship for having me back for this one-off special guest appearance, stepping in for Joe Bradley. Thank you for Karting Live TV as well. For having me. Thank you for yourself, Henry, for welcoming me into the commentary box. A world first for us working together. Although
yes.
It is for every time when you work with somebody, but it's been an absolute pleasure to be alongside one of the voices of British karting. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Well, thank you very much, David. Excellent job. You've corrected me on numerous occasions. So just like everyone else I work with, all you need to do is learn to press the mute button when I start singing. This, ladies and gentlemen, has been a Karting Live TV production of round 4 of the Kart Championship. Please keep your ears and eyes peeled on Karting Live TV's YouTube channel for broadcast details of the next round as we head north to Cumbria at Rowra. Thank you for joining us. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. See you next time.